Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. You idiot! Recovery girl hollered. You'd been so good. You were almost smart. Why would you do this to yourself again? Well, I calculated the odds of this succeeding versus the odds that I was making a horrible mistake, Izuku said, ducking his head down. And I went ahead and did it anyway. Recovery girl threw up her hands. Izuku activated full cowl to reduce the stamina loss as her lips extended and she kissed his arm. I suppose I should be thankful this was the only time you showed up here today, but you can't treat my quirk like it's a cure-all. If you repeatedly break your arms like that, you could easily become unable to use them. Izuku nodded, gulping in dread at that proclamation. Got it. I didn't know if I could win without going all out. And after yelling at Todoroki for not holding back, it didn't seem right to do it myself. Recovery girl sighed. You've been having sessions with Hound Dog, right? Izuku nodded. Perhaps this needs to be said in addition to whatever you discuss with him. Recovery girl looked him in the eyes. Not everything is a life or death scenario. Particularly not in a school setting. If you can't win without breaking yourself, it would be better if you lost. Lives weren't on the line today. If they were, you'd be justified, even if I'd prefer you not have to do this to your own body. Here, for a competition. This wasn't necessary. Izuku looked at his arm in contemplation, then to Recovery girl, suitably chastised, understood. I'll do better. Good, now get out of here, I need to fix what you did to the other boy. Recovery girl made shooing motions for Izuku to leave the room. Izuku could scarcely believe he was here. After years of watching the US sports festivals, he had participated in one. He had won one. He was quaking as he stood on the first place podium. You face down a guy who can shoot Glacier easily, but you're anxious about being on a podium. Hitoshi looked at him oddly. I may have wanted to get this far, but I never expected I actually would, Izuku said, managing to not stutter. Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, that's a familiar feeling. Great, now that you've reminded me, I'm feeling nervous, Okiko said, sharing the third place podium with Hitoshi. Don't be, Okin, you're amazing. Izuku said warmly. Well, so are you, Izuku-an. Okiko said, happily. There was a cough from the second place podium, as Todoroki asked. So, I misinterpreted one of your relationships today and would prefer not to do so again. Are the two of you dating? Both Izuku and Okiko blushed, but nodded, goofy smiles on their faces. So then my loss was guaranteed, Todoroki said simply. Particularly after seeing Uraraka-san thoroughly embarrassing your childhood bully. Hitoshi looked at Izuku, blinking. You are just living the dream now, aren't you? Izuku laughed. Absolutely. Hitoshi shook his head. Oh, and what was that about misinterpreting relationships? Oh, I was under the impression that my Doria-san was All Might's son, Todoroki stated bluntly. To be fair, that's not so much wrong as imprecise, Okiko said, grinning at Izuku, who blushed further. What? Hitoshi stated flatly. Izuku sighed. All Might's my mentor, he trained me so I could use my quirk, and while it's completely unofficial, he's kind of my stepfather now. His voice got quieter with each word he said. Eyes wide, Hitoshi asked, how did you manage to get All Might to adopt you? Well, I met him at an inconvenient time, I interrupted his day, told him my backstory, and basically he became immediately attached, Izuku said, glazing over a lot of it. Todoroki said. If those are the criteria, would that mean you're my stepfather now? What? Izuku blurted out. Okiko burst out into giggles, and Hitoshi asked, how can you say that with a straight face? Hey, I certainly could use a different one, Todoroki said. Okiko's giggles stopped, and Hitoshi said, ah. Yeah. That. Both Izuku and Todoroki looked at them questioningly. Some of our classmates had overheard bits and pieces, and wanted to know what was going on, so Yomomo and Mai-chan made some equipment to enhance Gyro-san's quirk, So everyone in the 1A stands kind of heard everything the two of you were saying to each other, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻 mumbled out. Izuku looked like he found a spider under his toilet seat. Todoroki blinked. Well, at least it's not my class that learned that. Actually, it turns out that the guy with multiple arms overheard and told them what was going on. So they eavesdropped on our eavesdropping, Hitoshi added. Oh, that's much worse, Todoroki replied, blunt yet affectless. Before they could comment on that, the dais was raised, exposing them to the crowd. Midnight announced to the roaring masses, and to present the medals, who better than I am here. With the medals. The number 1 hero, All Might. The two pro-heroes looked at each other as they spoke over each other. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 held in a laugh. Izuku smiled and shook his head. Hitoshi looked at them with a deadpan and tired expression that was eerily similar to Aizawa. Todoroki's expression was blank as ever. After a quick attempt to apologize to each other, All Might turned to the recipients. He placed the first around Hitoshi's neck. Young ♯, you have proven yourself, in my eyes at least, worthy of entry into the hero course. Your quirk can be used to do so much good. Looking emotional for the first time, Hitoshi said, I couldn't have done it without my friend's help. He deserves this more than I do. Everyone relies on others for their accomplishments, All Might said, patting Hitoshi on the back and embracing him. Rest assured, young Fuki proved himself as well. Consider that medal your shared prize. He turned to 𝐒𝐿, with the second bronze medal, young Uraraka, that was a fantastic display of power and determination. I am in awe. I had a few sources of inspiration there, 𝐒𝐿 said. All Might smiled warmly, embracing her as well. I look forward to seeing you thrive as a pro-hero. The silver medal was taken to Todoroki. Young Todoroki, it was amazing seeing you embrace your flames. I'm happy to have witnessed it. Todoroki gave the faintest ghost of a smile. I had an eye-opening experience. Nodding, he embraced Todoroki before turning to the first-place medalist. Young Midoriya, you've grown so much since I first met you. Izuku's tears fell freely. I tried my hardest to make sure that the world knew that I am here. You've succeeded, gone beyond my expectations. As he embraced Izuku, he said, I'm so proud of you, my boy. Izuku suddenly had a flash of insight from the vestige of All Might in his head. Are you going to finish off by saying plus ultra? All Might blinked. No, I was going to thank you all for your hard work. Izuku shook his head. I think everyone's expecting one last plus ultra. And, as All Might let go and addressed the crowd, he took his protégé's suggestion and capped off with a plus ultra, on which the crowd preempted him. After the ceremony ended, the 4 medalists made their way towards their classes. Oh my god, All Might's a massive dork, Hitoshi whispered. He really is, Izuku agreed warmly. You would know best, Dad, Todoroki said, causing 𝐒𝐿 to giggle. Please don't call me that, Todoroki-kun, Izuku winced. For all I know you're older than me. I was born on January 11th, Todoroki stated. July 15th, Izuku murmured in defeat. Maybe I'll get you a joint birthday and Father's Day gift, Todoroki said. Todoroki-kun, Izuku grumbled. There was a pause. I'll stop calling you Dad if you stop calling me by the Vestiges surname. Done. I appreciate it. You can call me by my first name as well, 𝐿𝐿-kun, Izuku said with a smile. 𝐿𝐿 smiled, of course. Izuku-ni. Izuku sighed, utterly tired, as Hitoshi grinned and 𝐒𝐿 belly laughed in response. From his seat, attached to his life support systems, All for One pondered the situation. It was obvious that his naive little brother's quirk had been removed from that insufferable meathead All Might and transferred to the sports festival's champion. Tomura had been clear that one of the students present at the USJ could fly and beat a Nomu single-handedly. He'd thought that perhaps All Might had chosen a boy who could fly the way the 7th could, but that hypothesis died when the boy was televised. Sure, he couldn't actually see the television screen, he had no quirk that would grant him that ability yet, but his innate ability to identify quirks in others wasn't limited to sight, and could work through broadcasts. No, the boy was using float, alongside danger sense, and at the end, black whip. One for All had finally grown enough in power to reach singularity. Oh, what a prize it would be when it was back in his own possession. Though, there was an odd feeling, another quirk, one simply named bonding, an old one he remembered taking, and didn't remember giving, but that somehow wasn't among his collection. That was odd, he wondered how. Wait. The stockpiling quirk he gave his brother. Its original owner was the lover of bonding's original owner. He'd been so careful to keep stockpile separate from his own quirk, to prevent it from creating an all-for-one outside his control, that he never bothered to make sure the rest of his collection was equally protected. And even if he did, could it ever have worked in that specific case? Bonding was a quirk that strengthened a relationship between two interested parties, eventually empowering them as their relationship grew. Quirks had their own personalities, vestiges of their original owners. Bonding and power stockpile would have been as inseparable as the lovers he took them from. All for One's heart rate momentarily spiked until he remembered that bonding would return to him when he eventually reclaimed One for All. And, even if that failed, it wasn't really a quirk that he cared for. He only took it on a whim. He scarcely noticed it was missing. Though it still galled him that he managed to give away a piece of his collection without intending to do so. All for One turned his attention to his protégé. A great deal of the bar had been reduced to dust thanks to Tomura's tantrums. Still, he could tell from the bar's thermal cameras that he was currently holding something in his right hand, using all 5 fingers, and it wasn't disintegrating. All for One cursed again. Reattaching that finger had been a beach. Unfortunately, decay interacted poorly with healing and regenerative quirks, and removing decay from his ward. He couldn't afford to do that. Not even temporarily. The doctor's talent was all they could rely on to restore Tomura's right hand to any functionality. And while the reattachment had worked, decay had a 10 to 25% chance of failing when used with his right hand. Honestly, All for One had weighed the pros and cons of killing Tomura and starting over. He decided that he might as well keep the boy. If his plans succeeded, a single slightly misbehaving quirk wasn't that big of an impediment. Tomura, have you worked this out of your system? He asked the young man. That little, Tomura stewed, before he paused. I've been looking at this all wrong. This isn't just a quest. It's a PvP server and a war between two factions. The green-haired brat isn't a mid-boss, his player too. An astute observation, All for One so enjoyed the game metaphors his protégé used. In addition to making him view others as the pawns they truly were, it reminded him of his fool of a brother, back before he decided to fight against him. What makes you so certain that he's the player you need to worry about, however? Because he's being trained by All Might and trying to follow in his footsteps, just as I am to you, sensei, Tomura said, the last part fondly, before the boy scowled. And if All Might's my final boss, you'd be his. All for One chuckled, excellent deduction, Tomura. Now, how do you plan to use this information? Tomura sat down, thinking. The brat was trying to increase his rep. We need to do something similar. The USJ failed, but it did give us a rep, and the brat slandered me, so I can't let that go, All for One grimaced. Having Tomura compared to a toddler throwing a tantrum was unfortunate. Though, considering how Tomura reacted to that speech, it was rather apartment weight. He wasn't just using the fights to earn rep and grind for XP. Tomura cried out. His opponents weren't just bosses, they were recruitable units. He's gathering his party before venturing forth. And All for One grinned widely at that. Yes, Tomura was progressing nicely. The last time, I merely tried to Zerg rush them with trash mobs and a few elite units, Tomura said, scratching his neck with nervous energy. For this next mission, however, I'll need quality over quantity, All for One smiled. Another domino fell. Soon enough, his brother's quirk would return to him, where it belonged. This had been a taxing day for Izuku, but this was something he needed to do. The 5 girls were assembled in this classroom, and he gulped as he looked at all of them. So, 𝐒𝐭𝐚 is already aware of all of this, but I want to make it absolutely clear that this has to be kept secret, no matter what. Today, Mai and I learned that my quirk's bonding isn't permanent. The bonds can be frayed, and that should mean they can be cut. If any of this makes you uncomfortable, we can end this here, Izuku said. I'm still in, ribbit, Zu replied bluntly. I want to know more. Mai said enthusiastically. After Nezu gave us that speech on operational security, I think I'm good, Toru added. Momo looked at Izuku, and blushed as she said, I wish to know more as well. I do not think I will be dissuaded from this. Should we put Melissa on call to get her in on this? Toru asked. She knows everything already, because All Might was willing to let her know immediately, Izuku said. Knew it, Zu croaked smugly. Ribbit, I mean that it involved All Might, not that Melissa already knew. Makes sense, Toru added. It's an easy assumption to make, Momo contributed. Yeah, neither of us are very good at lying, Izuku said. Although, it does help that the actual truth is so bizarre that no one would think of it. I might as well begin with the truth, that All Might and I are both genetically quirkless. Everyone save Okako stared at him in shock. Finally, Mai said, oh, right, the toe joint. That almost always means you're quirkless. Particularly if your parents have quirks. Yeah, Izuku said, the reason why All Might and I have powers now actually goes all the way back to the dawn of quirks. The story begins with two brothers named Mugen and Yoichi Shigaraki. Zu, Momo, and Toru gasped upon hearing the surname. Izuku told the story of how Mugen, taking the name All for One, rose to power, was opposed by Yoichi, and gave his brother a quirk to hopefully pacify him. That Yoichi had the power, useless on its own, to pass his quirk to another person. How the stockpile and transfer became a quirk he called One for All. So, a quirk that could stockpile strength and be passed down from person to person, Momo said. So, All Might didn't think he was quirkless until he was 15. He was quirkless until he was 15. He was given his quirk by his mentor, and he gave it to you, but then how do you have all those other things that All Might can't do? He can't fly or sense danger or make those tentacles you pulled out of your butt at the last minute. Toru shouted. Izuku kind of chuckled, are you guys familiar with quirk singularity theory? That's the thought where, as generations pass, quirks become too powerful for the human body to handle. Mai asked. Yeah, well, after gaining enough power over 9 generations, One for All hit a point like that, Izuku clarified. Turns out that One for All wasn't just stockpiling physical strength. It was storing the quirks of the previous users. Danger Sense belonged to the 4th user, Hypothetical Shinomori. Those tentacles are called Black Whip, which belong to the 5th user, Daigoro Banju. And Float belonged to Nana Shimura, the 7th user and All Might's mentor. Once it was transferred to me, it had enough power to manifest those quirks as well. There was another pause, and then Momo asked, how did you learn all of this? And how do you know it's the truth? Well, we told him. Daigoro stated in her mind. Momo squeaked in shock. Daigoro-ji-san, Izuku scolded, causing Okako to giggle. Momo-chan, what you just heard was what I've been hearing since the day All Might gave me One for All. The memories and personalities of the previous users are stored in One for All as well as the quirks. They've been giving me help and advice ever since. Momo seemed shocked. Zu and Toru were looking back and forth in disbelief, and Izuku could feel that they didn't know what to think. Mai, on the other hand, did. That's really cool. You've got 8 heroes inside your head giving you advice. I'd be glad to have 8 great inventors to talk to. Mai then paused. Wait, no I wouldn't. I already know about their inventions and they'd probably have old ideas about how things should be that would make making new stuff harder. You're taking this really well, Ribbit, Zu said, still a little baffled. Well, we all can tell Izuku's being sincere. Mai said, gesturing to him. Besides, if he was lying, Momo wouldn't have gasped and he'd have probably chosen a less crazy thing. Plus, it's not like he was really lying to us before. His quirk is kinda weird and we know it's a stockpile. It's just stockpiling something we didn't think of. Izuku's eyes welled up with tears at that. Mai, he said affectionately. He needed someone like her in his life for years. At least he had her now. Ding. Whoa, I just dinged. Mai said, happily. She looked quizzically at everyone, so, when I thought that if I could have Izuku look at me like that and say my name like that for the rest of my life, I guess that counts as being in love. I'd say that counts, Hypothetical replied. Wouldn't quite know, never found the time or the appropriate partner. Mai blinked, then said, oh, that's one of your ghosts. Which one are you? Hypothetical Shinomori. fourth host of One for All, former vigilante and hermit, and the user through which you and Izuku are bound. Wait, the bond works through your ghosts. As far as we can tell. We're not entirely sure. The bonding quirk didn't belong to us, the stockpile ate it while it was inside All for One, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 replied. My considered that, maybe the bonding's supposed to work with only one person, but your quirk ghosts work like facets of a prism to refract it and make bonds with multiple people. Izuku blinked. That's as good an explanation as we have. Zu looked at them. Mai-chan reassured us, ribbit, but hearing her have a conversation with someone we can't see is making this easier to swallow. Izuku looked at Toru. How about you, Toru-chan? The invisible girl was vibrating, and upon being responded to, shrieked "ee!" She leapt up. This is so adorable. I want your quirk to ding me. Okiko let out a "fut" and giggled. Everyone else followed suit. Okay, yeah, that sounds dirty even if it doesn't make much sense, Toru admitted when things quieted down. Izuku-in. Momo asked, how do we form the mental wall? I'm sorry, Mai-chan, but you have a very active train of thought. It's more than a little distracting. Mai blinked. Oh, sorry. Momo shook her head. It's not your fault, Mai-chan. Your thought process should never be something you should apologize for. Izuku nodded. I can go over the basics, but Yoichiji-san will need to discuss things with you in person to make sure you can do so properly. How do you meet a ghost in your head in person, ribbit? Zu asked. You fall asleep within 10 meters of Izuku-in, Okiko said. Possibly more. We'll need to test how much changed with 2 more stage 2 bonds. And how close did you two get? As they blushed, Toru giggled. So what's it like? Fair warning, because I neglected to give one to Okin and I deserved it when she smacked me, Izuku said. You'll be in a featureless, misty place with at least one of the past users. Most of your body won't go with you. I was a mess of black stuff below my nose. Okiko said indignantly. I didn't have a mouth, but all I could do was scream. It's been a few months and I could only form a mouth last night, Izuku added. I had to try and go back to sleep knowing I'd be going back to that. Okiko cried out. It was nerve-wracking. I'm sorry, Izuku bowed again. I'd been doing it for so long by then that I forgot how unnerving it was. Okiko gave a small pout as she said, You're forgiven, out loud. In Izuku's head, she continued, as long as we continue that kiss after dinner at your house. Izuku was so happy that Momo and Mai didn't hear that part. Enji Todoroki sat in the middle of his destroyed home gymnasium. The cost of replacing his equipment was of little consequence to him, and the soundproofing he had installed meant that he would not bother his children with the noise as he worked out his aggression. Once he was deep in thought. And his thoughts weren't pleasant. Watching Xiaoto's performance in the sports festival was an exercise in frustration. The first 2 events and his first 2 tournament rounds, it irked him to see that his youngest child was choosing to weaken himself for stupid reasons. Then he almost lost his semi-final match, only winning because his opponent's admittedly impressive move had exhausted her. If he had used his flames, he would have easily won. And then there was the final match. The match with the Midoriya boy. A match where Midoriya spent most of it not taking things seriously, taunting Xiaoto by using his own power at a reduced strength. Enji had heard many saying that Midoriya hadn't been using his quirk at all, but anyone who had experience could tell his prowess was above that of a quirkless person. And then, Midoriya's goading had finally gotten through to Xiaoto. He'd used his flames. His son took up the power that Enji had gifted him, had spent so long cultivating so he could produce a great hero. And Xiaoto still lost. And thus, Enji thought back to when he confronted the green-haired boy. At first, he'd been angry at the impertinence. Then, he dismissed the boy's words as foolish, that he didn't know what he was talking about. As time went on, however, and he turned the words over in his head, Enji was unable to shake the feeling that the boy had a point. Perhaps some of it wasn't correct. Heroic legacies existed, after all. The Ida boy was one such example. But individual members of heroic families could become lost in the shuffle. Ingenium's father and uncles and grandfather were all pro-heroes, but Enji couldn't remember their hero names off the top of his head. And honestly, Would 𝐭𝐲 want to be known in history as an afterthought? As Sh Todoroki's father, nothing more. Would that be satisfying? Once upon a time, yes, it would be enough, because a legacy would be more than what All Might was leaving behind. But, now, it was clear that Midoriya was All Might's legacy. Possibly a secret love child, definitely an apprentice. And, as a final nail in the coffin, was the speech Midoriya gave to Sh. There was no official audio feed, and most wouldn't have heard it, but one observer did manage to record it, beginning with the boy shouting that All Might wasn't going to be around forever. If All Might died tomorrow, how many people would look at Endeavor and say, "Everything's fine, I still feel safe"? The entire speech had gone viral. And, thus far, consensus was that if that scenario came to pass, very few people would believe that they would be safe if Endeavor was around and All Might wasn't. And so, Midoriya's words were proving themselves true. 𝐭𝐲 valued strength, trained to use his strength to the best he could, and wished to use his strength to reach the apex of heroics, to attain the #1 spot. But strength alone wouldn't be enough. Couldn't be enough. 𝐭𝐲's strength couldn't make his son budge in his stubborn refusal to use the entirety of his quirk. All Might's disciple could. At the rate he was going, would Sh even be 𝐭𝐲's legacy? 𝐭𝐲 sighed. It was clear that things needed to change. Unfortunately, he had no idea where to even begin. From an abandoned building in Hosu, the hero killer Stain was watching the clips of the US Sports Festival on a burner phone. He needed to be aware of the new trends in the world of heroes. He had to see who might emerge to become the newest fake he would need to cull. There was one child who was making waves. At first, he felt that the boy would be a prime example of a false hero, if the claims that he was going to be the next All Might were any indication. After all, the son of the worst so-called hero was among their number. Then, he heard the speeches. The opening speech was a wonderful surprise. Deliberately telling the fat cats that they were making a tactical error. Wishing to eschew glory in exchange for keeping his classmates safe. Challenging his peers to go all out not for prestige, but to scare villains. This boy seemed to have the right instincts. That only intensified when he saw the boy sacrifice his lead to help his classmates during the race, and clear a minefield to prevent his peers from being caught in the explosions. When he heard the last speech, the speech to the second-generation false hero, Stain was convinced. He cared not for his own glory. He wanted to better society as a whole. He was a true hero. One who wished to breed more true heroes. It was a shame he wasted his time trying to convince the fake, but, as the boy said, even All Might had his faults. As he saw the boy and All Might embrace on the winner's dais, Stain knew, in his heart, that this one was special. The kind of hero who must be protected. The kind of hero who needed to thrive. So Stain would continue his mission. He would bloody his own hands to save the future, weed out the fakes who would prevent this young man from spreading his roots and flourishing. He would bring about a better world. And when his work was completed, if not All Might, this boy was clearly worthy of killing him. Following the extremely long day, coming home to a crying 𝐒𝐭, a crushing bear hug for both him and 𝐒𝐭, and a long overdue makeout session, Izuku finally, mercifully, went to sleep. As Izuku slept, he felt himself pulled into the realm of the vestiges within One for All. He looked around, and, being able to form a mouth now, he called out, "Hello," to whoever was within. Two unfamiliar silhouettes came from the mists. Both seemed to be wearing variations on military body armor. One of them was dressed more for mobility, it seemed, and wore a headband with hair in a topknot. The other was wearing thicker armor, and had two cannon-like gauntlets on his hands. When he first got a glimpse of him, particularly his spiky hair and eyes, he blinked. Bakugo. He thought for a second until the vision became clearer. No, despite looking somewhat like his old acquaintance, at least an older version of him, the hair was the wrong color, and his face was shaped differently. He looked down on Izuku appraisingly. "Well, nice to finally meet you," Izuku said, smiling. Not Bakugo looked down at him, a scar across his face, between his eyes. The voice was that of the second user. "Chief," 3 said with some exasperation. "All right," 2 replied. "Listen, 9, I'll admit, you've been impressing us. I still think Yoichi and our successors are coddling you, But you're definitely scrappier than I thought. You're a bit naive, but you've got potential. Izuku sighed, let me ask you both something, how am I naive? Is it just the fact that I don't want to kill? Look, 9, we get it. Killing should always be saved for when it's necessary. Sometimes, though, it is necessary. And you shouldn't take it off the table, 2 responded. And to boot, you live in paradise compared to how the world was back in the Dark Ages. Izuku breathed in. You're aware of the fact that I was basically considered expendable by society before I got one for all, right? That if I died at the hands of that sludge villain before All Might saved me, very few people would have mourned me. I know for a fact that the world isn't all sunshine and goodness. Maybe it doesn't compare to what you've been through, but I have some knowledge of man's inhumanity to man. You're right that it isn't comparable, 3 stated. But you're also right in that you're not completely naive. If you're worried I'll try to convince Mugen Shigaraki to give peace a chance, don't, Izuku said. He killed people I love. That I met them after they died is irrelevant. Once I get a hang of one for all, I'll take him out. Permanently. And his cronies? 2 asked. I mean, I try and see if I can't take them in legally. If it's a choice between them or the innocent, I know who I'll pick, but I'm going to try and be strong enough to avoid having to make that decision, Izuku answered. 2 sighed, we'll see how long your ideals last out in the field. If they crumble to pieces at the first sign of trouble, then I don't have ideals at all, Izuku responded. There was a pause, and 3 broke out into a grin. Screw it, I guess we're uncles now. Given that I'm sure my sister's somewhere in that Bakugo brat's family tree, I'll say this is a better option for a nephew, 2 responded, faintly smiling. Oh, so I wasn't imagining the similarities, Izuku sighed in relief. 3 turned to Izuku, I'm Izumu Mitsunami. As I said earlier, my quirk is FA Jin. 2 looked at Izuku, Ryuji Futetsuya. I call my quirk laser disc. He held out his hand, showing off a blue, glowing disc about the size of a yen coin. I could make these little discs of energy and hurl them away from my body. He repelled the disc away, and it made it about 5 meters or so before it fell. Wow, Izuku said in awe. 2, Ryuji snorted, of course you're impressed. But that was a seriously weak attack right there. I could make them larger, but they'd be harder to launch. And it'd take time to gather enough energy for them to grow. And while gathering energy, they could easily be shattered. Most of us who fought All for One back then had weaker quirks, both because we were first generation, and because anyone with more powerful quirks had them taken by All for One, 3, Izumu said. That's why I had these things. Ryuji patted one of his gauntlets. He formed another coin-sized disc, and it slid along the back of his hand into the gauntlet's opening. He concentrated, and Izuku could see the disc grow, until it was about the diameter of Ryuji's hand. The gauntlet then launched the disc like a slingshot. Izuku couldn't even see it land. Izuku's eyes boggled. That's such an ingenious way to overcome a quirk's limitations. Ryuji laughed. Yeah, you'll have to get your inventor girlfriends to make something cool. Assuming that growing for 2 centuries in One for All hasn't made it stupid powerful, Chief Izumu added. We'll see how it turns out, Ryuji said. Get some rest, Izuku. You earned it. Shortly after Izuku woke up, he received a text message, one from his quietest classmate. Cody, hey, just so you're aware and don't freak out, you're trending on social media. This was not how he expected to wake up me. I should expect that, winning the sports festival and all. Cody, that's not all of it, though. Cody, someone got audio of your last speech to Todoroki. Cody, starting with All Might not being around forever. Izuku paled. Cody, there's some neat #s Cody, #next symbol of peace, #small might, #do you want to be hero, #till might, #RIP endeavor me. Wait, what? Me? They got me saying that on audio. Cody, nah Cody, it's from the part where you said that endeavor won't cut it. Cody, who's gonna look at him and feel safe? And all that me, oh, that's good me. I mean, it's not good, but it's better. Cody, Cody, steer clear of endeavor stands me. I mean, I try to anyway. Those people are weird. Cody, well, now they're rabid. Cody, so, have fun with that. Cody, also, they think you were fighting quirkless for most of the final. Me, what? Cody, They didn't hear about your invis mode code, they just saw you kick in but W out your lightning code. So most PPL think you weren't using your quirk at all me, but I clearly was moving at superhuman speeds. Me, it's impossible to do that without a quirk. Code, some PPL realize that, but not many code. One of your #s is #no quirk required code. You should check it out, it's really wholesome. 𝐒𝐿 swayed apps to see some examples. Most of them were people saying how badass it was to nearly win the sports festival without using a quirk, but there were other stories mixed in. People who had so-called useless quirks or villainous quirks were using the hashtag to tell the stories of their troubles, as were a few stories of quirkless people, usually older ones, who were inspired by his performance. A number of younger people were being inspired to chase their dreams, to do things they always wanted to do, but felt they couldn't because they didn't have the right quirk. He had to stop before he started crying until he was a shriveled husk. Me, this is a lot to take in code, I figured. Thought you should know right away. Code, I didn't want this to blindside you, code, and you should probably disguise yourself if you go outside. Me, really good advice. Me, thank you so much, Kodai-chan code. Code, most of the class is calling you Aizuku-an. Kodai, including me. Kodai, you can call me Yui. Me, if you insist, Yui-chan. Code, how badly are you blushing RN? Me, I'd need a mirror. Code, send me a selfie. Me, I'd rather not. Kodai-yui, meanie. Izuku steeled his nerves. He read it himself. Everything was on the line. Buddy, you were less stressed over the sports festival, and that was televised, Daigoro said, simultaneously comforting and mocking. Yes, but this is different, Izuku replied. This is my first date ever. The girls picked the order of their dates out of a hat. Akiko had, to her dismay, picked the last slot, but was reminded that she'd spent the most time with Izuku out of all of them. And, as they'd learned, her parents surprised her with a visit today, so it was good that they hadn't made plans. And so, today, as he reached the train station in Aichi Prefecture, he saw a familiar mop of green hair stand out from the crowd. Zu was waiting for him, wearing a seafoam green dress over tights. He grinned. Hey, he said softly as he approached. He was wearing a nice button-down shirt over a t-shirt that read suit jacket, pressed jeans, a flu mask with All Might smile plastered over it, and a cap made to resemble Gang Orca's head. Zu gave her typical smile upon seeing him. Aizu-chan, ribbit. I'm glad to see you. You look good, except for the disguise. I've gone viral, Izuku said. I didn't want our date to be spoiled by being recognized. Zu put a finger to her lips. That makes sense. I probably should have done that, ribbit, but I only made it to the quarterfinals. Even so, you look so good right now you'll be turning heads anyway, Izuku said. Internally, he then thought, where the hell did that come from? You're becoming smooth. It's a sight to see, Nana replied. Zu blushed. Ribbit, Aizu-chan, she paused. Part of me was worried you wouldn't show. It's happened to me before. People calling my appearance weird and everything. Izuku blinked. Do you have names? I just want to talk to them. Aizu-chan, ribbit, no. You can't become a vigilante over my past, Zu replied. It wouldn't be vigilantism. A pipe wrench isn't a quirk, Izuku replied. Ribbit. No, Zu said firmly. Izuku sighed. Fine. It's just, that's happened to me, too. So I know how awful that feels. And you especially don't deserve to be treated like that. Zu blinked. So, apparently, I'm a hypocrite, ribbit, because now I want a list of names. Izuku shook his head. Between Nezu and Okan, I've had enough people getting revenge for me. Maybe we should focus on our date. Where are we heading? Zu asked. She had wanted to be surprised, to see what Izuku came up with using the bond as a guide. Ushimitsudaki Aquarium. Izuku said, showing off the tickets on his phone. In addition to being one of the best aquariums in the country, it's also the home of Gang Orca's hero agency. Aizu-chan, Zu said, interrupting his mutterstorm before it began. Oh, sorry, Izuku said. Sheepishly. It's fine, I know how you get when something excites you, ribbit. But you don't have your noise-cancelling mask and you don't want people to notice you, ribbit, Zu pointed out. Too true, Izuku said as they departed. The day was excellent. The drama and excitement of the sports festival was replaced with the calming nature of watching various aquatic animals. It was a very soothing experience. They took a seat at one point, while in front of the beluga whale exhibit, and Zu said, "It's much less crowded today than I thought. I mean, it is Golden Week, ribbit. A lot of people are watching the second-year sports festival," Izuku said. "Typically, it gets much more media attention than our year, but this year was an exception." "Tell me about it," came a deep voice from behind. Startled, both of them turned around and assumed combat stances. They blinked and relaxed somewhat at what they saw. "Well," Zu relaxed. "Izuku." "Whoa, it's Gang Orca," he said, marveling at the humanoid orca whale appraising him, the number 10 hero himself. "It's an honor." Gang Orca chuckled, "The honor is mine, young man. One of my staff noticed you two were attending and let me know. I hope I'm not interrupting your day." "Ribbit, technically, you are. But I'd say it's a welcome interruption," Zu replied. Izuku nodded rapidly. Gang Orca smiled, which was unnerving given his appearance. "I must say I was impressed with your performances yesterday. Especially you, young lady. That was an expert use of your skill and power. Though, I am curious about your match in the quarterfinals. I couldn't help but feel that was a battle you were capable of winning. I wonder if you were worried about the next opponent in your bracket." "Ribbit, if you're implying that I threw my match against Okken, you're wrong," Zu said, blunt as ever. "We both rely on touch-based attacks, Ribbit. Mine just have a longer range thanks to my tongue. We knew our tactics and were being cautious with each other. Okken just managed to surprise and defeat me, Ribbit." "I suspected as much, but I had my doubts," Gang Orca nodded. "If I'd won, I would have conceded afterwards and settled for bronze, Ribbit," Zu replied. "I know that I had no chance to defeat Todoroki-kun, Ribbit, but I wanted to get as far as I could." There was an appreciative rumble from the whaleman, as he looked at Izuku. "And you, young man? Many are claiming you spent the first portion of your final battle fighting Quirkless. I don't believe that to be true, but I cannot be certain. I wish I could have risked doing that. While it wasn't what I wanted, winning without using a quirk would have been gratifying, given how long I spent thinking I didn't have one," Izuku said. "I can currently use around 10% of my power. If I operate at half of that or less, the usual visual indicators don't appear." Gang Orca's eyes widened. "That last burst was only 10% of your power." "No, I went overboard for that one. That's why I broke my arm," Izuku clarified. The pro hero looked no less shaken. "Still, for you to sail throughout the sports festival at only 10%, he shook his head. "I guess that's why you've been making waves throughout the world of heroics." As Zu giggled at the pun, Izuku pulled out his notebook, seemingly from nowhere, and flipped to a page detailing the hero in question. "Sir, if you don't mind I'd be delighted." Gang Orca took the proffered book, blinking as he read what was on the pages. He took longer than expected signing the book. When Izuku looked at the signature, he noticed that the pro had commented on his analysis and answered the questions he had. His eyes widened. "Thank you so much, sir," Izuku said, eyes instinctively watering. Zu patted him on the shoulder in comfort. "It's the least I could do," Gang Orca said. "I expect that the two of you will have plenty of offers for internships. You especially, young man, should be inundated with them. I've sent the official paperwork through you." He then took 2 envelopes out of his suit's vest. "However, given the opportunity, I wanted to present my offer in person." Even with her expression muddled through her mutations, Zu looked flabbergasted as the hero handed them the envelopes with a slight bow. Izuku was openly tearful as he took it, and the two of them bowed low in thanks. "If there's a better fit for you among your other offers, I'll bear no ill will. Thank you both for your time, and have a lovely day," Gang Orca said, leaving the two of them. Once out of the public areas of the aquarium, Gang Orca took out his phone and opened up the HeroNet app. On one of the off-topic channels, he posted the picture he'd stealthily taken of Zu and Izuku leaning on each other watching the whales swim. He grinned as other heroes responded with rage. The betting pool was his. At least, it was as long as the lion hero Shishido's bet that Team Asui were a polycule was wrong. The rest of the date went perfectly. 𝐂 had made a bento for them to share for lunch. When they reached the gift shop, Izuku bought 𝐂 a keychain shaped like a poison dart frog, in addition to a stuffed animal for her sister and a gang orca action figure for her brother. Okay, and one for him too. It was exclusively sold there, he wasn't going to get this opportunity again anytime soon. The two of them walked back to the Asui apartment. They were in comfortable silence, up until they were close to the building. This was a very nice day, Aizu-chan, Tsuyu said. Ribbit, I'm really glad we could share it together. Me, too, Izuku said, heart swelling as they walked closer. I'm so happy you knocked a bit of self-esteem in me, or else I'd still be stammering in denial about the thought of a girl liking me. 𝐂 paused and said, part of the reason I was so blunt about liking you was because I almost didn't believe you would like me, either, Ribbit. Izuku sputtered, how could I possibly not? You're sweet, you're smart, you're funny, you're gorgeous. 𝐂 stopped him there. Ribbit, you think so, but growing up, so many people called me ugly because of my quirk. Izuku blinked. Did you go to a school for people with severe visual impairments? 𝐂 made a rib-biting giggle. See, this is why I like you. I thought it was because I punched a villain for you, Izuku replied. No, that was what made this start. Your attitude is why I stuck around, Ribbit, 𝐂 said as they approached her actual apartment. Just to warn you, my family's gonna want to see you. I've prepared for this, Izuku said. They briefly met back at the Yorozu mansion, after Izuku recovered from 𝐂's crush-inflicted cognitive dissonance. Still, this would be more than that. 𝐂 unlocked the door. I'm home, she called out. And I've brought company. Pardon the intrusion. Izuku managed not to stutter. Midoriya-kun called out an older female voice, and Izuku was met with the distinctive look of Baru Asui. It's good to see you again. Likewise, Izuku said, as he locked eyes with Gamma Asui. 𝐂's father looked the least human out of the family, and his expression was even harder to read than hers. Still, thanks to the time spent with her, and the bond as a guide, he could tell he was appraising him, but was not judgmental. Nei-chan. Satsuki Asui hopped over to her older sister and gave her a big hug. From the couch, hair covering his head, Sama Asui said, Hey, Zune. Nice to see you, Midoriya. You looked pretty cool at the sports festival yesterday. If the boy was rib-biting, he hid it well. According to 𝐂, her younger brother was going through a phase of trying to appear cool. So that exchange was the equivalent of one of Izuku's gushing mumblestorms that he would have unleashed upon anyone he admired at that age. Or this age. Thanks, Asui-kun. I'm glad I didn't bore you. Samidare gave a nod. Apparently, Izuku met with the boy's approval. Satsuki let go of 𝐂 and leapt onto Izuku, Nei-chan's boyfriend, she said happily. Catching the young girl easily, Izuku pulled her into a hug, blushing slightly at her choice in addressing him. It's really nice to see you again, Satsuki-chan. Did you have fun? Wibbit, I wanted to go too, but mommy and daddy said that it was Nei-chan's time only, Wibbit, Satsuki said glumly. Izuku patted her on the head. 𝐂 asked, were you a good girl while Nei-chan was away? Satsuki nodded vigorously. 𝐂 turned to her mother, who winked. Then I guess you earned this. Izuku said, taking out the paper-wrapped present. Satsuki's eyes widened as she grabbed it and tore through it. When it was revealed to be a plush seal, she squealed with glee and hugged it tightly. She then ran off to her room. Samidare seemed torn between wanting to keep up his cool facade and wanting to ask if he got a present as well. Luckily, Izuku chose to intervene. We got something for you, too, Asui-kun. He walked over and presented him with his own package. The young boy's reservations were gone as he tore through the wrapping to reveal his action figure. He looked at the older boy and said, You're pretty cool, Midoriya. Your older sister's been helping make sure of that, Izuku said. He could hear 𝐂 rib-bit happily at that. So, Midoriya, what's your hero name going to be? Samidare asked. Izuku blinked. I haven't thought of one yet. Samidare looked at him askance. Really? Doesn't everyone think of their hero name? Nei-chan had hers ready since she was 11. Let me rephrase that, I haven't thought of one that I'm not completely embarrassed to use, Izuku said. Sure, he wanted to be All Might Jr. forever, but he wasn't a little kid anymore. Ironic that you don't want to be called that after he basically became your father, Nana teased. Izuku ignored that comment. What's your hero name, Zu-chan? The rainy season hero, Froppy, Ribbit, Zu said calmly. Izuku's eyes widened. That's perfect. Ribbit, glad you think so, Zu said. Ni-chan. Satsuki called out, running up with a big sheet of paper. I drew a picture of you and Nei-chan and your friends on the TV, Ribbit. Smiling widely, Izuku knelt down to her level. Oh. I want to see. Satsuki proudly showed off her stick figure drawing. It showed 4 figures flying above a big circle. One was lying flat, on which the other 3 were standing. The biggest one with long green hair and a long tongue was obviously Zu, with Okiko's hair looking like a brown bowl, and Mai with a pink blob of hair, and a depiction of her goggles that made her look like a horned, bug-eyed monster. Izuku was the one they were standing on, looking tough with squiggly green hair. He tried not to cry out of sheer joy that a child looked up to him enough to draw him. Helpfully, Zu and her friends were all labeled. The kanji used were messy, because of course they were. She was 6. But looking at his name, something shocked him. The kanji for the Aizu part of his name was correct, but for the ku part, Satsuki had instead used the kanji for the number 9. Holy crp. Daigoro yelped. The trend continues, Yen said. I didn't notice he fit it until just now, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 replied. Do you think we need to find a 10? Yoichi asked. I'm finishing a date with a 10 right now, Izuku blurted out in his mind. The Vestiges laughed. You smooth mothif, Ryuji said approvingly. This is so good, Satsuki-chan. I've never had anyone draw me before. Izuku said proudly. You did very well. This makes me really happy. Satsuki beamed at him. Ribbit. You can have it, Ni-chan. It's a gift. After taking a glance at Zu, who nodded, Izuku rolled the drawing up neatly and placed it in his bag. Thank you so much, Satsuki-chan. This is going up on my fridge back home. I'll have to preserve the first piece of art someone ever made of me. Samida rolled his eyes as Satsuki looked like Izuku had given her the moon. You're welcome, Nin. Ding. Oh, Ribbit, there it is, Zu thought calmly as Izuku blinked. Nice to have you on board, Zu-chan. I'm Izuku's uncle Daigoro. Daigoro said happily. Heh, so that's what you sound like, Ribbit. Izuku was better at the impressions than I gave him credit for, Zu said. Here's hoping no one's within 10 kilometers of each other, Izuku thought. They hadn't been able to properly test how the bonds improved, but they did do something quick and easy. The range, it seems, was multiplicative, not additive. Rather than increasing to 20 meters with Momo reaching stage 2 and 30 upon my doing so, it had improved to 100 meters when Momo's bond leveled and then a kilometer when Mai's did. So, Ian asked, obviously fishing for an explanation from Zu. Fine, Ribbit. I saw Aizu-chan interacted with my siblings and realized he's good with kids. You can infer my thought process from there, Ribbit, Zu said, somewhat angrily. Oh my god, you even Ribbit in telepathy. You're adorable. Nana cried out. Didn't think you'd be at the stage of staring in each other's eyes just yet, Gamma said, croaking out subtle laughter. That shook them out of their reverie. Blushing heavily, Izuku began to stammer a bit. My Doria-kun, I think you should leave. If you stay much longer, you'll miss the next train to Musutafu, Ganma said, not unkindly. Of course. Izuku said, bowing to the man. If you'd like to stay longer, that's fine, but you'd be waiting a long time until there's another train afterwards, Baru clarified. He looked at Zu and smiled. I'd love to stay, but I'd rather that my mother not eat dinner alone tonight without much warning. Ribbit, say hello to Mama Inko for me, Zu said. Izuku nodded. You're welcome back anytime, young man, Ganma said, as Zu walked him to the doorway. See you back at school, Zu-chan, Aizu said, fumbling a bit. Take care, Aizu-chan, Zu said. Then, impulsively, she gave him a peck on his cheek. Smiling widely, he pecked her cheek in return, then bowed and left. Well, they are happy, but this will be difficult to deal with, Zu said in his head. Too excited? Izuku asked. Yup. At least they approve of you, 𝐬 replied. Hope they still do when they learn about the others, 𝐒𝐿 fretted. They know. Honestly, Mom and Dad are the weird ones in their families for being monogamous, 𝐬 countered. Good to know, 𝐒𝐿 sighed in relief. As he walked away, the question of his hero name rose to his head. He'd spent so much time getting to this point that a proper hero name wasn't even on his radar. Now, he thought about Satsuki's fortuitous misspelling. He was part of a legacy. He couldn't have become a hero if not for All Might and the 7 who came before him. While referring to it might be dangerous, he was certain All for One knew he was the 9th host of his brother's quirk after the sports festival. And anyone else who knew were people either he or All Might had told. So, he started to ponder a potential name. A name that contained either the Japanese Kyu or the English 9. The next date was Momo's. This one was set in stone, as the Yorozu family was hosting a gala and 𝐒𝐿 was invited as Momo's +1. 𝐒𝐿 was actually going to stay in a guest house on the estate grounds for the night. They claimed it was to give him time to rest as they would have school the next day. In reality, it was to give Momo a chance to commune with his Vestiges. Momo had said it was a good thing that the guest house in question was less than a kilometer away from her room. Because the estate was large enough that was a concern. Momo lives in a world I scarcely understand, 𝐒𝐿 thought as he was chauffeured into the estate. And tonight, you're going to have to navigate it, Yoichi replied. 𝐒𝐿 paused. Can any of you give me advice? There was a chorus of no's. The only one who had experience at events like these was All Might, whose vestige couldn't actually speak. This is fine, 𝐒𝐿 thought to himself as he was scurried to the mansion. Welcome, Aizu-kun. Momo greeted him in the main hall with a smile. 𝐒𝐿 smiled warmly at his stunningly gorgeous girlfriend. She giggled slightly at his clothes. 𝐒𝐿 had worn one of his joke t-shirts, one that read "Breathes." You're the one who told me to dress as casually as I wanted for the beginning, 𝐒𝐿 said, with a smile. He knew she genuinely enjoyed the humor of the shirt. Indeed, Momo said. It's the reason you're here this early. You will need some new clothes specifically for tonight. We shall reconvene when Nushima and his crew are finished. 𝐒𝐿 said before a group of butlers led him away. The next hour and a half was a blur of activity. His measurements were taken. One man even took out a pair of calipers, which unnerved him greatly. Once he was fully measured, he was placed in a barber's chair. His hair was washed, trimmed, and styled. They gave him a light touch of makeup, before leading him to a fitting room. Soon, he was dressed in a bespoke suit, in a dark green color that bordered on black. The clothes were shockingly comfortable. He wore freshly cobbled shoes that fit him better than even his usual red sneakers. In lieu of a necktie, he wore a deep red cravat that bore the symbol of the Yorozu group. Once he was dressed, he was deposited in front of Momo, utterly shocked by the high-speed manhandling he was subjected to. He expected his eyes to be spirals at this point. He shook his head to clear himself. I suppose that such treatment would be intense if you aren't used to it, Momo said, dressed in an elegant red dress herself, looking utterly perfect. I still can't believe they crafted an entire suit for me in that little time, 𝐒𝐿 said in awe. They are the best for a reason, Momo said, smiling slightly. How are you? 𝐒𝐿 asked telepathically, wanting to afford Momo as much privacy as possible. I am well, she responded. Mother and father were quite proud of my achievements in the second round, and they too attributed my loss to an unfortunate run of bad luck. Truthfully, I am grateful you can be here with me today. I wouldn't have wanted to confront the crowd today alone. 𝐒𝐿 transmitted a feeling of comfort. I'm certain you could have handled it, but I'm glad you don't have to. As Momo smiled, his eyes darted around. Has the gala started yet? I'm surprised that we're the only ones here. We aren't taking the main routes that our guests would normally take, Momo explained. No one would be scrayed this way without permission of a member of my family. I was honored before, 𝐒𝐿 said, shocked. I'm so much more honored now. There needs to be something more than honored. Super honored. Exalted, maybe. Momo giggled as they approached the ballroom. 𝐒𝐿 was shocked when a butler opened the door, indicating them to stop, and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Momo Yorozu, and her esteemed guest, Mr. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku attempted to remain calm as he descended the staircase next to Momo. I wasn't expecting that. Hey, just pretend you're on your way to the podium about to badmouth the people who put on the sports festival and call Nana's grandson a whiny little baby, 𝐷𝐿 said. There was a spike of hurt coming from Nana. Every single vestige seemed to glare at 𝐷𝐿. Neither Izuku nor Momo could glare at him, but they somehow conveyed it. Sorry, tried to lighten the mood, failed spectacularly. I'm gonna go now, 𝐷𝐿 said, before closing himself off. Well, it worked. I'm too angry at 𝐷𝐿-san to be nervous, Izuku thought. Izuku followed Momo's lead for the most part. Many of the people he met simply wanted to congratulate him on winning, or express amazement that he had beaten Endeavor's son. Most of the people who he met were pleasant. There was a single exception. The exception was a tall, lanky man in a pinstriped suit. He had a long pointed nose, elven ears, and a protruding chin. His hair was slicked back save for 3 spikes, his hairline was receding and he had visible liver spots on his forehead. He smiled as he saw the green-haired young man. Ah, it's the man of the hour. Midoriya-san, I am delighted to meet you. That was a fantastic display. Izuku blinked. Thank you, sir, he bowed lightly. Forgive me, please, but I do not recognize you. The man chuckled amicably, no need to stress over it. I am Rikiya Yotsubashi, CEO of the Detnerat Lifestyle Support Company. Izuku twitched slightly. Ah. I must say, young man, your ability was a wonder to behold. Quite liberating to see you thrive in such a competition, Yotsubashi said, smiling. In recent years, Detnerat has been expanding from our established work for the general public and begun entering the world of heroes. Now that I have the opportunity, I was hoping we could work out a sponsorship deal. Your popularity is growing already, and you can always begin building your career early. Izuku gave Momo a significant look. He didn't even have to ask her, either out loud or in their minds. She gave him a nod. He was off the leash. Well, sir, I'm glad to learn that your corporation is new to the field of heroic support. It goes a long way to explain the incompetence on display, Izuku said, politely. Dead silence. A bold claim, young man, Yotsubashi said, his smile no longer reaching his eyes. A claim that requires evidence. I've seen it myself. A design team from Detnerat created a few of the hero costumes for my female classmates. Costumes that were designed with minimal protection, if any, hindering components such as high heels, and lack of any quirk-integrated fabrics, Izuku said, breathing evenly and making sure his words weren't muttered. When I called your Detnerat's work for you incompetent, I was being charitable. If I were uncharitable, I would have accused your company of deliberately eschewing more expensive materials and relying on exposure as a means of cutting costs while putting future heroines' lives at risk. And if I wanted to be really uncharitable, I would say that the designer was too enamored with the idea of skimpily dressed teenagers to bother doing their jobs, Izuku said. There was a murmur from the crowd at that. Yotsubashi, to his credit, maintained his composure. Thank you for bringing this matter to my attention, young man. It's obvious that in our enthusiasm to enter the world of heroes, we appointed people whose ambitions outweighed their talents. I will see that the parties involved face consequences for their actions. Perhaps we can discuss that in a private meeting. It would be a fantastic way to show our commitment to getting this right. Izuku looked thoughtful for a bit, then shook his head. No, I don't think I'm the kind of person with whom your company would want to be associated. Yotsubashi looked confused. Why would you ever think that? Your staff, all the way up to senior management, was adamant that you had no wish to associate with me when my mother was looking for an affordable wardrobe option to fit my mutation, Izuku stated. Yotsubashi blinked. That goes against every single one of our company's goals. What sort of mutation would we ever ignore? A wider foot due to the inclusion of a second joint in the pinky toe, Izuku replied. Accompanied by a quirk that did not activate until I was 15. There was a brief flash of a sneer, which vanished, but the man's smile did not reappear. Oh. Indeed, Izuku stated. Detnerat feels no need to go out of its way to accommodate a customer base that is going extinct, Yotsubashi said, stone-faced. Well, a company with such a policy would no doubt find my performance in the sports festival disturbing. I mean, one of the reasons I've become popular was that I nearly won against Endeavor's son, no quirk required, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stated. Did the man gain more liver spots when 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said that? Clearly angered, 𝐤𝐷𝐼𝐵 stated, clearly this conversation was an error. Miss, I must commend your family for throwing a lovely party. I will give your praise the gravitas it deserves, considering I was one of the students who was ill-served by Detnerat's attempts at heroic support, and that Midoriya-kun here was the one who informed me of the options your employees overlooked, Momo stated imperiously. It was clear that his liver spots absolutely were multiplying. Saying nothing more, 𝐤𝐷𝐼𝐵 walked away. That felt good, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, sighing in relief. It was quite a sight to behold, Momo replied. Once the gala was over, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was scurried to the guest house, which was larger than the apartment building he lived in. He tried desperately not to think about that, and was surprised as he changed and found that his pajamas were somehow less comfortable than his new suit. Much like his time when Okako was communing with the Vestiges, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 slept without dreams. He supposed they were giving Momo privacy. He woke up before dawn, as he usually did, and bathed in elegance he never experienced before. Once he was dressed in his school uniform, he went down to the kitchen, expecting to make breakfast as he typically did. He was shocked to find the kitchen staff cooking a delicious-smelling meal, and Momo sitting at the table across from him, in her school uniform, her eyes focused on him. I was unprepared, she said to him, clearly shaken. I'm sorry, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 replied. At least I got a warning. I'm more angry on 𝐒𝐿𝐴's behalf for diving into that uninformed, Momo said sharply. I can give an explanation, even if it doesn't excuse me, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 replied. I'd gotten used to the oddity of the situation by the time Okako first tried it. Hell, when it first happened to me, it happened after getting my quirk, finding out I had ghosts talking in my head, learning how to use my power from them, taking the entrance exam, saving 𝐒𝐿𝐴, breaking my limbs, and talking to a girl for the first time. By that point, I was just thinking this might as well happen. Momo exhaled, the ghost of a laugh, as she smirked. I suppose that makes sense. Out loud, she said, Aizu-kun, please have some tea. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 bowed, thank you for your hospitality. A maid came over and poured the tea for him. He took a long sip. Is this Nezu's blend? I thought it tasted odd at first, but it honestly stuck with me afterwards, Momo said. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sighed in relief. I thought I was the only one. He has to be carnivorous, right? The blend lacks any sweetness, Momo hypothesized. I'm honestly not sure, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, contemplating it. Part of me wonders if he's deliberately throwing us a red herring. I want to say he's an ermine who has been altered to lack seasonal camouflage, but it seems too obvious, Momo replied. His teeth aren't right for it. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 shook his head, as the two students were served their breakfast, Belgian waffles, fried eggs, bacon, rice, and miso soup. Thank you for the meal, they both said, then began to devour the spread before them. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was used to seeing Momo pack away food thanks to her quirk increasing her metabolism, but he was surprised at the fact that he was eating just as ravenously and finished the entire meal. You're using your quirk more, Yoichi said as 𝐒𝐴's thoughts formed. You need the calories, too. It's only going to get more intense when you use the rest of our quirks in tandem, Daigoro said, apparently out of the doghouse he put himself in last night. It was only when they were in the car being chauffeured to you that 𝐒𝐴 checked his phone. It opened to his Hero News app. He gasped in shock. What's the matter? Momo asked. Ida, he said, showing the press release from the iDaten agency. When 𝐒𝐴 and Momo arrived at you, rain was pouring down. It was fitting, given the sour mood they were in, that Tenya would be in. What do we do? 𝐒𝐴 asked, uncertain about how to go about this. Well, there's a chance that Ida-kun will not attend today, Momo replied. He may need more time to recover from such a devastating loss. I don't think Ida would do that, 𝐒𝐴 shook his head. On a positive side, coming here may offer a relief from an oppressive mood back at home. Though, he may also feel that it's his duty to come here even if he'd be better off trying to recover from this shock. Momo frowned. I suppose I don't have the experience in handling something like this. Be open. Don't force anything, 𝐼𝐴N responded. Reach out your hand. Be prepared for him not to take it. Izuku looked at Momo, who nodded and replied, Thank you Rokubu-san. Please call me by my hero name, 𝐼𝐴N replied. What is your hero name, Rokubu-san? Momo asked. 𝐼𝐴N replied as Izuku rolled his eyes. I walked into that one, Momo said mournfully. Izuku wanted to laugh and say that this was why 𝐼𝐴N had taken an elder brother-like role in the family dynamic that One for All's Vestiges provided for him. But that reminded him of when he met Tensai Ida at Momo's estate and saw how he and Tenya interacted, and it hurt to think of that. That line of thought died as Tenya approached them, wearing a poncho, looking dazed. Izuku approached him, Ida-kun. It's good to see you. Ida nodded and smiled. Likewise, Midoriya-kun. Congratulations on winning first place. I hope you enjoyed your days off. Izuku frowned at the subdued response. It wasn't a good sign, but it was to be expected. I want you to know that if you need help with anything at all, please come to me, Momo, anyone in class, anyone at all. We're all here for you. Tenya bowed. I appreciate your concern. For now, I am coping about as well as I could. We should get ready for class. With that, he had dutifully changed out of his raincoat and shoes and headed for the classroom. He's planning something, Izumu said. What? Izuku asked. Back when Chief and I were freedom fighters, trying to stop All for One's reign of terror, I saw a lot of people lose their loved ones. They reacted in numerous ways. I think I've seen every possible reaction, Izumu said. You were always better at recognizing that headcase CRP than I was, Ryuji said fondly. It seems like he's just going through the motions, but when someone does that, there are two major ways that typically manifests. You either get people who shut down and just barely hang in there, or you get people who plot out their personal quest for vengeance. Ida got a look in his eyes that makes me think it's the latter, Izumu finished. Well, that's not good, Izuku said. It isn't, Momo agreed. Not at all, Okiko chimed in. Nope, Mai added. No, Ribbit, Zu concluded. Izuku blinked. Was that broadcast to everyone? I thought it was important. Should I have made it private? Izumu asked casually. Frowning, Izuku said, No, I just didn't realize it was public. God. One for All is infuriating sometimes. Tell me about it, came the voices of the Vestiges and the Bonded. It's good to see that, thus far, you all have taken Nezu's lesson on OPSEC well, Eraserhead said to the class as the last students entered the room. Today's going to be focused on a special hero informatics course, but first, we need to show you the offers you received. You should be aware that the number of offers you received is highly unusual. First-year students rarely, if ever, get offers in the hundreds. Your year, in contrast, had offers similar to those of third-year students. And like those third-year students, there is a large gap between the finalists and everyone else. Eraserhead then pulled aside the whiteboard to reveal the numbers. Midoriya Izuku, 4,873 Okiko Uraraka, 670 Ida Tenya, 296 Momo Yorozu, 272 Tsuyu Asui, 184 Ahiro Kirishima, 92 Ibara Shiozaki, 69 Mina Ashido, 17 Pony Tsunotori, 15 Itsuka Kendo, 3 Fumikage Tokoyami, 1. There was a collective gasp. Denki shouted out, Way to wreck the curve, Midoriya. Izuku was speechless, looking at the number following his name in disbelief. Momo sighed in relief. It appears that my performance in the second round offset my loss in the third. For those who haven't received offers, or if your offered internships cannot suit your needs, you has partnered with 40 hero agencies to provide you with experiences, Eraserhead explained. And for that, you're going to need hero names. He paused as the class exploded in cheers. Eraserhead silenced them with the use of his quirk. Once they were settled, he continued, Now, these names are intended to be temporary, but you had better be careful in choosing them or there'll be hell to pay. Midnight burst into the classroom, posing sensually as she always did. Does she ever stop? Yoichi asked tiredly from within Izuku's head. I'm absolutely terrible at hero names. I was struggling with my own before present MIC gave me mine, Eraserhead said. Therefore, I'm going to use the opportunity to take the nap I so desperately need. Aizawa is actually a prime example of why you need to be careful when choosing a hero name. Especially for this class, media attention may be on you even now. The name you choose may be the name you're stuck with for your career, Midnight said. As they worked on their names, Izuku puzzled over the ideas he'd had after contemplating his wordplay. He was rather proud of it. Once that was done, they began to show off, according to seat order. Unfortunately, Mina was first and her choice of Ripley Hero, Alien Queen got a hard rejection by Midnight. Come on, it's been 200 years and change, the copyright has lapsed. Mina tried to argue. Do you really want to be associated with a villain? It could work if you were trying to be a more edgy hero, Midnight said. Mina pouted. Yeah, I'll leave that to the Tokuyanagi duo. Anyone have any suggestions? Both 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 glared at her, blushing faintly. You've got horns, how about corny? A hero suggested, using the English word, causing Pony to just about die laughing. Once she explained what that meant, the boy's face turned as red as his hair. Maybe Venus. Okiko offered. As everyone stared, she said, well, the surface of Venus constantly rains acid, it would fit with the alien aesthetic, and Venus was also the god of love and beauty to the Romans, so, she explained, feeling very self-conscious. At the stairs, she muttered, I like space, okay. Are Mido's mumbles contagious? Denki asked, which earned him a poke from Gyro's Jax. Izuku, for his part, looked at Okiko with complete and utter adoration, which just increased her blushing. Mina, for her part, had stars in her eyes. That's perfect, she said, erasing and rewriting her whiteboard to read Acid Hero, Venus. Midnight gave her a thumbs up, to which Mina said, thanks, Okken. The high mood continued when Zu presented Rainy Season Hero, Froppy, which delighted the class. When Ida came up, however, he'd only written his first name. Are you sure? Midnight asked, looking concerned. Izuku remembered Tenya mentioning that she was friends with Ingenium and that they knew each other. This must have been HRD on her as well. I don't have a name that I feel comfortable taking just yet, Tenya replied. Izuku studied his friend's face. Izumu-ji-san, your thoughts? He's got that hard look again. There's probably a double meaning behind what he just said, Izumu responded. Spitballing here, his brother probably asked him to take his own hero name and he doesn't feel worthy of it. Problem is, what's he gonna do to make himself worthy? Izuku didn't like any of that, but focused. He applauded when Okiko offered Floating Hero, Uravity for her hero name. Denki followed up with Stun Gun Hero, Charge Bolt, which was also approved. A hero's choice of Sturdy Hero, Red Riot sparked some discussion about naming oneself after a prior hero. One of the reasons I chose to forego using might in my name, Izuku thought to himself. Luckily, no one in his head commented. The next few names went with little fanfare. Itsuka chose Hand-to-Hand Hero, Battle Fist, Koji chose Petting Hero, Anima, Yu chose Size Hero, Rule, and Kinoko chose Forest Witch Hero, Shemich. The next name was a point of contention, as Ibara chose to call herself the Flagellation Hero, Maria. I'm aware that your religion is a source of pride and comfort to you, but are you certain you wish to invite comparison to the mother of your god? Midnight asked. At that, Ibara frowned. I will need to think on this, she said as she returned to her seat. There was another question after Kyoka presented Hearing Hero, Earphone Jack. Midnight looked askance and asked, are you sure you want to use your quirk's name? I can't think of anything better, Kyoka admitted. How about Bass Boost? Denki suggested. When she glared at him, he continued, Beats. Heartbeat. Is this revenge for Jammingway and Charged Alt? Kyoka deadpanned. Hey, Charged Alt gave me the idea for my name, Denki offered with a shrug. Kyoka glared, but then amended her name to Heartjack. Midnight clasped her hands in delight. Wonderful. Blushing, Kyoka returned to her seat. Pony offered Rocket Hero, Stampede, only to find out that both her chosen epithet and name were taken already. She swore under her breath and changed it to Stampeding Hero, Rocketti, which passed. Tetsu showed off Full Metal Hero, Real Steel, which Midnight approved and had A-Hero cry out manly. Setsuna chose Splitting Hero, Lizardy, and Fumikage chose Jet Black Hero, Tsukuimi. Toru chose Refraction Hero, Prism for her name. Izuku smiled. She'd said was originally going to use the more generic Invisible Girl, before Izuku had questioned her about her quirk and they realized it worked by refracting light. Ibara wanted another try and chose Lashing Hero, Liana for her name, which was approved. Izuku deferred for a bit to consider his choice. Momo came up with Everything Hero, Creati, which was immediately approved. Leiko's choice of Haunting Hero, Shinigami led to a stare down by Midnight until she relented. That's the aesthetic you're going for, so I think you'll be fine. As Leiko returned to her seat, she and Fumikage shared a look and a smile. With everyone else having gone, Izuku knew that he couldn't put it off any longer. He didn't feel 100% behind this name, but he'd let his class see his choice. He went up and cleared his throat. I'm going to let you all in on a little secret. I told you all that I was mentored by All Might, and that he, in turn, was mentored by another hero. That hero, named Nimbus, in turn was mentored by another hero, who was mentored by another, in an unbroken chain of mentor and pupil going all the way back to the dawn of quirks. All Might was the 8th hero in that line. I am the 9th. I used that as a basis for this name. The name might seem a bit pretentious or high-minded, but this name isn't what I think I am, it's what I want to be. What I've always wanted to be. The greatest hero. The hero who can, and will, save everyone. I'm going to be the ultimate hero, Kyuseishu. Izuku turned his board around. Featured prominently were the words Kyukyoku meaning ultimate and Kyuseishu meaning savior. He was expecting criticism and rejection, but he was sorely mistaken. A wonderful aspirational name. With nice wordplay. Midnight replied. Though there is the risk of it being seen as arrogant. Green went viral saying he wants to be the next symbol of peace, Gyro countered. Seems pretty on brand to me. How did that clip ever leak onto the internet, anyway? Setsuna asked. Nezu, Midnight said. Nezu, Izuku said at almost the same time. The rat, Eraserhead called from within his sleeping bag. The intercom came on, and 1A was treated to their principal's maniacal laughter. Ibara decided to interrupt that. I believe your name fits, Midoriya-kun. Izuku smiled at Ibara. I'm glad, I was worried I might have offended you. That would be ridiculous of me, Ibara stated. The concept of a savior is not solely the providence of my faith. If I were so inclined, I would have taken offense to All Might, saying that his name is implying he is all-powerful. Be glad we're not in the States, then, Pony replied. There are people who are that ridiculous back home in Texas. Like, they really do claim All Might is evil because only God is all-powerful, and since his name implies that he's all-powerful, he's therefore in league with the devil. As everyone blinked in surprise, Eraserhead removed himself from his sleeping bag. If everyone has their names decided, you'll have to look through your choices. The rest of the class until lunch will be devoted to this, and you will have until tomorrow to choose your internship. I'm more than willing to help if anyone has trouble deciding, Izuku said. Are you offering help as class representative or as a hero nerd? Toru asked jokingly. Yes, Izuku responded bluntly. Worry about your own choices first, Midoriya, Aizawa said as he handed the boy an enormous file folder packed with offers. Nezu apparently was serious about his earlier suggestion, as the first 3 letters in the folder were from Ryukyu, Fatgum, and Sir Night Eye. A copy of Gang Orca's offer was there as well, along with most of the top 10. Wait, Endeavor offered him an internship. He took a look at the letter. Sure enough, after telling the man off to his face and later going viral denigrating his reputation as a hero, Endeavor decided to offer him an internship. He looked at the letter. He's probably trying to use me to prop up Shoto-kun, or to repair his own reputation, Izuku thought as he examined the offer, and placed it at the bottom of the folder. Most likely. Any thoughts? Yuichi asked. My biggest problem is that I have so many options and too many that would help me improve only a small subset of my powers, Izuku thought. Edgeshot's folder body would help with Black Whip. Hawks would give me great training for float, Crust would give me insights for using Laserdisc when I can access it. There was a brief silence, before Yoichi said, "Everyone, you're probably not going to like me saying this, but I think he should pick Night Eye." The hell? He's been even more of a stick in the mud ever since he and Yagi had their falling out. Daigoro yelled. We also know from his solo work that he's really good at training people to improve a variety of quirks. That's in addition to his skills at analysis that can help refine Izuku's own talents there, Yoichi said. And Izuku will have the benefit of being open about the nature of One for All with him. So, why did All Might and Sir Night Eye stop working together? Izuku asked. It was due to All Might's injury, or rather his reaction to it, Nana said. Night Eye wanted All Might to pick a successor and retire to prevent him from working himself to death. To that end, Night Eye used his quirk on All Might without permission and foresaw Toshi's death. Izuku frowned. Yeah, that would be a point of contention. I can honestly agree that Toshichusen needed to scale back more than he had, and would have benefited from picking a successor earlier. However, if he did that, there'd have been chaos that plenty of villains would have exploited. Not to mention, using a quirk like Foresight on someone without permission is a gross violation of privacy. Nothing said out loud. You're learning, Ien said proudly. The last time they talked, at least that we're aware of, was shortly after Toshi met you, Nana added. He said he had a perfect candidate for One for All, but Toshi told him that the ninth wielder had already been chosen. Nighty wasn't thrilled at the thought of a quirkless middle schooler being chosen, and that caused a serious argument. Izuku frowned. Should I really accept this, then? I can't be certain, but I'd probably guess that this offer is a way of mending broken bridges, Yoichi said. As it stands, I think he's the best option. Any objections? Izuku asked. As Daigoro, Izumu, and Ryuji began to speak, he amended that to any serious objections. That was met with silence. He decided to put Sir Night Eye as his top pick. He chose Ryukyu as his second option, being both one of Nezu's suggestions and one of the top 10, but chose Hawks rather than Fat Gum for his third. Kind of poetic that the number 3 hero was his third choice. And that the number 2 hero was his last choice. He looked up to his classmates. Anyone need help? The mystery of 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 single offer only deepened when Dark Shadow popped out of the boy's chest and yelled, "Holy Siapi! Hawks chose us. We didn't even make it to the third round. Why's number 3 scouting us?" In disbelief. To which, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 blushed and tried to quiet his quirk. It's probable that his observations of the first 2 skirmishes impressed him, and he found potential there that necessitated refining, Leiko said, which caused 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 to smile, but also to blush harder. Or maybe it's 'cause you're both birds. Denki offered. Of course, that earned him another jab from Kyoka. Hey, Mido, any thoughts on Uwabami? Itsuka asked. She's one of my 3 options, and she's the highest ranked one. She's a hero that's been spending most of her time on the media side lately. She still does hero work, but her work in recent years has mostly been modeling and media appearances, Izuku opined. Yuck, no, Itsuka frowned. Gonna take Gunhead's offer. Disappointing, Momo said. I was thinking of her agency. Do you have any suggestions, Izuku-an? Izuku looked through the list, before landing on one. Fat Gum is a good all-around hero, and both of you use food to fuel your quirks. I think he'd be a good fit. Momo nodded gracefully. Izuku approached the clustered desks belonging to Zu, Tenya, and Okiko. How are you doing, Zuchen, Okken? Found anyone good? Good. More like great. Okiko said. I'm going with Ryukyu. Excellent. Izuku said. She's a fantastic hero. Ribbit, I'm accepting Gang Orca's offer, Zu added. I had a feeling you would, Izuku said. I've picked Night Eye. Okiko smirked. Of course you'd choose All Might's former sidekick. Hey, it's only 40% because of that, Izuku said. He looked at Tenya. How about you, Ida-kun? Tenya looked up and gave them a smile. I'm well. I've chosen the normal hero, Manuel, for my internship. Izuku blinked. I wouldn't have considered him for you. He's a well-respected and conscientious hero who has done a great deal to aid aspiring heroes. I believe he shall be a good fit, Tenya replied. Nothing about his words seemed to carry the usual earnestness he always exuded. Izuku took a look at Tenya's form. 2 other hero agencies listed as alternates. None of his 3 choices had any outward similarities. And then Izuku realized. All of them are located in Hosu. Where Ingenium was injured, Izuku thought with dread. He's going after the hero killer. Well, that's a great idea. Several heroes died and plenty of others were injured, including my older brother who has basically the same quirk as me, except he's more experienced with it, but somehow I'm going to succeed where they all failed. It's practically natural selection at this point, Ryuji commented. I think I liked you better when you ignored me, Izuku deadpanned. Faye, you proved yourself to me, now you have to live with the consequences, Ryuji said dismissively. I'm still going to stop him, Izuku said. As other classmates came to him for assistance, Izuku tried to plan. Okay, how exactly is danger sense going off? Eraserhead asked Izuku, feeling a headache coming on. Izuku decided he'd need to work with the teachers for this, and so he came to their office during lunch. So, as I've gotten used to it, I can sense things that aren't exactly immediate physical threats, Izuku said. It's like I've got a palette that's being refined. Basically, my quirk is telling me that something is off with Deku, and it's going to put him in danger. Technically correct, even if those 2 are unrelated, Yoichi said thoughtfully. So you think Deku, the only guy I've ever met who's stiffer than Cementos, so much of a stickler for the rules that he can quote the Yu handbook chapter and verse, is going to try and go vigilante? Present MIC asked incredulously. I can hardly believe it myself, Izuku replied. But his brother, his hero, was maimed. I know the damage that learning that can do to someone's psyche. All Might coughed up BLD as Izuku said that. His world's been upended. And he's picked 3 hero agencies, none of which suit him, none of which are similar in any way except for the fact that they are located in Hosu, where the hero killer is still believed to be operating. Eraserhead stared at him, then said, Okay. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We'll take care of this. Izuku looked at Eraserhead for a minute, then nodded and left. When he was gone, the tired pro let out a sigh of relief he didn't know he was holding. He's put his trust in us instead of meddling himself, Eraserhead said to the gathered staff members. We can't let that go to waste. He's right, Tenya-kuen's absolutely not himself, Midnight added glumly. I thought he was just distant, but it could easily be something more drastic. I'll have him in sessions before the internships begin, for one, Hound Dog said. But we can't let him go to Hosu. And if we bar him from any agency there, he might make a more drastic decision. Present MIC countered. Eraserhead pondered his current problem child lowercase. In his head, the title problem child would always be associated with Izuku, at least until someone worse came along. Which would probably bring about the end of days. We need to give him a better option. An offer he couldn't refuse. All Might cleared his throat. I believe I know how to reach young Ida. If an offer came from me, young Ida would not find it in his heart to reject it. And I know someone who can help. Someone who can teach young Ida about his quirk, about dealing with his tragic loss, and, perhaps, teach him to be less stiff. I will have to make a phone call to see if he is willing. The other teachers agreed with the idea. All Might left to make his call in privacy. They were surprised to see he was shaking in fear as he did so. I am here to deliver a last-minute offer. All Might barged into Wana's classroom. Wait, you're taking one of us as an intern. Mina cried out in shock. Sorry to burst that bubble, but no. This offer comes from someone I know very well. All Might turned to Tenya, young Ida. Ever since I began teaching this year, I have been in correspondence with my old teacher, a semi-retired pro hero who once taught homeroom. His quirk, Jet, is quite similar to yours, allowing him to rocket through the air at terrifying speeds. When discussing the sports festival, he showed an interest in you, and during our phone call today, he expressed interest in coming out of retirement to help train you. All Might handed over the letter, bowing to Tenya as he did so. Luckily, he'd managed to keep the tremors down for this. Tenya was utterly shocked. He took the letter and said, with a bit of his normal self leaking through, Thank you so much, All Might Sensei. I will gladly accept this offer. And, honestly, how could he not? Tenya still hungered for vengeance, but to see All Might, his sensei, the #1 hero, humbly present Tenya with an offer. An offer to train with the one who trained All Might himself. A pro who would come out of retirement for Tenya's behalf. He had his plans. He had his wants. But this was something he could never refuse. And so, Tenya amended his form. He consulted the letter to see which hero it was. He would look forward to learning from this Gran Torino. The holographic image of Melissa Shield addressed the gathered hero students, and so it seems that additional second stage bonds multiply the range of the bond's effects, but the increased physical capacity is additive. You're at a 40% increase in physical strength while within 10 kilometers of each other, which means that at 8 stage 2 bonds, in addition to the telepathy, we will have an 80% increase in physicality at a range of 100,000 kilometers, Momo said, frowning, which is more than the diameter of the Earth, so for all practical reasons, we would be able to function anywhere. That's over a quarter of the distance between Earth and the Moon. Okiko's eyes bugged out. If the International Space Station was still in use, one of us could be on there, the other could be on the exact opposite end of the planet, and we'd still stay within range. Exponential growth is terrifying, Melissa said. You know, with Okiko's quirk, we could start exploring space again super easily. Mai said, getting ideas. The biggest energy requirement is getting out of Earth's gravitational pull, so we could save a ton on fuel and launch costs by just having her touch some equipment and letting it yeet itself away from the planet. That would be amazing. Melissa agreed. Totally. Though the idea of me being a hero and serving as a space taxi might be too much for one person, Okiko said, thinking pragmatically. The fact that you can do it means that it is technically replicable, Izuku offered. Though maybe we should table that discussion for now, he turned to Zu and Toru. Zu looked fine, and the bond wasn't conveying anything severe. Toru, on the other hand, looked absolutely fried. I fell for a bunch of nerds. Why couldn't I join a more fun polycule? Does this mean our date this afternoon is cancelled? Izuku asked. The bond, unfortunately, revealed that beneath his joking tone he was worried about boring the girls. Hell, no. Don't even joke about that, I'm not letting any of you go without a fight. Toru leapt up, holding up her fist for emphasis. Perfect. Izuku said, smiling in relief. Speaking of dates, I've solved one of our conundrums, Momo said, opening a purse. I have opened an account for the group to use for our dates. I realize that outings with each other will add up, so I wanted to give us an option so that we aren't constrained in this way. She took out debit cards and distributed them to her paramours. I have one for you too, Melissa-san, for when you arrive in Japan. It'll be after your internships end, Melissa smiled at them. Okiko and Izuku each looked at the cards with some unease. Okiko said, I know you mean this as a gift, but this still makes me feel like a parasite. Well, then we'll just have to go on a date where you spend some of it on me, Momo said with a smile. Okiko blushed, but nodded. Momo then turned to Izuku, and you are the one who earned it. Father gave me the proceeds when we sold our shares in Detnerat after your crusade against our initial suit designs. Izuku blinked. Wow. So how much money is in there? Momo told them the number. Okiko fainted. A part of Izuku felt bad about going out to have fun when one of his friends was dealing with something so difficult. Still, he realized that he'd offered his hand, and Tenya needed the space. And, if anything, this would be a good distraction. Toru was wearing a bright cornflower blue dress and matching wristbands and a nice sun hat. Izuku, by contrast, had dressed nicely, but he was still wearing a joke t-shirt that read kimono, which made Toru giggle. How many of those shirts do you have? Toru asked. Too many, I suppose, Izuku replied sheepishly. Full disclosure, I've never planned a wardrobe for hanging out with friends before, let alone for dating. I need to wait for laundry before anything truly nice is available again. Toru frowned, which Izuku only knew because of the bond. Then, her whole body exploded in motion. We should go on a shopping trip. Izuku paled, uncertain. I mean, I don't want to exhaust Momo's account in one trip, we don't have to buy much. Toru stated, we can model stuff for each other, see what works, see what we like, maybe use the bonds to find out what the others think look good on us. What followed was a trip to a shopping mall and a whirlwind assessment of various outfits. Izuku always treated clothes shopping as a chore, but Toru was making this so much fun, trying to coordinate outfits and showing them off for her. It felt so nice. He felt like he was attractive, which he'd never felt before. Speaking of attractive, Toru modeling outfits for him was mind-blowing. She had such a bright theatricality to her movements, and an infectious cheer that made her so lovely. He could scarcely take his eyes off of her. In the end, they did end up buying a few things, mostly non-joke shirts for Izuku which he bought with his own money. They went for dinner at the mall's food court. This was a lot of fun, Izuku-an, Toru said as she began to eat. Same here, Izuku said. You know so much about how to coordinate an outfit, and you make them all look great. Hey, well, I have to. Since, you know, that's one of the few ways to get people to notice me, Toru said, and Izuku could feel that twitch of sadness when she did. Izuku paused for a bit, collecting his words. You know, back before my quirk came in, I saw a lot of people who were conventionally pretty, but I always saw them at their worst. Even if they had perfect facial symmetry or expert hair and makeup or whatever, they'd be sneering or condescending, and it meant that no matter how nice they might look, they were ugly. Toru-chan, you're so upbeat and friendly and chipper that it doesn't matter that I've never seen your face. You're one of the prettiest people I've ever met, Izuku said, giving a smile that could blind a person. Toru paused, then smacked Izuku on the arm. That was the cheesiest thing I've ever heard. She said it fondly. And then he saw droplets land on her shirt. Did I upset you, Toru-chan? Izuku wanted to be sure. Course not, you big goof. You don't have the monopoly on happy crying, you know. Toru said. Sorry, the bond helps, but I keep worrying over nothing, Izuku said, smiling. Toru laughed, then gently smacked the top of his head. This bad boy can fit so much anxiety in him. As she did so, she began to rub his hair. Oh wow, you're so fluffy. Izuku had no idea what to do as his date started petting his hair like he was a puppy or something. He was afraid of the social faux pas he was causing, but at the same time, it felt really good. After about a minute, totally red-faced, he said, maybe you should stop. Toru seemed to realize that she was in public, letting out an eep, as she sat right back down in her chair. Izuku sensed that if she was visible, she'd be blushing. So, Toru changed the subject. I was hoping for some advice on where to go on my internship. I figured I'd let the others ask you in class since I was gonna have time with you later. Izuku smiled as he put his hand to his chin in thought. I suppose the question is, what would you like to focus on? From the agencies provided by you, I can see two good fits for you, depending on whether you want to train up your stealth or your refraction. Toru instantly knew the answer. Stealth comes naturally to me, and we have an underground hero for a homeroom teacher. I just learned about my refraction powers, I should train those up. Izuku nodded. Reflet is a heroine who can store, manipulate, and use light in a number of ways, and her sidekicks have similar quirks. You should learn a lot there. Excellent. Toru cheered. I can't wait. Our internships are going to rule. Mai's date was the hardest to plan out. Honestly, Mai would have been happy if they spent it together in her workshop, him helping her make things and talking. But this was their first date, and Mai's first date ever. That made it special. That meant he had to do something. He rang the doorbell, upon which a man with white dreadlocks opened, looked at Izuku, and said, Sweet Tesla, this is really happening, what? Izuku asked. Sorry, young man, I'm just in shock. One moment, please. He turned around. Honey, the boy from the sports festival is here. A woman with lighter red hair came in, took one look at Izuku, and appraised him. She put on a stern face and said, If this is an attempt to get my little girl alone so you can do something horrible to her, I'll never. Izuku paled in shock. I've had Jayas do that to me my whole life. I'd never do that to anyone. Oh, that's good, the man said in relief. Next possible scenario, are you perhaps being coerced in any way, shape or form? Blackmail, perhaps. No. This is extremely weird, Izuku said cautiously. Tell me about it, the man said. We're sorry, Midoriya-kun. The woman, obviously Mrs. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, responded, a lot nicer. 𝐼 doesn't have the best social graces or understanding, and we were worried that something bad might have been going on. At first we thought she made you up, Mr. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said. Then when we saw you at the sports festival, we thought she might have assumed you were her boyfriend just because you teamed up with her. Then we feared you might stand her up. My daughter is actually getting ready to go on a date with a boy. She showered and everything. She's willingly giving up time at the workshop. I don't know whether to be thrilled or horrified. Izuku cleared his throat and bowed. You don't have to worry about me, Mr. and Mrs. 𝐻𝐻𝐿. I think Mai's wonderful the way she is. She's really smart and she has so many clever ideas for inventions. I'm really glad I chose her as my support technician, and she's great to be around. She's the first person I've ever met who can follow me when I go off about a quirk and its potential applications, and she uses that to make great gear. And when she goes off about her babies, it's super endearing. Even if I can't always follow the mechanical sciences, it's so awesome to see the theory put into practical use. Good, Mrs. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said, interrupting Izuku's mutterstorm. 𝐼 found another one. Great Scott! Mr. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 exclaimed, heading for a chair to sit down. Any further discussion was tabled as Mai appeared. She was wearing a pair of coveralls as she always did, but they were good ones, free of any stains or tears. Her goggles were missing, but her dreadlocks were held back by a headband. Izuku, she cried out, nearly tackling him. Where are we going? Mai, sweetie, maybe you should wear something a little more. Mrs. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 began, concerned. It's fine, Izuku said, and it really was. This look was just so emblematic of her that seeing her in anything else would be wrong. You'll fit in at the Hamada Enterprise Expo. All three 𝐻𝐻𝐿s were shocked as Izuku casually dropped the name of one of the biggest technology expositions in the world, being held that week. Aren't tickets to that super limited? Mai said in shock. We have a Yorozu, Izuku countered, holding the tickets as proof. Mai squealed in delight, taking Izuku by the arm and dragging him outside. There was a pause, and Mrs. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said, well, at least we won't have to worry about having grandkids. Perhaps, but now we'll have to worry about our grandkids, Mr. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 countered. What followed when they entered the expo was a whirlwind. While most conferences of this scale were made for the business side of tech, the HE was made by inventors for inventors. And Mai managed to be a support student who made it to the third round of the US Sports Festival using the gear she'd built. And she'd showcased a hero student using it effectively. This, it turned out, was a big deal. Everyone showing off their inventions was as intrigued by Mai as she was by them. Watching Mai was like watching a shark go on a feeding frenzy, except she was feeding on other sharks who were also feeding on her, and that caused her to feed even more, and the analogy was getting away from him. Izuku was basically reduced to a note-taker, but Mai was having such a blast that he didn't mind. It was great seeing her face light up. When they were finally on the train back home, Mai was sleeping on his shoulder. And, unfortunately, once they got to their stop, she was out like a light. In the end, Izuku had to put her in a fireman's carry and bring her home. Luckily, he was strong enough to do it. About halfway to her house, Mai stirred. Hey, Izuku. Was talking with your grandpa, and your uncle who looks like a grandpa. They're nice, she said telepathically. Did it bother you? Izuku asked. Nope. It was a little weird, but learning Mindscape stuff was worth it. Mai replied. She frowned, and swayed to normal speech. Could you maybe keep carrying me home? Your parents might be a little concerned, Izuku said sadly. And I want to make a good impression. Okay, she said reluctantly, as Izuku crouched down to help her get to the ground. They continued walking. When they got to her doorstep, without preamble, Mai grabbed his face and gave him a kiss. Their teeth clicked at first, but they quickly corrected themselves, continuing passionately until they stopped mostly for air. They looked at each other. I'm really glad to have you, Izuku, Mai said. I'm doing so much better cause of you, and everyone you brought with you. Izuku smiled, tearing up, I feel the same about you. Mai then headed back to her home. As Izuku walked away, he felt like he was floating, no quirk or hover souls required. The next day, at lunch, Izuku and Momo sat down to have meet with Shoda and Shishida. Monoma, of course, scoffed and came up to them. Must our representatives associate with this riffraff? Monoma-kun, it's imperative that we coordinate and exchange any and all insights we may have regarding internships, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said calmly. Monoma sneered. Still, to lower yourselves to dash, he was interrupted as 𝐿𝐴 sat down at the table and said, Hey, 𝐒𝐿𝐴. The tone was muted, but to the icy boy, it might as well have been a shout. Monoma was speechless. He'd been trying to get the son of Endeavor to be a team player with the rest of the class for weeks, and suddenly he was buddy-buddy with their arch-rival. That was compounded when Hitoshi and Akira came by. Izuku. It's good to see you, bro. Hitoshi waved as well, and they sat down, too. Izuku sighed at 𝐿𝐴. He still wasn't sure if his former opponent was trolling him or just that socially awkward. Hey, guys. How's it going? Well, once internships finish up, you're looking at 1B's 2 newest members. Akira said, his fist pumping. We'll be spending the week in, essentially, boot camp to catch us up to where you guys are, Hitoshi replied. Well, it appears that 1B has traded up, Monoma smirked as he sat down. Thankfully, the loss of those 2 barbarians kept you from being subjected to 1A. What actually happened? Why were those guys thrown out? Akira asked. Prior to the sports festival, both hero classes sparred together to test that we wouldn't do anything rash on live television, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 explained. Bakugo was a violent, sociopathic egomaniac who had a history of denigrating Midoriya-kun when he was erroneously labeled as quirkless, and as such was present in the hero course on probation, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 explained. He unleashed a potentially lethal blow on Uraraka during their spar, against All Might's XPLCT orders. Mineta was an even worse degenerate, who used the opportunity to molest his female opponent. Momo shivered. Izuku didn't hug her, knowing it would be unwelcome thanks to the bond, but tried to project comfort to her. A bully and a pervert, Hitoshi said. Yeah, good riddance. Akira seemed relieved. He was still trying to parse 𝐒𝐿𝐴's vocabulary. So, where are the rest of you headed for your internships? Izuku changed the subject. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's agency scouted both Shoda and myself, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stated. Apparently, he strives to mentor people who only made the second round. Monoma smiled smugly. I, meanwhile, have been sought out by none other than Best Jeanist. I'm interning with my father, 𝐿𝐴 said. The entire table went silent. Apparently, this was news to the members of 1B as well, given the shocked looks on their faces. 𝐿𝐴-kun, are you certain? Izuku said. I mean, I turned down the offer he sent me. That was probably wise, 𝐿𝐴 said. Unlike you, Endeavor is invested in my future, even if it's for selfish reasons. And whatever else can be said about him, he's a highly skilled hero, one who has successfully trained numerous sidekicks with fire quirks. You convinced me to use my fire. If I want to be the symbol you think I can be, I need to be as skilled with it as I possibly can be. That's the only reason I chose his agency. That sank in, and Izuku said, just be careful, all right. I will, 𝐿𝐴 said. And at least now, if something goes wrong, I have people I can turn to. Izuku's eyes lit up. Momo-chan, Shoda-kun, 𝐒𝐿𝐴-kun, that gives me an idea to pitch to Nezu. The last date before internships would be Okiko's. When the day approached, he'd been going over everything. He wanted this to go well. You're worried over nothing, Yoichi stated. Maybe I don't need to be worried, but it's not nothing, Izuku replied. Okan's really important to me. She's the first real friend I ever had. The first person I've fallen in love with. She's special to me. She is, 𝐿𝐴 said. Which she's aware of, and which she reciprocates. Any time spent with you is going to be special to her as well. So, just try and enjoy yourselves. Okay, Shinomori, where the hell did that come from? Daigoro asked incredulously. Just because I like to avoid social interactions doesn't mean I'm not aware of them, 𝐿𝐴 replied. This guy, Daigoro whispered. Anyways, little man, just relax. You're going on a first date, not proposing. Keep it chill. Izuku paused. Izuku, you're not giving Okiko a ring tonight, Nana ordered. I wasn't thinking that, Izuku said unconvincingly. I know you're lying. The quirk's been moving things quickly, but it's still too soon, Nana admonished. Yeah, at least wait until you get your bonds from the edgelords and get rings for the whole set at once, Daigoro quipped. Lin seemed to shake his head. Stop. Please. Izuku knocked on Okiko's apartment door, nervous, but ready. Soon, the door opened and he got to see Okiko. She was wearing a deep purple dress and black tights, along with a nice pair of boots. Izuku wore a navy blue button-down shirt and black slacks, along with the shoes created for his date with Momo. And Izuku also wore his All Might-themed smiling flu mask, this time with a matching All Might cap complete with hair antennae. Okiko, not to be outdone, was wearing a Miruko-themed cap with rabbit ears and a 13-themed flu mask. The two of them looked at each other for a second, at their nice outfits and their disguising accessories, and the tension broke as they began to giggle, then belly laugh. When they finally recovered, they shook their heads. You look really nice, Okin, Izuku said firmly. You do, too. I wish we could do without these, but after I got waylaid at the grocery store, it's become a necessity, Okiko said sadly. Same here, Izuku said. Well, we'd best get used to the price of fame. It'll be good practice for when we hit the top 10. Maybe you will. I'd be lucky if I get that far, Okiko grumbled. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Tell me, who managed to reenact the 𝐒𝐽𝐽 impact during the sports festival again? And I ended up vomiting and passing out immediately afterwards. Okiko blushed under her mask. We're getting off track. Where are we heading, Izuku-an? A Chuto planetarium, Izuku responded, holding up tickets. He felt such pride at the way her face lit up. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. The actual trip to the planetarium was amazing. Okiko was in her element, and Izuku loved to see it. He remembered seeing her gush over meeting 13 and wondering if this was what he looked like to others. The Vestiges had confirmed that, yes, it was. The show itself was breathtaking. Astronomy, like all innovation, had suffered after the dawn of quirks, but it wasn't completely stagnant. Even if space exploration had been halted centuries ago, scientists were still working to gain knowledge about the cosmos. And the planetarium showed them all the infinite vastness of the universe. And it also gave the two hero students the chance to cuddle in a darkened room, which was always a plus. When it was over, they left for a nearby French bistro, which had Okiko a little uncomfortable. Izuku looked conflicted. Are you okay? This is really nice, but I've never eaten at a place like this before, Okiko said, voice low. I can't help but feel out of place. Well, there's one way to solve that, Izuku smiled. We need to do this more often. Okiko blushed. Why yeah. Momo mentioned that after we each had our first date with you we'd be going on dates with each other. That's great. Izuku said. He was relieved. He'd been worried that this was all a bit too centered around him. Yeah, and she's been helping out. My family's been getting a ton of work lately, Okiko said. A few contracts from the Yorozu group, and it's like a floodgate opened. Izuku nodded, then looked at her, feeling her mental conflict through the bond, and decided to ask her privately. Do you think that I don't deserve one for all? What? Never. Okiko cried out telepathically. You worked so hard just to get it, to make it work for you. You never seem to stop. But I got extremely lucky, being saved by All Might, being trained by him, given a quirk by him, Izuku said firmly. Okiko relaxed. Same. Principle, I suppose. We got a lucky break, but we needed to work hard to make the best of it. Exactly, Izuku smiled at her. She practically melted at that smile. Let's change the subject. How's Black Whip coming along? A bit oddly, Izuku responded. It's hard to pinpoint the ideal emotional state, as well as get used to what's essentially a group of extra limbs. Daigoroji-san is helping, but it's difficult. Luckily, they're packing the same punch I do with One for All. I'm hoping Sir Night-Eye can give me insights on how to improve it, as well as ideas for the quirks I haven't unlocked yet. I'm sure you'll do great. Okiko said happily. With Ryukyu, I'm hoping to improve my mobility, combat, and tolerance to my quirk. I almost went with Gunhead like Kendo-san, but Ryukyu's also skilled at hand-to-hand. Well, hand-to-claw, Izuku stated, causing Okiko to giggle. At that point, their food was served, and they learned one of the upsides to telepathy. They could eat and hold a conversation without having to worry about looking rude or choking. On the day of the internships, as 1A gathered before they would start heading towards their chosen hero agencies, Eraserhead handed them all their costumes. Once they all had them, Izuku cleared his throat. "Hey, everyone. I just wanted to say something real quick. We're going to be working with pro heroes this next week. While the danger for us will, hopefully, be minimal, it isn't nothing. I still remember the promise I made to all of you after the USJ, where I said I would make sure to come back to you all, safe and sound. Right now, I'm asking you all to make the same promise to me right now. No matter what, the first goal is to come back here, safe and sound. All right?" Izuku asked solemnly. Hiro and Tetsu seemed like they were going to cheer, but Izuku glared at them, and they shut up. The entire class agreed to the terms. To that end, I asked Nezu to give each hero student one of these. He held up a small flip device with a single button. "They're included with your costumes. This is similar to the panic button I have for Yui. If any of us gets into a dangerous situation and we need help, this will send a text with our name and location to the Yui staff, as well as all members of 1A and 1B. If you receive one of these texts, inform your mentors before anything else. We don't need to run afoul of vigilante laws. And don't abuse it. Any notification from these things will be treated as a full-scale, USJ-level emergency." Itsuka looked at him. "Was that the lecture you were given, Midoriya-kun?" "No," Eraserhead interjected. "He was told to stop running headfirst into certain death. Please use this instead." As the class laughed, Izuku blushed and, knowing he couldn't defend himself, stayed quiet. "Hey, nice to meet you, Kohai-kun." Izuku was startled as he turned around to see another muscular young man, one a head taller than him, with blonde hair spiked upward and simple blue eyes. He looked vaguely familiar. It took a second before it clicked with Izuku. "Oh, you're Mirio Tagata, the third-year sports festival's winner. One of the big three of the third-year students." Izuku said in awe. "That's right, fellow champ." Tagata said proudly. "I've also been interning with Sir Night Eye since my first year. He let me know you were going to be joining us this week." "Really?" Izuku said, relieved. "That's wonderful to know. I was hoping he'd be a good teacher, and if you've been coming back consistently." "Oh yeah," says the one who turned me from a wreck who barely had the ability to use his quirk to what I am today. He's great at figuring that sort of thing out." Tagata's smile was blinding. Izuku sagged in relief. "Oh, that's so good to know. The reason I picked him was that my quirk has a bunch of moving parts to it, and I wanted to get a good foundation on everything. So many of my best offers could only focus on one piece of the puzzle." At that point, the train arrived, and the two of them made it to their seats. Luckily, they were grouped together. Once they were settled, Izuku opened a notebook. "So, Tagata-senpai, just call me Mirio, Midoriya-kun. We'll be working together after all." "Sure thing. You can call me Izuku as well. So, Mirio-senpai, I have a few questions about permeation after watching the sports festival. Would you mind?" Izuku asked. "Hey, I should introduce you to Nejiya-chan." "Go ahead, Izuku-kun. Just don't be surprised if I start hitting you with questions myself." Mirio replied. "I'd be happy to answer. First things first, are you the one who got disqualified 2 years ago because you kept phasing out of your uniform?" Izuku said, looking sympathetic. Mirio, for his part, just laughed. "Yeah, that's my legacy, it seems. That's how I measure how far I've come, that I've taken a quirk as finicky as mine and used it to become a top hero student. I spent so much time feeling utterly useless because of my quirk." Izuku smiled sadly. "I know that feeling well enough." Mirio blinked. Right, Eraserhead's commentary. He'd mentioned Decade Force came in late. How late? Morning of the UA entrance exam. Izuku was used to this answer by now. Mirio was stunned. Wow, and here I thought it was impressive getting permeation under control in such a short time. Oh, it's not like that. Izuku said, "My quirk, it's like the ocean during a typhoon, and my body's a dam trying to hold it back. I can use a tiny amount of it safely, but if I stay in that safe zone, I'll never improve. So, I have to walk a razor-thin margin whenever I use it, just enough to make sure I can acclimate, straining myself just short of the point where it will break me. The first day I had it I overdid it, turned my arms and legs into jelly as my bones were practically powder. 𝐼𝐸 gave a golf clap. That's awesome. My issue was different. See, my quirk isn't as simple as it may seem. If I was to just render my entire body permeable, I'd start plummeting towards the Earth's core. And I'm permeable to everything. Light passes through my eyeballs. Oxygen passes through my lungs. It's total sensory deprivation, aside from the sensation of falling. Izuku's eyes widened and his stomach dropped as he heard the description, but he was still diligently writing down what his senpai was saying. Wow, that's terrifying. Yep. 𝐼𝐸 somehow said cheerfully. One good thing about my quirk is that, since matter can't coexist in the same place at once, if I turn permeation off while stuck inside a wall or something, I just rocket right back out of it. So that's how you seem to teleport during the sports festival. Izuku said, writing feverishly. You were falling, then using the displacement to rocket back up at high speeds. You must have been changing your trajectory mid-fall to ensure you emerged at the right place. And to do all of that completely blind, sir, helped me out so much going through the individual steps of using permeation, until the delicate steps needed to do something as seemingly simple as walking through a wall became second nature to me, 𝐼𝐸 said. He held out his fist. Troublesome quirk brothers. Izuku smiled. Troublesome quirk brothers. He bumped 𝐼𝐸's fist with his own. It's a good thing Toshi didn't choose him, Nana mentioned during a lull in the conversation. It only happened while they were arriving at the agency. Izuku had gotten used to hearing revelations in his head. It was the only thing keeping him from tripping right then and there. Wait, what? Tagata was Night Eye's choice for All Might's successor, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 stated. Now that it was pointed out, Izuku could sort of see the physical resemblance. Did Night Eye deliberately choose 𝐼𝐸 because of that? Or maybe it was unconscious. Even without the accelerated aging, a quirk like permeation would be ill-suited to work with One for All, Yoichi stated. Even if we hadn't hit singularity, the power of One for All would have been devastating to wield and highly destructive. Combined with a finicky quirk like permeation, and it could easily destroy him. Yeah, Black Whip's about as bad as it gets when it comes to messy quirks among all of us, Daigoro said. Your main issue's gonna be making sure they all work well together. As soon as they reached the entrance, they found Sir Night Eye waiting for them, looking at Izuku sternly. The Vestiges were on guard, but didn't raise an alarm. Izuku, for his part, smiled and bowed. Thank you for your offer, sir. I hope we can work well together. Night Eye nodded. Tagata-kun, you know where to place your luggage. Midoriya-kun, I would like to speak with you in my office regarding your quirk. 𝐼𝐸 nodded, flashing Izuku a thumbs up as Izuku followed the pro. Is this normal? Izuku asked. Surprisingly, yes, Yoichi stated. Oh, don't let him touch you. His quirk works through a combination of touch and eye contact, Nana added. Good to know, Izuku said as he entered Sir Night Eye's office. And immediately saw a dream come true. The office was covered wall-to-wall with all merch. Some of the rarest collectibles known to man were there. Posters that were out of print forever. Figurines with runs of less than 100. It was a fanboy's paradise. Sir, my collection wants to be yours when it grows up, Izuku said. Night Eye let out a contained snort, but quickly, his face returned to sternness. I must confess, when I sent you my offer, I didn't think you would accept it. You and All Might parting ways is common knowledge. I was told why, but not by Toshinori-sensei himself, Izuku said, bowing. I chose you because, in addition to knowing the secret behind One for All, you are skilled in training heroes who have many disparate quirks. Yes, Night Eye's voice became even colder. I'm quite good at correcting the mistakes people make with their quirks. Izuku's heart sank, as the Vestiges grumbled. You are quite the inferior successor to All Might, Night Eye said. Your arrogance at the sports festival was on full display, antagonizing people in power, showboating with your abilities, toying with your opponents in the tournament rounds, and even now you refer to All Might by his given name. I was right to be concerned about you as a successor. No one would look to you as the symbol of peace, 𝐒𝐿 was extremely confused, until he remembered something. So, 𝐼's agency doesn't have any official accounts on social media. Does he not follow it at all? Ugh, yes, he always avoided it, Yoichi said mournfully. How did I forget that about him? The first thing you should do is to transfer One for All to Mirio Tagata immediately, so that we can give the world a proper symbol of peace, 𝐼 said. Without thinking, the first words out of Izuku's mouth were, "I'm not going to let you kill Mirio-senpai." When Sir 𝐼 said he wanted Izuku to give One for All to Mirio, he was expecting 1,000 possible responses. Pleading, begging, denial, stubborn refusal, tears, possible violence. He couldn't rely on foresight for this one, but there were so many arguments he was prepared to have to combat the teenager. What he wasn't expecting was for the boy to accuse him of attempting to kill Mirio. For the first time since the boy walked into the room, 𝐼 was visibly taken aback. "What?" he asked, dumbfounded. Izuku tilted his head quizzically and asked, Have you contacted Toshinori-sensei at all about me? About how One for All has grown since he gave it to me? He informed me that he was giving his quirk to an untrained, unremarkable quirkless middle schooler rather than the successor I had prepared for him. I told him to talk to me again when he was willing to see reason, 𝐼 responded in a clipped tone. Izuku paused. Then he said, "You really don't want to know what Nana Shimura is saying about you right now?" Once again, 𝐼 was taken aback. What? Did Toshinori-sensei ever tell you about the vestiges of One for All's previous users? Izuku asked. 𝐼 frowned. He mentioned seeing them at times. I'm sure you're aware of quirk singularity theory. Well, One for All went past it when I received it, Izuku stated. I've been able to talk to them ever since. They've helped me immensely, and they've told me a lot about how to use One for All, Izuku said. 𝐼 glared and growled out, "We're getting off topic. What about your accusation of me attempting to murder Tagata-kun?" I needed context, sir, Izuku explained. 6 of the 7 deceased users were killed by All for One while they were young. The exception was the 4th user, Hikage Shinomori. His quirk is Danger Sense. When he received One for All at age 22, it was weak, and All for One was hunting him, so he decided he needed to build up its strength. He left for the woods to train. When he turned 40, his body started to age rapidly, deteriorating before his very eyes. He had to pass it on to Daigoro Banju before he died. 𝐼 continued to glare. That never happened to All Might. Toshinori-sensei was quirkless, Izuku countered. It turns out that the human body can't handle more than one quirk, the strain is too much and it halves the maximum lifespan. And that was a much weaker One for All, before it hit singularity and became a single quirk producing multiple quirk factors. Izuku paused again, then gulped. Yoichi Shigaraki, the first holder, is telling me there's a decent chance that One for All would prevent Mirio-senpai from living past 20 if I were to give it to him. There was a heavy, foreboding silence, before 𝐼 said, I have no reason to believe any of this. There was another pause. Daigoro-san is telling me that you never took Toshinori-sensei up on his offers to visit Island with him, but that you were always angry with him whenever he came back. Toshinori-sensei never noticed it because you were subtle, but the Vestiges knew your tells. 𝐼 blinked in surprise. There was no way the boy could know that. All Might couldn't have possibly told him. Izuku continued, not to mention, there's other arguments against giving up One for All. The Vestiges also have to be willing to transfer, or at least not resist it, and there's no way that's happening. The fact that after Mirio-senpai described how permeation works, the Vestiges agreed that One for All would be too much complication to add on top of it. The chance of having a fatal accident would skyrocket. There's the fact that, while I'm happy with this outcome, he's going to be living with 9 ghosts in his head, including half-formed Vestiges of All Might and myself, who'll upgrade to full ghosts when we die. Or the fact that Mirio-senpai is already on his way to becoming a great hero, and by giving him One for All you'd really be doing is taking away a second potential hero. Or the fact that One for All has become so powerful that any 10th user, even another quirkless person, may not be able to withstand it. Or any of my own personal reasons for not wanting to follow your plan. But, if you don't back down knowing that giving Mirio-senpai one for all is a death sentence. Izuku looked right into Night Eye's eyes. Then I might as well leave right now, because there'd be nothing you can teach me that I want to learn. There was a pause. Night Eye had clearly underestimated the boy. He was briefly reminded of the many times All Might had spoken to villains, or to uncooperative heroes, and found that disturbingly similar to Izuku. Finally, Night Eye said, in a quiet voice, I didn't want to intrude on the time he'd spend with the shields. I wanted to give them space, and we spent so much time together outside of it. I was never angry at Toshinori, I was angry at myself for feeling jealous. Izuku didn't respond for a bit, and asked, did you only train Mirio because you wanted him to be the next All Might? No. Night Eye blurted out immediately, raising his voice out of hurt. Izuku considered that, then said, I'm tempted to just walk out the door right now. As it stands, I am going to contact Nezu and let him know that your offer was made under false pretenses. However, you did train Mirio well, along with others. If you're willing to help me improve and train up one for all's multiple quirks, I'll stick around. Otherwise, I'm walking away from this agency. If I wanted to be abused for a week, I'd find my old middle school teachers. Izuku then took out a stack of papers from his backpack and dropped them on Night Eye's desk. What's this? Night Eye said. Information on the past users of One for All and their quirks, as well as All for One, straight from the Vestiges' mouths. Even if we part ways, it would be helpful if you had this information. I'm giving you an hour. Izuku then, without another word, left Night Eye's office. Night Eye put down the papers after 10 minutes. This was thorough. He'd done little more than skim them, but if Izuku wasn't telling the truth about speaking to One for All's past users, then he was somehow privy to a lot of information he shouldn't have, information All Might didn't have. Everything he could verify was correct. And everything he couldn't, it was insanely helpful. That was the point where he paged Mirio to his office. The boy's hand appeared through the door, waving before opening the knob from the inside. Night Eye chuckled at that, and was proud that the boy's control over his quirk was such that he could do such a thing. That level of precision would have been impossible not too long ago. When Mirio walked in, Night Eye looked at his protégé with new eyes. He looked so much like a younger All Might. Was that why he was so adamant on Mirio getting One for All? Did he see a hero student who looked like his old friend and subconsciously assign him the role? Did Izuku think that Night Eye was grooming Mirio? Was Night Eye actually grooming Mirio without even realizing it? What's up, sir? Besides the ceiling, that is. Mirio joked. Night Eye chuckled once again. He couldn't help it, his student could always cheer him up. Still, this was serious. What do you think about Midoriya? Does this have anything to do with why he's meditating in the lobby? Mirio was concerned. We had a difference of opinion, Night Eye understated. I want to know your opinion of him. Oh, he's great. Mirio beamed. He's got a lot of passion and drive. I mean, you saw his speech at the sports festival, right? The one where he essentially called the Hero Public Safety Commission a bunch of fools. Night Eye said flatly. Well, he had a point, it's not good to let villains know your capabilities. That's why the 𝐒𝐿 crush happens at the provisional license exams, Mirio laughed. No, I mean his second speech. What second speech? Night Eye was intrigued. Mirio blinked. Wait, I know you don't like social media, but you haven't seen the leaked clip of his final match. The one with audio. No, Night Eye said, trying to hide his confusion. Just search for the hashtag next symbol of peace and you'll find it. Mirio gave a big smile. Night Eye tried to hide his shock. I see. And is there anything else? Anything he's told you? Night Eye asked. He also has a quirk that's hard to handle, Mirio said. It requires about as much effort as mine, except almost the opposite methods. Explain. Night Eye was intrigued. Well, you were instructing me how to partition out permeation into manageable chunks, then use them precisely. Well, Decade Force isn't like that, Mirio said, Night Eye trying not to twitch at the false name of the quirk. He has to keep it spread evenly throughout his body or he can't use it. And if he tried to concentrate his energy into a single limb like I do with permeation, it would break. Night Eye was shocked. All Might never mentioned that. He'd made it seem like One for All was easy to work with. Was the boy lying? No. Izuku didn't know that Night Eye wanted him to surrender One for All. There was no reason for Izuku to lie to Mirio about his quirk. And that punch at the end, where he broke his arm, that would fit the description. So, to use One for All properly, Mirio would have to use techniques that ran counter to the ones that allowed him to effectively use permeation. Was it even possible to use both simultaneously? And that didn't even factor in the additional quirks that One for All was manifesting. Night Eye looked at his student. Thank you for your insight, Tagata-kun. I need time to search for what you said. With a cheery wave, Mirio left the office. At which point, Night Eye searched for the hashtag in question. He reeled back in shock. The speech itself was surprisingly familiar. Nothing Izuku said was lifted directly from All Might, but it was clear that he was emulating the older hero's sentiments. Not to mention the boy had identified a problem with All Might and was looking for a solution. Night Eye wanted Mirio to be the dazzling light to continue into the future. Izuku, by contrast, wanted to inspire a multitude of such lights, so that even if one went out, society would never suffer the darkness. Night Eye believed that no one would accept Izuku as the next symbol of peace, but the public, by and large, already had. He checked through the hashtag, and the others spawned around it. It turned out that few, if any, of Night Eye's interpretations of Izuku's performance were shared by the public at large. He thought that Izuku doubling back to punch the zero-pointer and using a California smash to clear the minefield were him showboating. But people were applauding him for sacrificing his lead time to make sure his friends were safe. He thought that the second round was an exercise in tormenting his fellow students. Instead, people were praising cleverness and guile. There were a few people who agreed with Night Eye's takes on the matter. They just so happened to be the same sort of awful trolls, harassers, and SHT disturbers who'd long ago soured Night Eye on social media to the point that he now avoided it entirely, save for active investigations. And so, with undeniable proof that he was wrong, Night Eye was left with only one option. He was a precognitive. He was used to accepting his fate. Izuku was on guard as he answered Night Eye's page. He walked to the office prepared for anything. Although, apparently, anything did not include the man bowing down in the Dejiza position once Izuku entered the room. What? Most of the Vestiges said in response, with tones ranging from flatly to wildly. Oh, I am going to savor this image for as long as we keep living in this quirk, Ryuji laughed. I am sorry, my Doria-kun, Night Eye said. I have been single-minded for a while now. As such, I interpreted what I saw of you through the harshest lens, and didn't seek anything that might challenge that view. There is ample proof that I was mistaken, and I am sorry for my actions thus far. I accept your apology, Izuku said. He was honestly freaked out about the 180 he'd received from the harsh hero. You let him off too easily, Nana grumbled protectively. I'm panicking just a little bit. Izuku replied. Besides, I said I accept, not that I forgive him. That having been said, you have every right to leave if you so longing, Night Eye replied as he stood up once again. Izuku was tempted to do just that. But he remembered speaking to Xiaoto, who was willing to go to his father's agency because, as terrible as he was, Endeavor was still the best person to train him. Yoichiji-san believed you were the best option I had available, Izuku said. Your reputation of training heroes is solid, and whatever your motives were with Mirio, I can't argue that you've trained him superbly at using his quirk. Still, there is no reason for you to trust me, Night Eye said simply. Eraserhead didn't have my trust after our first run-in, Izuku replied. He managed to earn it. Night Eye paused. He looked contemplative. He gave a deep sigh, then he turned to his wall. He removed a framed poster and placed it to the side, revealing a safe in the wall. He entered a combination, then a handprint scan, then a retinal scan, and the safe opened. He reached in and grabbed a plasteel container. Through the clear, nigh-indestructible material, Izuku could see something he never thought he would ever see in person. Is that an original edition of All Might's first official action figure, as part of the upcoming Heroes International line, Wave Mint Condition, NFB, autographed, complete with certificate and a photo of the Signing, Night Eye stated with fondness and pride. I purchased this myself on its release, long before I was his sidekick. It's the jewel of my collection. Izuku was floored. This was the holy grail of all Might memorabilia. I'm honored that you would show this to me. When you leave the internship, whether that happens now or at the end of the week, you will be leaving with it, Night Eye said. Izuku went completely slack. Izuku! Nana tried to rouse the boy. I'm struggling between denial and the urge to offer my soul in response, Izuku replied in a tone of complete shock. God, both you and him are such nerds, Ryuji growled. I don't know what pisses me off more, that is giving you this offer, that you're willing to take it, or the fact that this is probably the most sincere way this piece of SHT could possibly apologize to you. Whatever else, Night Eye giving this to you is like giving you his kidney. Both of his kidneys, Yoichi said, impressed. I accept, Izuku said, hoping his voice didn't crack. Night Eye nodded, and Izuku thought to himself, this has to be the oddest beginning to an internship out of everyone in my class. Gran Torino-san. Tenya tentatively shouted down the hallway. Your door was unlocked and you did not answer, so I apologize for technically breaking and entering. He had been debating whether or not to enter the dilapidated premises for 10 minutes prior. There was no response, but something odd was at the end of the hall. Tenya approached it, and saw what appeared to be an old man in some kind of hero costume covered in red fluid and viscera. 119, 119, Tenya muttered as he fumbled for his phone to call the emergency line. I'm alive, the man shouted before Tenya could unlock his phone, nearly causing the boy to fumble it. Sir, are you all right? Tenya said, ramrod stiff and ready to help. Do you require assistance? I dropped my lunch, the old man said. Upon closer inspection, he was in a puddle of ketchup and sausages, rather than BLD and gore. Who are you? Tenya Ida, sir. You are Gran Torino, I presume. Tenya asked. The man ped his head to the side. Tentaru. Is that you? No, sir, Tenya Ida. Tenya was a little unsettled by that. Was he hard of hearing? Then again, very few people, even the elderly, found him hard to hear for some reason. I need to make a new lunch, the man said, seemingly ignoring the boy, collecting his spilled food, before turning back and once again asking, who are you? Tenya paused. What were the protocols when your teacher was senile? Were there any? He took out his phone and began to search desperately for answers. At which point, the old man went to the case that Tenya brought. Is this your costume, kid? Tenya squawked and tried to retrieve the case, but the man said, put it on and see if you can't hit me. Sir, I do not believe that you should be dashed. Tenya began to lecture, up to the point that the old man kicked him in the face. Tenya was sent back through the hallway. Come on, kid. It's been a while since I've sparred with one of Tentaru's boys. The old man was standing up, his befuddled expression gone, and replaced with one of smugness. Show me what you've got. It was then that Tenya realized that Gran Torino was referring to his own grandfather, Tentaru Ida, hero name Ida 10, the first hero in his family. Ah, I see, you were trying to get me to dash. Tenya was cut off by another foot to his face. Izuku and Night Eye were alone in one of the training rooms. Night Eye had several papers out to consult. Let's look at Black Whip, Night Eye said. It's your newest quirk, and according to your tenants, it's one of the most complicated. Has it been troubling you? Izuku nodded. It's been fairly inconsistent when I try to summon it. All too often, I manifest a tiny wisp or an uncontrollable mass. Part of the problem is the emotional component, because I'm trying to dash. Let me stop you there, Night Eye said. At the sports festival, when it first manifested, what was your emotional state then? Izuku put his hand to his chin. I was determined. Eager. I wanted to win, and I could feel the expansion caused by the superheated air threatened to blow me out of the ring. I wanted to grab onto the ground, which is the point where 𝐔𝐬𝐽 cried out in my head, and all of a sudden, the tendrils came out and dug into the ground as I unleashed a Texas smash onto Xiaotokuan. Night Eye nodded. Try to replicate that feeling and use Black Whip to grab that training dummy. He pointed with his pen. Izuku pondered. How could he replicate that utterly unique feeling? He was stumped for a bit before he got some help. Izuku, Daigoro chimed in. The feeling you had while you were tearing into Night Eye. The one where you knew he was wrong and were determined to prove it. That's the right mindset. Anger, but anger that's completely under your control. Izuku nodded. That feeling, at least, was fresh in his mind. He summoned that feeling he had, righteous fury and a longing to prove Night Eye wrong, and called upon Black Whip. A group of 4 strong tendrils flew out of Izuku's arm and hooked themselves around the training dummy. Excellent, Night Eye said, giving Izuku a smile. Now then, we'll need to test them in a combat scenario. I'll have you try sparring with them against Mirio. Izuku tried to hold on to Black Whip at the dread that statement brought. I now know the life of a pachinko ball, Izuku said as he hit the bed. You'll get used to it, Mirio chuckled as he followed. Didn't think you'd be as hard to hit as you are. Decade Force's second technique, Danger Sense, Izuku said. I unconsciously send out some stockpiled energy, which lets me sense oncoming threats. It's the only way I could keep up with you. So you're mildly precognitive. You and Sir are a lot alike. Mirio said cheerily. Izuku kept his expression neutral. In certain ways, yes. Mirio frowned. Look, I don't know what you two discussed, but you seemed really unhappy when you left his office the first time. You seemed okay afterwards, but is there anything I can help with? Maybe you can swing another internship if this is too toxic. Izuku considered that, and what he should say. He settled on, Sir and I have our differences, but I think we can be professional about this. I've already emailed Nezu about the issues we had, but so far I think this is workable. Glad to hear it. Those tentacles are serious business, Mirio thought, then snapped his fingers. I'll have to introduce you to Tamaki-kun. He's got experience with that. Izuku perked up. Right, one of the other members of the Big Three. Sun Eater is his hero name, right? I did see him gain octopus and squid tentacles during the sports festival. He could have some pointers for me. Mirio smiled sadly. If he can conjure up the courage to speak to you, Izuku frowned. Yeah, I've felt that before. That was my default before getting to UA. I'll still introduce you. Maybe next week. Fatgum's agency isn't close enough for our patrol routes to cross. But Ryukyu's agency will be, so maybe I can introduce you to Nejiya-chan, Mirio said. Izuku got the sudden sensation that the Vestiges were grinning and he wasn't sure why. He just responded to his senpai. Well, I have an in there, anyway. Momo-chan is interning with Fatgum, and Okken is with Ryukyu. Well, that's awesome. So my friends will meet your girlfriends. Mirio said cheekily. Izuku's face went pale. You know about that. Wait, what? Mirio was confused. Izuku then went even paler. Oh, you were teasing me. I get it, he tried to laugh, but looked utterly afraid. Kohai, chill, I'm sorry if I stumbled on something I shouldn't have, Mirio apologized. If it's a secret, I won't tell. Izuku gulped. Yeah, I'm in a polycule, and both Okken and Momo-chan are in it. It's not exactly a secret, but we're not shouting it out to the world just yet. Mirio smiled. Good for you. I'm not poly myself, but I can dig it. He scratched the back of his head. For the sake of reciprocity, I'll let you know I'm actually dating Tamaki-kun. He doesn't like to advertise, either. My lips are sealed, Izuku replied. I hope you're happy together. Absolutely, Mirio replied with a warm smile. Come on, let's get to sleep. We'll have a busy day tomorrow. The morning was a primer on paperwork, a complicated process, but one that Izuku needed to know. At the end of it, before they broke for lunch, Night Eye took Izuku aside. And when he did, he dropped a bombshell. I'm giving you permission to use your quirk at any time while you are here at this internship, Night Eye said. After yesterday's rude introduction, Izuku was shocked, as were each of the Vestiges. Following my conversation with Nezu last night, was Night Eye sweating when he said that? I am of the opinion that you will more than likely be targeted by one or more groups of villains. To that end, I am providing you with the means to protect yourself. Technically, this is supposed to be while you are being supervised by a licensed hero. However, you have 4 licensed heroes supervising you at all times. It only makes sense that you be allowed to use your quirk as a last resort. Night Eye looked at him. and his glare became as harsh as it was when they first met. However, it must be a last resort. You have your panic button as your first resort. Izuku nodded. Understood, sir. With that, he was dismissed for lunch. Remember, while on patrol, we refer to each other by our hero names, Mirio said. What's yours, Kohai? Kyuseishu, Izuku said. It's an aspirational name more than anything. I totally understand. My name, Lemillion, is the same. Mirio thumped the 1 million on his chest. It's because I want to save 1 million people. Izuku smiled. Both of them were out in their costumes on patrol. It surprised Izuku how much deference people were giving them. Is it like this often? He asked. Yup. Even if people don't recognize you, once you wear a costume, they know you're a hero. Doesn't even matter if they don't know which hero you are, you being there helps make them feel safe. Mirio said. That's a lot of trust to put in someone you don't even know, Izuku said. He was thinking about Endeavor as he said that. It'd be easy for someone to abuse that inherent trust. Sure, but that's why it's our job to prove ourselves worthy of that trust. Mirio responded. Izuku nodded. Of course, while they were still students, they had won their year's respective sports festivals, so both boys were waylaid by well-wishers and people who wanted selfies. It didn't take too long before Izuku wore his mask to keep from being recognized. It's a bit too much, Izuku muttered. Mirio chuckled. Yeah, you and Tamaki-kun are a lot alike. Well, and Izuku was interrupted when someone collided with his leg. A young girl took a fall after hitting him. She had long white hair, red eyes, and a horn like a unicorn's on the right side of her forehead. She was barefoot, wearing a tattered dress, and her arms and legs were bandaged. Oh, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Izuku asked the small girl, crouching down to her level. She didn't look hurt, but she did look terrified. I guess a small child running into me isn't enough to trigger danger. Sense. His thoughts trailed off as a man in his 30s appeared in the alleyway the girl ran from. He was dressed in a black dress shirt and slacks with a gray tie, a green jacket with a purple feather ruff, and white gloves. His most notable feature was the red and gold plague doctor mask worn around his nose and mouth. Danger sense was currently blaring in a klaxon at the man's presence. He was extremely dangerous. Willing, able, and happy to kill. The danger was concentrated particularly on his hands. It was contained in his gloves, but if they came off, he wasn't sure exactly what it would do, but he wasn't willing to find out. The man's voice came out, let's go back. No need to bother the nice heroes, now. As he said this, Izuku pressed his panic button. Oh, it's no bother. He gave the girl a smile. Are you all right? I apologize on my daughter's behalf, young hero, the man said. She's a bit of a troublemaker. She likes to play games, and sometimes she gets hurt. Izuku was reminded of the many times an adult glossed over his own troubles with that sort of excuse as his classmates terrorized him. This girl looked petrified. Izuku-kun, what's the matter? Okiko yelled in his head. Izuku let out a smile, easy to do with his girlfriend's voice in his head. It's no problem at all, sir, I'm always happy to help anyone in need. Izuku found a small, injured child running from a man. Obvious signs of abuse. Danger senses blaring. We're running interference, Nana responded to Okiko. Ryukyu's heading there with us. Okiko replied. With that as a comfort, Izuku looked to Mirio. His senpai also smiled, and replied, we should be the ones apologizing. However, there's been a rash of kidnappings lately. You wouldn't mind coming to the police station with us to confirm that she's your daughter, would you? I'm afraid that I'm a very busy man, the bird-masked man said. I need to take my daughter back right this minute. His tone was still pleasant, but insistent. Please, please don't go, the girl clung to Izuku's shirt. I'm afraid that protocol requires that we check in with the police to verify your claims, Izuku said, equally pleasant, but insistent. He wasn't letting this girl go. It happened in an instant. The man began to remove one of his gloves. The girl gasped in shock. And Izuku. His body moved on its own. Black whip flared, four bulky strands grabbing the man's arms and legs, holding him spread eagle in midair. The man struggled, but cried out, "You filthy, diseased child! That cursed wretch holds the cure to your sickness, yet you reject my efforts to return you to purity." "Well, he seems pleasant," 𝐒𝐿𝐲 said sarcastically. 𝐂𝐠𝐲, any insights? Extremely dangerous. Quirk is deadly and requires use of his bare hands. I'm prioritizing keeping them restrained, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 said. The little girl looked at them in shock. Apparently, things weren't supposed to happen this way, and while she was glad, she was also utterly confused. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 looked at the girl and gave the warmest smile he could. "Hey there. He said your name was 𝐒𝐻. Is that right?" The girl, 𝐻𝐻, gave a quick nod. "Don't worry, he won't be able to hurt you anymore," 𝐒𝐿𝐲 said, Blackwhip holding firm as he tried to comfort her. Of course, that was the point that several police cars came blaring forward, as did Ryukyu, carrying Okiko and a girl with long periwinkle hair, Night-Eye, Centipede, and Bubble Girl. Night-Eye, for his part, gave 𝐒𝐿𝐲 a look of exasperation that rivaled Eraserhead's. "It hasn't even been half an hour." 𝐒𝐿𝐲 gave a weak laugh. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 sighed as he sank into a chair at the police station. His questioning was over. Some of the officers were incensed at an unlicensed high schooler using his quirk so freely. Luckily, Detective Tsukochi was present to verify his claims, and Night-Eye had multiple examples of proof, including a letter 𝐒𝐿𝐲 was carrying on his person that he was given permission. "Aizukuin!" Okiko cried out. "Danjit, I mean, 𝐂𝐠𝐲. Are you okay?" 𝐒𝐿𝐲 smiled. "I'm fine, 𝐒𝐻𝐢ravity. It's just been a bit hectic today." "I'm just relieved nothing bad happened," Okiko replied. "Sorry to worry you." 𝐒𝐿𝐲 gave her hand a quick, reassuring squeeze. It was at that point that 𝐒𝐿𝐲 and the other girl that came with Ryukyu came close. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 smiled. "Hey, Kohai. I figure it's time to introduce Dash." He was interrupted by the young woman zipping over to 𝐒𝐿𝐲. She was maybe a centimeter or two shorter than 𝐒𝐿𝐲, but right now, she towered over his seated form. "So you're Okiko-chan's boyfriend. Did you fight quirkless in your sports festival battle? Does your quirk always spark like that? Why did you break your arm in that last battle? Why does it have that black stuff?" Well, this was the first time 𝐒𝐿𝐲 was ever on the receiving end of this sort of questioning, and the Vestiges were chuckling. And, while he'd had enough confidence boosts in the last few months, this was still new. Yeah, 𝐿𝐻𝐻 and I are dating. I wasn't fighting Q quirkless. If I use up to half of my maximum safe output, I don't have any lightning. If I go over my safe output, which is currently around 10%, I risk hurting myself, but I couldn't have won if I didn't, so I considered it an acceptable risk even though I shouldn't. And the tendrils are a different manifestation of my quirk's stockpiled energy that I hadn't been able to manifest until then. I call it Blackwhip. While he started off stuttering and shy, as he discussed his quirk, he became less so. The girl, however, was thrilled. 𝐒𝐿𝐲-kun. He's adorable. He's like you and Tamaki-kun had a kid. She then gasped. Your hair. If you mix yellow and navy blue, you get forest green. I don't think genetics work like that, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 laughed. Kohai, this is 𝐒𝐽𝐫 Heido-chan, one of my best friends, and the second member of the Big Three. Pleased to meet you. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 bowed. You can call me 𝐒𝐽𝐫-chan. It's my hero name, after all. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 gulped. Well, okay, 𝐒𝐽𝐫-chan, if you insist. He took out a notebook. How is your quirk powered? How do you use it to fly? Does it help make those spirals in your hair, or is that just a styling product? 𝐒𝐽𝐫 beamed at him. And before she could answer, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 heard something he hadn't heard in a while. Thump 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 click. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 sighed. My turn, then. Of course. Should have known this was the rat's plan. Tenya was fairly certain his entire body was just a single bruise at the point that Gran Torino called it for the day. Gran Torino threw the student a can of orange juice. I stocked up for you, kid. You'll have to be running low on fuel by now. Thank you, sir, Tenya said, wincing a bit in pain as he caught the can and opened it, taking a drink. You've got talent, kid. Not to mention raw power. But you're too stiff. Too used to racing on a straightaway, not nearly as good in close quarters, Gran Torino said. Tenya could not respond while he was drinking, so he swallowed, then was about to speak when he was cut off. So what made you think you could take down the hero killer? When you couldn't even touch me. Luckily, he was no longer drinking, so he couldn't spit out his juice. Still, he nearly choked on the air. Sir, I wasn't save it, the teachers knew. You weren't subtle, it was just so out of character that they never expected you to go through with it. 𝐼𝐺 frowned at him. You don't understand. Tenya began, before 𝐺 cut him off. You think you're the only one who's faced tragedy like that? Ha! The short old man shook his head before taking a seat. A villain took my best friend. It was decades ago, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. Tenya balked at the man's serious tone. He struggled with his words before he said, I am sorry to remind you of such a bad memory, 𝐺 You get to my age, it doesn't take much to put you back in the past, 𝐺 replied. Her name was Nana Shimura. Most people don't know her hero name, but she went by Nimbus. He looked when Tenya jolted at that name. You know her? Midoriya-kun mentioned that Nimbus was All Might's mentor, the way that All Might was to him, Tenya explained. He was interested now. Yeah, well there was a villain who wanted her and her apprentice dead, 𝐺 said. You gotta realize that at this time, All Might wasn't All Might. Not like you know him. All Might was a wet behind the ears kid with a fresh UE degree. And this villain, he was the worst. I had to take All Might and run like hell. Nana kept him at bay, just to keep him from catching us. Tenya was shocked. The time he spent in America, yeah, he was training to get strong enough to kick that guy's teeth in, and to keep him or his agents from getting him, 𝐺 said. And he did manage to put down his mentor's murderer. Tenya felt the weight of this information settle in. He finally asked, Did it help? 𝐺 shook his head, not even a little bit. Best thing I got out of that was the satisfaction that he wasn't going to hurt anyone else. They sat in silence for a bit, before 𝐺 got up. Well, that's enough of this old man's reminiscing. This is about teaching you. I already told you, you're too stiff. You need to be flexible. And then there's your admiration of your brother. Tenya sputtered, What are you talking about? Tensai is a wonderful person and the ideal hero. A guideline that everyone should strive for. And that's what's holding you back, 𝐺 said, leaving the room. What was that clicking noise? Nejiya asked. Okiko blinked. She bonded. And that quickly. She asked Izuku. Apparently, Izuku said, equally surprised. Senpai, there's something I actually need to talk to you about. In private, Okiko ran interference, dragging Nejiya off. Izuku turned to Mirio. So, what's happening with A? And that masked guy? Turns out the masked guy's a Yakuza boss, Mirio said. He's got a super crazy quirk that allows him to destroy and reconstitute matter with a touch of his hands. Izuku was taken aback. The kind of power inherent in that quirk was phenomenal. Wow! It's a good thing that I could effectively use Black Whip, then. I knew that his hands were dangerous, but that's ridiculous. I know. Really glad you were with me today, Izuku-kun. Mirio placed a hand on the shorter boy's shoulders. Indeed, from behind them, Sir Night Eye appeared. Covering his hands with an energy-based capture quirk was one of the few ways we could have detained him. I could sense that his hands were dangerous, and when he started to remove his gloves, I didn't want to chance it, Izuku said. Good. That's why you're alive right now, Night Eye said. And you pressed your panic button immediately, so you followed protocol. There's a new wrinkle, though, the girl. Is she all right? Izuku asked. She has obviously been traumatized and abused. There's no official record of her existence, so her BRTH was likely kept secret, Night Eye said. They're trying to assess her medically, but it appears that any attempt to do so frightens her. And she's asking to see the nice people. I assume that's us. Mirio said. You do fit the description of the big man with sunshine hair and button eyes and the fluffy green man with the big black ropes, Night Eye said with a chuckle. Mirio laughed, and messed up Izuku's hair. You are pretty fluffy, Kohai. Izuku was a little miffed, but decided to prioritize, can we see her? Of course, Night Eye replied, leading them towards the room she was in. As they entered the room, One of the officers came to try and comfort the little girl, but she was scared. Her horn began to glow. Danger sense flared once more, and Izuku yelled, "Get back!" calling up Black Whip to bring the officer away from the girl. The officer was startled as he was yanked back by the hero student. As that happened, a half-eaten orange flew from his pocket. It landed on the bed as the glow from 𝐼's horn spread out. Once it touched her, the orange began to revert to its original, uneaten state. Then, it began to lose its ripeness, until it reverted back into a blossom, and then, finally, disappeared. Everyone who noticed that stared in shock. "Wow," Mirio finally stated. 𝐼, for her part, looked absolutely terrified. "No, my curse. I don't want you to disappear," she said as she trembled. Izuku barely even considered it. He let out a small, thin strand of Black Whip, totally calm. "Buddy, we don't know for sure that it won't be affected by her quirk," 𝐷𝐴 said cautiously. "Oh my god, he has AirPods in, he can't hear us." Yoichi responded. "Must you?" 𝐷𝐴 snarled. "I died memeing the first time, I'll die memeing again," Yoichi stated firmly. Ignoring them, but trying to be cautious, Izuku brought the tendril of Black Whip towards 𝐼, calmly touching her, ready to drop it at a moment's notice. When he failed to be affected by her quirk, he wrapped it around her, loosely. "Hey, it's going to be okay," he said, smiling. 𝐼 looked confused, touching the tendril tentatively. "It's warm. And tingly." He used the tendril to rub her face. "If this feels uncomfortable, please let me know." 𝐼 leaned into it, before the light from her horn dimmed. Was it smaller now? She collapsed, unconscious. "Danger sense isn't going off anymore," Izuku said, nearly collapsing once the trouble was over. "That orange, it's like she rewound it," Mirio said in shock. "Indeed," Night Eye said. "This may explain why no records of her exist. Without proper control, what would she have done to a person touching her?" Izuku paled, but then a thought came to him, but, with control. She restored that orange to the way it was before it was eaten. If she'd stopped there, she could have one of the most powerful healing quirks of all time. Ironically, so could Chisaki, Night Eye spat. At Izuku's confusion, he clarified, "The villain you apprehended. His quirk, Overhaul, can restore living matter to his whim. He has a quirk like that and he's a Yakuza boss." Izuku said in disbelief. "I don't understand some people." Speaking of understanding people, Nana interrupted, "Okako-chan needs help with Nejaya." Izuku sat up. "Sir, there's something I need to deal with." Night Eye raised an eyebrow. "And what might that be?" "One of Decade Force's involuntary manifestations," Izuku said, clasping his hands together. Night Eye, having read Izuku's notes and spoken to Nezu, simply nodded. "Understood. I'll contact you if you're needed. Otherwise, inform me when you're done." Mirio looked confused as Izuku left. "Sir, what's that about?" Night Eye shook his head. "You're better off not knowing." "I wish I didn't." The bond was preparing him. Nejaya-senpai was excitable and hyper. She was very excited about what she was learning. She had a ton of questions. He still was caught off guard when she rushed him once he entered the room. Largely because she tackled him in a hug. "You have a romantic quirk." Nejaya cheered. "How does it work? Do you have to be in the same room? How much information do I get? Can you control it? Can Okako-chan bond to people too? Do you guys ever fight? Does this mean we're dating now? Why doesn't danger sense work for this?" Izuku wondered. "She doesn't mean any harm," 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐫 answered. Rhetorical question, but thanks, Izuku groaned internally. Externally, he replied, "I don't really know how it works. We don't have to be in the same room, but I think I have to be speaking to someone. I bonded with Melissa over a video call, and she's out on Island. The information varies, but if you want something kept secret, the bond won't reveal it. I don't have any control over the bonds, as far as I know. Okken hasn't bonded with anyone, nor has anyone else. We haven't really fought, the bonds seem to anticipate it and try to diffuse the situation, I think. And we've known each other for about 5 minutes." Nejaya let go in the middle of the rant, and now she had a finger to her cheek in thought. It makes sense that 𝐒𝐿𝐵-chan can't bond to people. Or she'd have bonded when I started crushing on her. Izuku's jaw dropped in shock. 𝐒𝐿 giggled. Yeah, I think Nejiya-senpai's the kind of person who crushes at the drop of a hat. Izuku flushed. Well, if you get tired of us, we think the bonds can break. We don't want to keep you if you find someone better. Nejiya pet her head curiously. Why would I do that? Do you guys get jealous? Izuku was about to speak, but stopped while his mouth was still open. He looked at 𝐒𝐿. I mean, I don't think so. Not within the polycule, at least. When you bonded with Momo, I thought I might be, or maybe should be jealous, but I got a flash of how lonely you both were and a sense of reassurance that you still cared for me as much as you did before, 𝐒𝐿 replied, scratching her head. I mean, I got super angry at Mineta, but that's because he was staring at you like pieces of meat, and I could feel how uncomfortable that made you, Izuku said. Yeah, I honestly don't think we've gotten jealous. In fact, when I heard about your dates with the other girls, I felt. I don't even have a word for it. What's the opposite of jealousy? 𝐒𝐿 wondered. Compersion. Nejiya answered. Compersion is when you feel glad that your partners are enjoying time with one another. That's a good word, Izuku said. Nejiya-senpai, do you know about this sort of relationship? 𝐒𝐿 asked, 'cause we're kind of winging it. Yeah. Nejiya said. I'm Polly, and I'm so glad you've got a way to stop those sorts of feelings. That's why Yuyu and I broke up. As her companions winced, she waved her hands. Don't worry, we're still best friends, we just couldn't stay as a couple. She wanted to be exclusive, and I can't really do that. Well, we aren't dating outside of the bonds, so that might be an issue, 𝐒𝐿 said. I get to join a love cloud full of cute kuhais. I think that'll suffice, Nejiya said. How big a polycule is this, anyway? I have 8, slots for lack of a better term, Izuku said awkwardly. You're the 7th bond I've formed. So, 9 maximum people. Yeah, that should be enough, Nejiya said. More than that and the relationships become unwieldy. And I think the bedroom would resemble a game of rugby more than anything. The 2 first years blushed heavily, which caused Nejiya to giggle. This feels fast, Izuku said. Well, we can go at whatever pace you guys want, Nejiya said. This seems like fun. The bond was telling both Izuku and 𝐒𝐿 that while she was sincere in wanting them to decide their own pace, she was really excited. And that might lead to her overdoing it accidentally. If my internship goes south, I'm blaming you, Izuku-an, 𝐒𝐿 said, half joking. I'm blaming Nezu, Izuku replied. He was trying to lead me towards this. On the one hand, I'm kind of concerned about the power you attribute to the principal. On the other hand, he is responsible for a lot of this sort of nonsense, 𝐒𝐿 conceded. I caught myself before I started praying to Nezu once, Izuku admitted. I think this is how cults get started. Until the handle broke off and they had to call a doctor to pull it back out again. 𝐒𝐿 burst into laughter as All Might finished the story. The hero grinned. It was so nice to spend time just relaxing. He'd not done so in a while. It helped that 𝐒𝐿 was a charming woman. Ever since the day that both she and young Uraraka were told the secret of One for All Might had chosen to spend more and more of his free time at the Midoriya home. And, with the hero students at their internships, All Might had quite a lot of free time. He found himself smiling fondly as 𝐒𝐿's laughter subsided. She looked at the hero. Is something on your mind, Toshinori-san? How on earth are you still single? No. Bad Toshi. All Might thought, then immediately chastised himself. I'm merely feeling happy. Relaxed for the first time in a long time. 𝐒𝐿 gave a warm smile, so much like her son's. Keep that in mind the next time you feel like straining yourself. You've been talking to Dave, haven't you? Toshinori half-joked. Of course. She replied. He's wonderful, and so is his daughter. We're ready to give her a warm welcome once she transfers here. All Might would have replied, but his phone began to blare. Nezu is here. Nezu is here. Nezu is here. He didn't add that ringtone. It was bestowed upon him. When he unlocked it, a text came up saying, "Put me on speaker." He, of course, complied. Yagi-san. Midoriya-san. How nice to speak to you both. Came the voice of UA's principal. What's happened to my baby boy? 𝐒𝐭 said, worried yet fierce. So far, he has done admirably. I won't bore you with all the details of your son's internship thus far, but within 20 minutes of his first patrol, he has managed to both save an abused child and apprehend a Yakuza boss. Nezu was way too cheerful as he said that. 𝐒𝐭 looked simultaneously proud and infuriated. All Might took over. Quite the accomplishment. Indeed, Nezu said. The Night Eye Agency will be working on this case for a bit, it seems. However, we have a few conundrums until this is resolved. The first is the girl, Eri. She has no official documents. I assume she was born in captivity or delivered to these unsavory individuals in infancy. She is in the possession of a dangerous quirk that we are calling Rewind. It's a wonderfully powerful quirk. Unfortunately, she is about 6 years old, and she has little control over it. All Might frowned. A dangerous quirk that could not be controlled by its user. Quite the awful conundrum there. What do you plan on doing with her? She has been experimented on by a human who lacks any and all empathy for other creatures, Nezu said. I cannot allow another sapient being to suffer that cruel fate. I wish to place her under the custody of UA. The issue is this, there are 2 people who can help if her quirk goes out of control, and there are 2 people who young Eri trusts. And young Izuku is the only person on both lists. 𝐒𝐭 gasped, what? Your son's danger sense was able to detect her quirk's usage before it happened, and Black Whip allowed him to touch her and give her comfort without her quirk harming him. Eraserhead would be equally adept at helping us, as he can simply stop an involuntary use of her quirk as it began, Nezu explained. And Izuku protected her and apprehended her tormentor, alongside his fellow intern, a third-year US student named Mirio Tagata. All Might twitched at that name, remembering the argument he'd had with Night Eye regarding his choice of successor. Now, in addition to that, while their leader was apprehended, the rank and file of the 𝐻𝐼 are still at large. While Yakuza are considered a joke in our age of heroes and villains, they are no laughing matter, Nezu said solemnly. All Might frowned. With a name like the 8 Precepts of Death, I would think not. We aren't sure what they'll attempt, or if it will involve the family of the boy who arrested their leader, Nezu said, and All Might could feel the evil smirk radiating from his phone. Midoriya-san, how would you like a job caring for one of this school's wards? I can provide free room and board for you and your son. 𝐒𝐭 said, her flabbergasted look a mirror of her son's. Gotta say, kid, you're getting better. You can almost dodge, sort of, Gran Torino complimented. Well, it was the closest he'd come to a compliment thus far. Thank you, sir. Tenya replied earnestly, which earned him a head shake from the old hero. Tenya stated, I am attempting to be more flexible and limber. Gran Torino grumbled. Attitude's a good reason why you're having so much trouble with it. Sir? Tenya asked, unsure about what he meant by that. He'd been confused ever since he'd heard the man's admonishment the previous day. How could looking up to Tensai be a drawback? He was such a good hero. Beloved, charismatic, able to lead, diligent. Why would wanting to be like that be a drawback? Well, kid, you're sure to get a kick out of this, Gran Torino said, smiling at the way Tenya flinched when he said kick, we'll be out villain hunting tonight. Tenya blinked. Wait, what? I thought you were trying to stop me from doing just that. We're trying to stop you from hunting the hero killer, Gran Torino amended. If you're that eager, I might as well get you to cut your teeth on some weaker punks so you can understand what a dumb idea that was. And there's no one around these parts, so I'll be taking you to Shibuya. I'm honored that you trust me enough for this, Tenya bowed. Gran Torino ignored that, we'll be going by bullet train. Excellent, the fastest form of transportation available to get there. Tenya stated. Fastest, Gran Torino scoffed. As long as it's on the route, and nothing's blocking the track. Anything goes wrong, we'd be better off walking. Off its magnetized track, the train's a hunk of junk. And, with that, something clicked with Tenya. Wait, is that what you've been trying to tell me? Gran Torino grinned. I don't know, why don't you let me know what you've figured out? Well, the bullet train may be fast, but it's limited to its track. In the same way, you're telling me to change my mental state, because, he thought about it, because any impediment I find stops me. Cold. And if I need to get somewhere that isn't the destination set out on that path, I can't get there. 𝐔𝐬𝐿 stroked his beard. Well, it's a start. Glad that worked for you. I'm glad that I have deciphered your teachings. Tenya bowed. At which point, 𝐔𝐬𝐿 kicked him in the face. Not everything I say is meant to be a lesson, 𝐔𝐬𝐿 replied. But if you get inspired by it, and go in the right direction, that works for me. Damn it. Tomura called out as he slammed his fist on the bar as Stain left via the warp gate. The nerve of him, attempting to grief me. All that horseshit about conviction. He's not better than I am. Tomura, the voice of Sensei came from the screen in the bar. Not every attempt at diplomacy will succeed. We merely misjudged the hero killer's motivation. A motivation that made absolutely no sense to Tomura. Why try to kill heroes but proclaim that the worst ones were the only ones worth keeping? Apparently, targeting All Might and Player 2 put Tomura on Stain's shitlist. I want that noseless bastard dead. Tomura cried out. Tomura, Sensei admonished. Tomura scowled. Ever since the sports festival, Sensei had been keeping him on a shorter leash. Apparently, he wasn't happy about Player 2's toddler comment either, and wanted to rein it in to save face. He couldn't ask Sensei to give him Nomu to kill that bastard now. Suddenly, he got an idea. Sensei, I chose the hero killer because he's got rep. If I got him to join my party, that'd give us a lower difficulty to recruit villains who like him. But maybe we don't need to actually get Stain in order to do that. The doctor's voice scoffed. What are you on about, you little dash? Now, doctor. Let him speak. Tomura. Sensei interrupted. Stain's going hunting now. If we sent a few Nomu out to attack Hosu, it'd look like we were working together. And if one of our Nomu managed to kill Stain, well, the heroes would probably try to take credit for it, wouldn't they? Tomura mused. Tomura could feel Sensei's smile through the screen. It's certainly a possible outcome. My lord, we only have 3 Nomu ready after the USJ fiasco, the doctor said. Irrelevant, Sensei replied. Tomura's plan has merit. We should reward him for such clever tactics. The doctor sighed. As you command, my lord. Tomura grinned. Mission start. I feel bad about leaving her, Izuku said. Once the tests were finished, her wounds were treated, and the girl had regained consciousness. Eri had been brought back to the Night Eye Agency. They were taking her into temporary custody. Nezu was apparently trying to make her a ward of you, since they'd have the facilities to both protect her and contain a person with a dangerous quirk. Mirio's with her, and this is something you need to learn, Bubble Girl told him. The sun was setting, and she'd elected to take him on another patrol. Either he or Mirio would stay with Eri if one of them had to leave. Patrols don't always last a few minutes before you save a civilian and apprehend a villain. How often does that happen? Izuku asked. More often than I'd like, Bubble Girl responded. Izuku nodded. It felt weird to him that he was as tall as an adult sidekick. He was also trying like hell not to stare at her outfit. Appeal aside, that is way too little protection, Yoichi groused. You know, her bubble quirk's got some similarities to Laserdisc, Ryuji teased. Producing small projectiles, maybe she's your last bond. She's an adult, a pro hero, and she's currently teaching me. Izuku attempted to dissuade the now chatty Vestige. That'd be weird. Chief, why? We don't even swing that way, Izumu groaned. Teasing the young guns is a duty that surpasses orientation, Ryuji responded. Izuku stifled a groan and a blush. Luckily, danger sense wasn't going off. Unfortunately, danger sense was, at the end of the day, a sense. And some people could train themselves to be undetected, to essentially erase their presence to avoid detection by most senses. Including, apparently, Hypothetical Shinomori's quirk. One such person was looking at Izuku with amber, cat-like eyes, and she liked her lips as she grinned, showing off her pronounced fangs. Izuku, the UE staff, and 𝐵𝐸𝐿 had worked together to keep Tenya out of Hosu. Fate, it seems, had other plans. The bullet train that Tenya was riding on, alongside his mentor, was smashed open by a pro hero being flung into it at high speeds. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 barely had time to react before a hand extended into the train car, grabbed him, and tossed him out into the air. Thinking quickly, once he was in the open air, he angled his legs awkwardly, using his engines to reverse the downward momentum and cushion his fall. He saw that 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻, noticing the use of his quirk, took the opportunity to fly towards his in-turn's assailant. As the creature took the smack in the face, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 could see that it was black in color, and its brain was exposed. "𝐿𝐴𝐽," he cried out. The long-armed 𝐿𝐴𝐽 sailed away as 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻 kicked it. As it did, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 could see that there were other heroes fighting these creatures, the most prominent one having multiple arms and chainsaws for hands. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 managed to get to the ground without injury. Once he did, 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻 flew towards him. "Good, you're all right. Looks like our plans got changed. They need all hands on deck for this madness, so I have to get in there. You, on the other hand, you have my permission to use your quirk, but only for the purposes of escaping and evacuation. You're too invaluable not to use here. However, you do not have my permission to fight. If you use your quirk to fight any villains, I'm letting them throw the book at you, got it?" 𝐻𝐻𝐻 bowed, as 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻 sped off. And, unfortunately, he wasn't exactly thinking straight at first. This was the perfect opportunity. He was in Hosu, he could take his revenge. He even had permission to use his quirk. Well, no. 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻 gave him permission to use his quirk specifically to rescue people in danger. Although, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 almost slapped himself. No. He couldn't betray 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻's trust. He knew that 𝐻𝐻𝐻 had been planning to commit a crime and he still allowed him to aid in this situation. But, how could he live with himself if he didn't take down the hero killer? How would he? And then everything clicked for him. All Might Sensei got revenge for his mentor, for 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻 Sensei's friend, but it didn't make it hurt less, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 thought. When Midoriya-kun's bully was expelled for assault, he didn't feel satisfaction. And even if I could kill Stain, that wouldn't erase Tenshinhan-san's pain. It won't heal his paralysis. He felt shame from that realization. Then he shook his head, like Shiozaki-kun said, "We can't help our feelings. It's what we do with them that matters. I was going to make a mistake. But I can correct it." 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻 knew he couldn't win against the villain that killed Nimbus, but he could run, take All Might away so that he wouldn't die. And so, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 ran. The hero killer was in Hosu. Everything was going to hell in a handbasket, and thus the hero presence was focused on the 𝐿𝐴𝐽. Stain would use this opportunity to do more of his vile work. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 couldn't take down the hero killer. But maybe, just maybe, he could prevent him from making another victim. Himiko Toga couldn't believe her luck. It was that boy. From the sports festival. She didn't care much about that festival until she saw the images from the final fight, with the green-haired boy sporting a broken arm from his punch. Once she saw that, it opened her eyes. Made her see with new eyes what a tantalizing treat he was. The boy was so much like Saito. Her first love. Her first real meal. Would he taste as good? She saw him with another hero. She wanted to talk to him, to see if he was as perfect as he seemed. She kept hidden, watching them. Every so often, it felt like he flinched, looking where she was and finding nothing. Oh, he was clever, too. She'd chosen a good one. Finally, she saw an opportunity. The hero he was with had to take a bathroom break. Toga went into an alleyway and concentrated on one of her latest catches. A girl about their age. Such a pretty face. Too bad she was an utter beach. Oh well, her BLD tasted fine, and at least she'd do well for her purposes now. A brunette girl with a pixie cut walked over to the cafe where the green-haired boy was waiting for his mentor. Or was she his girlfriend? Oh, if she was, she could share. She just had to know more about him. "Oh, it's you," she said to him. "The boy who won the sports festival. Izuku Midoriya, right?" The boy blushed, bringing some of that wonderful red to his face, though not enough for her tastes. Yes, that's me, but while on patrol, please refer to me as 𝐬𝐸. Savior. That was an interesting name. She liked her lips. "Well, 𝐬𝐸, you looked really nice in your last fight. How did you break your arm like that?" "My quirk is V-volatile. If I use too much of it, my body breaks, 𝐭𝐸𝐲 replied, stammering a little. She must have gotten too close. 𝐿𝐶𝐸𝐲. Toga rolled each syllable around. Pretty cute. His blush deepened, still not red enough. So, besides him, you trounced your competition, especially the purple kid with the villainous quirk. It hurt her to say that, but all of a sudden, he looked angry. His quirk isn't villainous, and neither is he. There's no such thing as a villainous quirk. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked at him, eyes wide, and asked hopefully, really? You think so? You don't think someone's quirk makes them a demon? 𝐭𝐸𝐲's jaw dropped in shock. Of course not. Did someone tell you that? Toga couldn't do anything but look down in shame as she nodded. They're wrong. Your quirk doesn't automatically make you heroic or villainous, 𝐭𝐸𝐲 said protectively. And there it was. She had found him. Her love. The one she wanted to drink dry, to fully become. And, as if to commemorate the occasion, she heard an odd sound in her head. Thump 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 click. Tenya sped down the streets. He may have lived in the Hosu ward of Tokyo his entire life, but he didn't know it by heart. Still, he zoomed as fast as possible as he could through the streets, checking the alleyways for any sign of the hero killer. He was thankful for 𝐺𝐻𝐿's tutelage. He was now better at using his engines to cancel his momentum, and the act of kicking himself off of walls allowed him to corner better than he ever had before. Tenya was starting to despair that he'd ever find his target, and that he could have been using his time to aid those affected by the 𝐿𝐵𝐼, when he stopped and saw what was needed. Stain, the hero killer, was standing over the hero native, sword at the ready. As he saw this, Tenya pressed the panic button on his belt and raced down the alleyway. He could see Stain anticipate his move and began to swing his katana. The hero killer was fast, but 𝐺𝐻𝐿 was faster. Tenya managed to just miss the blade catching on his helmet as he ducked under the blade, his arm outstretched, grabbing the hero from Stain's grasp. Unfortunately, Stain managed to trip Tenya, sending him and native flying. Still, Tenya's mentor had managed to get some of his maneuvers through Tenya's regulation-obsessed head. As he moved through the air, Tenya threw a bunch of garbage cans in Stain's direction. One of them managed to clock the hero killer in the head and send him backwards. Native, are you able to move? Tenya asked as he righted himself. No. His quirk. I'm paralyzed, Native choked out. Very well, then. Tenya stated, watching as the hero killer turned his fall into a tumble and righted himself. That voice, Stain said, confused. A child wearing a suit of armor. The words stung at Tenya, but he elected to ignore it. Run along. I have standards, but if you interfere with my work, then even a child is an acceptable target, Stain said, brandishing his sword. Tenya gulped. Perhaps, but I have standards as well, and I cannot run away when a man's life is on the line. He was trying to think. Was there an opening? Your armor's design, Stain assessed Tenya's costume. A fan of Ingenium, are you? His younger brother, Tenya hissed out on instinct. He winced internally. Afterwards. Stain spat. So, here for revenge, then. Steadying himself, Tenya said, well, I don't know how your quirk works. If I were to kill you, would that resurrect your victims? Would it heal my brother's spine? The hero killer let out a chuckle. I wouldn't know. But, I doubt it. Then the only thing that matters to me is saving Native's life. Tenya stated. Kid. Ingenium Jr. or whatever, leave me. Native said. Your life's worth more than mine is. You are wrong on both counts, Native. I am not yet worthy of the name Ingenium, and no one's life is worth more or less than anyone else's, Tenya stated. To Tenya's surprise, Stain responded to that with a wide grin. Well then, young man, your life just might be worth sparing. Izuku wasn't expecting a second bond to be formed that day. Well, truthfully, he never expected any of his bonds to form. Or to grow in power. And, to be fair, after Nejiya, he should have anticipated that someone could bond so easily. And this did provide him with some useful information about the bonding quirk. Apparently, the interest had to be mutual. Izuku supposed it made sense. A cute girl showing any interest in him at all would be enough for him to start crushing on them. He was weak to that, he'd admit it. But this girl got way too close to him way too quickly, and asking him about his injuries didn't exactly endear her to him. Then, she mentioned people called her a demon for her quirk, and he felt protective towards her, the way he would for most people who were mistreated for their quirk status. And it was that feeling of connectedness that facilitated the bond. Because the bond was telling him that this girl was obsessed with him since watching the sports festival. And that this wasn't her true face. She'd murdered this girl, drank her BLD, and used her quirk to transform into her. And that she'd done this to many, many people in the past 2.5 years. How did I bond with a serial killer? Izuku screamed in his head. How did danger sense not go off? He couldn't hear any replies over the imagery that the girl Himiko Toga, the bond was supplying her name, was sending into his mind through the bond. The scenes of her victims, slit, with her drinking their BLD with raw, ecstatic bliss. And then he got the images of her current obsession. Her current fantasy. Of doing the same thing to him. Snap. Suddenly, thankfully, the images stopped with that sound in his head. Toga put her hands up to her cheeks and gasped, blushing like mad, Izuku-an. You have so much love to give. You don't get to use that name, Izuku snarled as he pressed his panic button. Why not? They do. And we're bound as well. Toga said. Not anymore, Izuku growled, black whip snaking out as he did so. The tendrils surged forwards to grab her. Deftly, the girl dodged each of the blows. One managed to graze her face, which turned into grey ooze that sloughed off her head, revealing a blonde, cat-eyed girl with her hair in buns and a fanged smile. Oh, I wanted to save my real face for a special occasion, Toga pouted. I don't suppose you can tell me who the others were. Good, she doesn't know, Izuku said, eyes narrowed. I wouldn't tell you, he said as he moved to grab her. She dodged easily, letting out a playful giggle. No matter. We'll be bound in the best way once I'm through with you, she liked her lips as she said that. And then, she threw a knife into Izuku's thigh. Hissing in pain, Izuku sunk to one knee, trying to staunch the bleeding. He used Black Whip to try and grab her, but she kept dodging out of the way. You weren't lying, were you? About there being no such thing as a villainous quirk. Toga drew another knife. Your quirk doesn't make you a villain. The murders do, Izuku stated through the pain. Toga squealed and clapped her hands. I knew you were the one. She looked like she was about to lunge, until a shower of bubbles smacked her in the face, nearly making her retch from the foul smells. Bubble Girl rushed to Izuku's side as Toga went, Phew, this'll have to wait until next time, Izuku-chan, and ran out of the place. Izuku said, Go get her, as he took out his first aid kit and began to bandage his wound. Tenya made for native, only to just barely dodge a thrown knife. Then another. Then a third. Tenya winced. He was wearing a suit of armor, but it wasn't made strictly for protection. It was designed to increase his quirk's effectiveness by reducing air resistance and increasing cooling to his legs. Essentially, he was wearing a race car chassis rather than a suit of plate mail. Finally, he seemed to have an opening, and Tenya grabbed native and sped away. He weaved through the projectile Stain was throwing. Eventually, one nicked him, but it didn't matter. By now, he was far away from Stain and running at top speed. At least, he was until the muscles in his arms and legs stopped and he fell to the ground. Luckily, Tenya had training in what to do, and his armor had precautions to cushion his frame against such collisions, crumpling in such a way to absorb the impact. Tenya was face down on the pavement. His helmet and glasses were no longer on his head. Luckily, he'd landed on his panic button, so it should have transmitted his new location. Still, would that be effective with the other heroes engaged with the Nomyu? He could see the prone form of the hero he tried to save ahead of him. Native. Status? Tenya asked, distraught, hurting, but not as bad as I would be if you hadn't shown up, Native said. Tenya's mind raced. He discussed the various pros stationed in Hosu with Izuku. He suspected that his friend had uncovered his original plot and was trying to dissuade him, and had received an info dump on Native, among others. Your quirk, Totem, allows you to conjure animalistic energy projections, correct? Can you do so? Unfortunately, no, native replied. Generate them from my hands and feet. Tenya cursed. His engines also weren't working. It appears to affect the voluntary muscles below the neck. What did he do before you were paralyzed? Cut me, native said, seeming weaker. Liked blade. Stay. Conscious, native, please. Tenya begged. It's of little consequence, came Stain's cruel voice from behind him. He'll be dead soon, anyway. Tenya growled, unable to look the villain in the eyes. What could he have possibly done to earn your ire? The word hero has been corrupted by filth like him, Stain replied. The allure of fame and fortune has tainted the pure altruism that should be the only motivation for any true hero. Only men like All Might, who stand above such petty motivations, can be worthy of the title. How has native corrupted the title? Tenya roared. How did my brother? Seemingly magnanimous in victory, Stain stopped in front of Tenya. Your brother has a decent record of saving people, hence why I allowed him to live. However, he was tainted by materialism, sponsorship deals and commercial appearances that detract from the goal. As for this one, he doesn't even bother unless it's a high-profile villain. One who chases the limelight to the exclusion of all else. Not to mention that his entire gimmick is cultural appropriation. Tenya saw red. My brother employs 65 sidekicks. People who he relies on to save others. Those deals were to keep his employees cared for. And native is the son of diplomats for the League of Indigenous Nations. He's half Ainu and half Ojibwe. He seeks the limelight to inspire his people and to combat prejudices. Not to mention that All Might has sponsorship deals and tons of merchandise. Stain stopped, then quickly said, irrelevant. Leeches have latched onto All Might's image, but his altruism shines through. And even if they had decent intentions, their actions still are a blemish on the name of hero. Tenya realized that, at the very least, he could perhaps stall the hero killer. So with that, you condemn every life lost because those heroes you killed or crippled weren't there to save them. All Might can't be everywhere. Stain grinned as he knelt down to Tenya. No, he can't. And he won't be around forever. But there is at least one other who will take his place. Another true hero in the making. The winner of the first year youth sports festival. As Tenya's eyes widened, Stain's grin did as well. You know him. Midori Kyuseishu is my best friend, Tenya stated. And if he were here, he would try and stop you. Of course he would, Stain replied. He is worthy of the title. Worthy of one day killing me, should All Might fail. You shall be worthy, too, once your training is complete. But the filth of this generation would stain you, him, and all of your cohort. So I will stain my own hands to keep yours clean. And with that, Stain stood up, and began to walk towards native. Only to WHP his head around and duck out of the way of a massive wall of flames. As Stain rolled away, a face with split hair and a scar on his left eye turned to Tenya. Deku-kun, right? Xiaotou Todoroki asked. Sorry, things were a bit busy. The pros are on their way, I managed to slip ahead. Tenya never felt such relief before. No patrols for the rest of the internship, Night Eye sighed. We'll focus on quirk mastery, investigation, and other parts of the job. That's more than fair, Izuku said, his thigh bandaged as he was laying in the agency's infirmary. 2 villain attacks in one day is enough. Toga had managed to evade Bubble Girl and disappear extremely quickly. The materials Mai had used for his outfit stopped the knife from reaching too deep. And, thankfully, it missed hitting an artery. The wound still hurt, but it wasn't life-threatening. 2 villain attacks in 1 week is usually enough. Night Eye shook his head. Are you certain you were quirkless? No danger attraction quirk. At this point, I wonder, Izuku replied, deadpan. Night Eye managed to chuckle. En said in response to the laugh. Guess you won the internship, then. Night Eye noticed Izuku's smile in response. Something funny. Just something Ian-san said, Izuku replied, blushing slightly. Night Eye paused. You're really attached to them. He said this very softly. Before meeting All Might, the only person who supported me in any way was my mother, Izuku said firmly. The previous users stepped in and helped me before anyone else. Night Eye looked apologetic, before he sat down and took out a notepad. So, we have the police report, but what else can you tell me about your assailant? Himiko Toga took the 8th bond one had, through the second user, Ryuji Futetsuya. I'm not sure why, they are typically quirk-based, and her BLD drinking transformation quirk doesn't match Laserdisc in any way, Izuku explained. I think I know why, Ryuji replied. We've both got a large body count. And we don't regret it. Izuku nodded, then relayed that to a shocked Night Eye. Izuku shook his head at the pro's response. What, did you think that all of the previous users were like All Might? Ryuji and Izumu only begrudgingly tolerated All Might, and he had to pulp all for one's face in order for them to do so. Night Eye took a second to regain his composure. Continue. He did, explaining the images he saw. Her memories. Her fantasies. It was gruesome. It didn't take long for the bond to be severed after that. It's a good thing that they are not permanent, Night Eye nodded. She said she was called a demon for her quirk, Izuku said. She's awful, she murders people without a second thought. But it's clear that she's been messed up. She said people called her a demon because of her quirk, and her memories. It's reminiscent of a starving person who's finally seen a 3-course meal. So, I feel a little sorry for her. Is that messed up? Night Eye paused. He gave the slightest smile. To some, perhaps. But All Might always felt that the worst villains to fight were those he knew had been wronged somehow. You saw her thoughts, it makes sense that you can empathize with her. She's obsessed with me, Izuku said, fear in his eyes. More so after the bonding. And she knows I have relationships with others. She said she didn't know who they were, but she could easily find out. Nezu informed me that he had been taking precautions, given the threat of the Shy Heiseikai. We'll see if he can be more thorough, Night Eye said. Danger sense failed to detect her. I could sense threatening presences before. Endeavor managed to ping danger sense, Izuku said. She didn't register, not until she started actively attacking me. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲-san, any ideas? He asked the Vestige. Something like this never happened to me, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 replied. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 doesn't know, either, Izuku relayed. It's possible that proper stealth training could overcome danger sense the same way other mundane senses might. Or it's a minor manifestation of her quirk that hasn't been recorded. Or, since danger sense doesn't alert me to people who mean me no harm, her mental state affected it. She seems to view the act of killing someone, drinking their BLD, and becoming them as a form of love. Maybe that fooled danger sense. I caught about half of that, Night Eye said, miffed. Sorry, sir, Izuku said. Force of habit. I'll write it down for you. Night Eye nodded. Well, luckily, your injury will heal with a night of bedrest, thanks to your treatment. While not at Recovery Girl's level, the EMT that treated him had a quirk capable of speeding up the healing process. Please try and take it easy until tomorrow. Izuku nodded. When Night Eye left the room, Izuku realized that he'd turned his phone's notifications off. He'd reassured Okako through the bond, but needed to reassure the others. So, he took out his phone. His eyes widened as he saw the texts he missed. Oh, no. Ida. So, a second-generation false hero enters the fray, Stain snarled. No one could be spared from the front lines just yet, 𝐿𝐼 replied, sending out a wave of ice as cold as his tone. Todoroki-kun. He paralyzed us by ingesting our BLD. Tenya yelled out. Do not let him cut you, and if he does, do not allow him near the BLD. 𝐿𝐼 grunted in acknowledgement, creating a wall of ice around himself, Tenya, and Native. Stain, surprisingly, managed to break through it, making the boy wince before sending out another wave of ice to block him. So, you're here seeking glory? Stain sneered. Answering a distress call, 𝐿𝐼 said simply, sending forth a gout of flames. Faye, BLD will tell. And your father is a disgrace to the word hero, Stain threw a knife. 𝐿𝐼 managed to dodge. Never expected to agree with a mass murderer, but today is full of surprises. Todoroki-kun. Tenya may have only just been taken back from the edge of vengeance-driven monomania, but he was still utterly shocked by impropriety. What? The old man drove my mother insane and killed my eldest brother through overtraining, 𝐂𝐿 explained as though he was discussing the weather and not actively dodging a serial killer's slashes. What? Tenya cried out. Stain apparently stopped as well, allowing 𝐂𝐿 to freeze him to the ground. I was under the impression the entire first-year hero course was eavesdropping on my fight with 𝐒𝐿, 𝐂𝐿 said flatly, watching to see if Stain would move. The hero killer struggled to get loose, but was not successful. I was not present for that, Tenya replied. My brother had been hospitalized and I rushed out of the stadium upon learning that. Ah, 𝐂𝐿 nodded. Your silence would be appreciated. Nezu is currently investigating him, and we would not want to compromise it. Tenya nodded, I shall not. As if we can trust the corrupt system to dash Stain began, before he was cut off. Hero killer-san, 𝐂𝐿 interrupted, I am already risking serious legal consequences by acting to answer my comrade's distress signal. As it stands, you risk injury by frostbite and hypothermia. Please do not aggravate any potential charges against me by forcing me to freeze your mouth shut. It was at that point that Tenya managed to move, slightly at first, then fully. He crawled towards Native, disbelieving. The paralysis is wearing off. But, Native, speak to me. Still alive, still can't move, don't think my injuries from the crash were paralyzing, but can't be sure, Native said, still managing to remain conscious. Tenya managed to get to his feet and checked on Native. If we are no longer in danger of the hero killer, then I shall not move you, to prevent myself from accidentally injuring you. But, how are you still paralyzed while I am not? Did he ingest more of your BLD? Don't think it was more, Native said. Can't be sure. Maybe something else. BLD type, then, perhaps. Tenya posited. I'm type A. B, Native responded. Oh, Todoroki chimed in, unnecessarily. That would explain your quick recovery, Stain offered. As the hero stared, Stain scoffed, he has proven himself worthy in my eyes. Your approval fills me with shame, murderer, Tenya spat out. Any rebuttal the hero killer might have had was drowned out by the arrival of Endeavor, blazing with fury and smelling of charred flesh. The villain's eyes narrowed at the sight as he hissed, Endeavor, you fake. So potent was the killing intent radiating from Stain that even Endeavor flinched. Still, the number 2 hero managed to recover quickly. In 5 seconds, the ice began to melt, but before Stain could move from his weakened prison, Endeavor grabbed the hero killer's face, slammed him into the ground, and stood with his knee on the hero killer's back. Within 30 seconds, Stain had cuffs around his arms and legs, and his mouth was gagged. The ice surrounding the battlefield had vanished, and the water left behind was evaporating due to the flame hero's intense heat. Good work, 𝐂𝐿, Endeavor stated. Unfortunately, you did not secure my permission before acting, so we cannot advertise your involvement here. The laws against vigilantism are clear. Speaking of which, he turned to Tenya, I hope you did have permission from your own mentor. 𝐷𝐵𝐿 explicitly gave me permission to use my quirk for the purposes of rescue, Tenya replied. At no point did I engage Stain in combat. I can vouch for that, Native replied from his position on the ground. He started to twitch. It's wearing off. It was at that point that 𝐷𝐵𝐿 flew in. Ida, you okay? Tenya sighed in relief. I did crash at high velocity, and thus I should be checked for injuries, but for the moment, I feel relatively well. Good, 𝐷𝐵𝐿 said, and took that opportunity to kick Tenya in the face. As Tenya convalesced in his hospital bed, he reflected on the events of that night. 𝐂𝐿 was given a clean bill of health, but Tenya had sustained injuries from his collision. As such, he was laid up in a hospital bed with a neck brace. 𝐂𝐿 came in to wish Tenya well, before the chief of Hosu's police arrived to officially reprimand the boys and unofficially thank them. And now, 𝐷𝐵𝐿 had entered. So, kid. You obeyed my instructions to the letter, but you twisted them to your own benefit. You towed the line of breaking the rules without doing anything explicitly forbidden, either by me or the law. Tenya's stomach dropped. Sensei, 𝐷𝐵𝐿 grinned, I couldn't be happier. Tenya's mind went blank as he heard that, before finally settling on, what? Now, I should clarify that I'm not even slightly happy that you went after Stain, after the vast amount of effort we went through to keep you from doing just that. But, you finally learned to think outside the regulations you're so obsessed with, 𝐔𝐬𝐿 said. You've got potential, 𝐷𝑦𝐺T. Now you've just got some growing to do. And maybe next time, don't try and face a serial killer, even if your plan is to grab his victim and run. Tenya soaked in the praise. This was perhaps the first time he'd ever been praised for not following the rules entirely. It was an interesting feeling. I will try not to, 𝐔𝐬𝐿-sensei. Tenya responded. In my defense, I may not have been in my right mind. I had taken a number of blows to the head prior to my actions. 𝐔𝐬𝐿 paused, then began to laugh, long and loud, deep from his gut. When he finally subsided, he wiped a tear from his eyes. Oh, kid. That was a good one. Rest up, 'cause once you get a clean bill of health, I'm going to absolutely destroy you. Tenya stiffened in fear as the elder hero left. Izuku finally breathed a sigh of relief when Tenya had responded and said that he was well and resting following a difficult encounter. Xiaotou had offered Endeavor's assistance, which made Izuku wince, but he would be grateful to anyone for his friend still being alive and well. Eri was sleeping at his side. The girl had latched onto him and Mirio like a life preserver on the open sea. He'd provided pictures of her to his classmates, all of whom found her precious. Shortly after that, Izuku heard a sound he dreaded and loved. Ding. Okay, this is new. Guess that the bonds reaching a second stage can be done no matter the range, Izuku thought to himself. Outwardly, he asked, another bond went to stage 2. Who's in range? I'm here, 𝐒𝐿 replied. And could you have at least gone a day between attacks? I'll try and keep to a schedule, Izuku replied. Anyone else? I'm here, Ribbit, 𝐳 replied. Me, too. Mai added. Hey, came the teary-sounding voice of Toru. Instantly, Izuku became protective. Is everything all right, Toru-chan? Yes. It's great. Everything's wonderful. Toru replied, and they could tell she was sincere. It's a good thing that happened. I want to let everyone know at once and in person, though, so you'll have to be patient. She seemed to get shyer as she said, Thank you, Izuku-an. You've helped me so much. Izuku instinctively wanted to downplay his involvement, but the outpouring of love and gratitude he got from Toru was enough to silence his denials before he could voice them. He smiled and began to tear up. You're welcome, Toru-chan, he told them. So Momo's out of range, Mai said. Melissa, too, but she hasn't dinged yet. Neither has Nejiya-senpai, 𝐒𝐿 said. Oh, we got a 7th already. Mai asked curiously. We also got an 8th for about 45 seconds, Izuku added. Wait, what? Everyone yelled, 𝐳 adding a ribbit afterwards. Yeah, it turns out that I have a stalker after the sports festival, Izuku said angrily. She said something that made me feel protective of her, and that was enough for a bond to form. Unfortunately, she bonded with Ryuji-san and their common element was having a rather large body count and not regretting it. Oh, hell, Toru said, shocked. Yeah, the bond snapped after she sent out images of the things she'd done, and of the things she wanted to do to me. Her version of loving someone is killing them, drinking their BLD, and using her quirk to transform into them. I don't know how much information she got, but it seems that she knows I have others bound to me, but doesn't know who, Izuku explained. It wouldn't be too hard for her to find out, though, Ribbit, 𝐳 replied. Nope, Izuku said. We're going to have to be careful. And here I was thinking Nejiya-senpai was going to be a handful, 𝐒𝐿 said, shocked. Does this mean I get to make us all subdermal tracking chips? Mai asked, not even hiding her excitement. At this point, I'm not saying no, Izuku replied. At least, not yet. I'll take that as a win for now. Mai replied. On a less disturbing topic, Ribbit, how's the narwhal child doing? 𝐳 asked. Izuku smiled, she's sleeping at my side. Like a little barnacle. I'm so glad they shipped that monster who tortured her off to Tartarus, 𝐒𝐿 said, anger leaking. That poor sweet little girl needs as many hugs as you can give her, Izuku-an. Why a narwhal? I thought she looked like a unicorn, Toru asked. I'm working with Gang Orca, Ribbit. It's rubbing off on me, 𝐬 responded. Besides, a narwhal's just an underwater unicorn. She's not aquatic, my chimed in. Until I teach her to swim, Ribbit. 𝐬 countered. Isn't a narwhal's horn just a modified tooth? Izuku asked rhetorically. Yeah, Ribbit. And a unicorn is just a rhinoceros drawn by a European from a bad description, Ribbit, 𝐬 continued. That's fair, Izuku said. Maybe we can buy her a narwhal Odyssey. Mai gasped in delight. Forget that. I'll make her one. Make a unicorn one, too. Toru said. Narwhal first. I have dibs, Ribbit, 𝐬 said smugly. Okay, I think it's odd that this conversation hasn't been interrupted by any of Izuku's ghost family yet, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said. Oh, we're listening, Yen replied. We wouldn't interrupt this for the world, Nana added. Also, we had to wall off Yoichi because mentioning narwhals made him think of some ancient song that's annoying the hell out of us, Daigoro said with exasperation. It's been stuck in my head for centuries, how do you think I feel? Yoichi said, sounding like he was yelling at them from behind a wall. By the way, anyone who hasn't been in the One for All dreamscape, be prepared for horror cause you're in range now, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 warned. It's not that bad, Mai scoffed. It's basically total body paralysis. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said. It's pretty bad. Come on, Izuku, tell them it's fine, Mai requested. Sorry, Mai, but my version of normal is pretty warped, Izuku said. Momo-chan was also disturbed, and she was prepared. Well, Ribbit, at least if this is the straw that breaks the camel's back, we have concrete proof that the bonds don't have to be permanent, 𝐬 added. Look, it sounds bad, but at this point, I'm pretty ride or die, Toru said. You're stuck with me. Oh, no. Izuku said sarcastically. How will I ever cope? Well, kid, I've got to say, of all the students I've ever had, you're definitely one of them, Gran Torino snarked. Tenya paused, and bowed. Thank you for everything, Gran Torino sensei. You have helped me a great deal, and I will try and live up to your example. Gran Torino rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure thing, kid. Just remember not to stay wound up so tightly. You'll break if you don't bend. Tenya nodded. He said, you know, I never asked you, how did you know my grandfather? Oh, he was an old school friend and drinking buddy, Gran Torino said. I did help train your dad and uncles as a favor for him. Ah, that explains why father was so distraught when I mentioned you, Tenya said. I had assumed it involved Tensai. I find it inspiring that such a pillar of righteous behavior was friends with an unorthodox hero like yourself. Gran Torino chuckled. Kid, do me a favor and look up the Nagano blurs and see how righteous your granddad was. Tenya blinked. I suppose I will do so. Thank you once again, sensei. Oh, one last question, Gran Torino said. Of course, Tenya chopped the air. Who are you? Gran Torino said, seemingly returning to his senile persona. Tenya was about to question his meaning, before he stopped, realizing what he meant. For a second, he hesitated. But, if anything, this internship proved that, even if he wasn't worthy of the name in his eyes, he would become worthy in time. Ingenium, sir. I am Ingenium. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 hit the mat, as she had done numerous times that day, and groaned. You're definitely improving, Ryukyu said. But you're still overly telegraphing your attacks. Your movement needs to be more purposeful. Most villains, you'll only need one hit and they're out. Most, but not all, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said after taking a drink of water. And the last thing I want is to get blindsided by them. At least you and Nejaya-senpai are giving me experience with that. Ryukyu gave her a smile in return. For now, let's take a break on hand-to-hand and practice with long-range grappling. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 nodded. This was something she and Izuku had figured out between the sports festival and the internships. He'd gone through several ideas of how she could use zero gravity, and there were several failed attempts to see if she could increase the gravity of what she touched, similar to Yui being able to both grow and shrink objects. Finally, they came to one of his many questions. If she lassoed someone or something with a rope, could she remove its gravity by touching the rope? The answer, in this case, turned out to be yes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 took one of the cables she'd been working with. I wish I could have gotten gear that would allow me to shoot out a grappling hook beforehand. Gear can break, Ryukyu replied. If you do have such a support item and it breaks down, the techniques used here will serve you well. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded, giving a mental knock. Daigoro-san. Could you observe and give me some pointers? Hell, yeah, little lady, came the rough voice of One for All's fifth host. Show me your moves. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 grinned, then swung the rope towards her mentor's wing. With an enormous FWMH, the training room filled entirely with smoke. Luckily, the ventilation system quickly cleared it away, leaving behind a sheepish-looking Izuku. That felt normal to me, like I was using full cowl at my safe maximum. That's clearly too much for such a small area. I see, Night Eye said, observing from behind a window. And what is your current maximum? 15%, Izuku said. Working with Mirio has helped immensely. Night Eye smiled softly. Did the smoke harm you in any way? Not that I can tell, Izuku relayed. It was odorless, and it didn't irritate me, but I can't be certain that it's safe. I managed to collect some of the smoke. We'll send it to a lab for further testing, Night Eye responded. Any difficulties in accessing smokescreen? None. A second stage bond allows a Vestiges quirk to manifest without issue. FA Jin and laser disc aren't coming through, though, Izuku said, before emitting a small amount of smoke, reminiscent of All Might when his quirk was starting to fail him. This is about 1%, let me try 5. That obscured him entirely, though most of the room was still clear. Excellent, Night Eye congratulated. Any adverse effects so far? None. Well, my vision is completely obscured, but that's to be expected, Izuku replied. You mentioned you plan to use danger sense to navigate while using smokescreen, Night Eye began. Yes, although I can't solely rely on that, thanks to its shortcomings, Izuku said sheepishly. I'll need to ask Mai and Melissa for ideas to help mitigate it. Night Eye hummed in approval. Since you appear to be suffering no ill effects, we're going to have you run an obstacle course while producing your smokescreen. The moment you feel any injury, illness, fatigue, or any negative side effects, cut off production and we'll end this. Understood, sir. Midoriya called out, as the training room began to shift. I can't believe this, Kamakiri muttered under his breath. 𝐒𝐻ERO turned to the mantis-like boy. What's up, Kama bro? Fourth kind is wasting us. Kamakiri replied, using one of his blades as a garbage pick. We're here training to be heroes and he has us picking up garbage. You can't tell me you signed up for this. Well, yeah, this isn't what I had in mind when I came here, 𝐒𝐻ERO admitted. I was hoping for a bit more combat. Exactly. Kamakiri said. But, well, we don't really need to focus on that, do we? 𝐒𝐻ERO asked. I mean, we can always get better, that's what training is for, but we've got the basics down pat. Kamakiri looked annoyed, but didn't argue with it. So, yeah, I wish I was getting stronger, but fourth kind's right in that there's more to being a hero than just fighting, and that's why he chose us, to drill into our heads that we need to focus on the parts that aren't just busting up villains, 𝐒𝐻ERO said. Kamakiri scoffed, and mumbled, I suppose. 𝐒𝐻ERO realized that there was a way to remove all doubt from his bladed compatriot. Besides, could you imagine that exploding guy agreeing to do something like this? Kamakiri froze, stared off into the middle distance, and began to pick up trash with as much fervor as he could muster. 𝐒𝐻ERO grinned as he joined in, matching his fellow intern's zeal. When they were done, hauling the bags to the dumpster, Kamakiri looked at 𝐒𝐻ERO and asked, You don't think I'm like that piece of SE, do you? The grenade dude. Of course not. 𝐒𝐻ERO said, clapping Kamakiri on the back. That guy was a bully and a villain. Least manly guy I've ever seen. Kamakiri nodded, but didn't seem convinced. 𝐒𝐻ERO tentatively said, You want to talk about it? Kamakiri looked conflicted, before saying, That D-head, when I first met him, I thought he was someone like me. Someone who enjoyed a good fight, someone who could keep up with me, or who I could try and surpass. He wasn't a nice guy, but I ain't too nice, either. Sure, he was an butt and I wouldn't hang out with him, but I wanted him around for the challenge. Then we get to that spar with your class, and we find out he was a bully. He was on probation for torturing your class rep before he could use his quirk. And that SHT won't fly with me. I've known too many assholes who'd spray insect repellent at me or whatever to tolerate it. And then he went too DMN far. If Comet Girl wasn't such a badass, she'd have Fing died, and he wouldn't have given a single F. And I realized that I saw so much of myself in him, but what I saw was the SHT that made him a goddamn villain. Kamakiri spat out. 𝐒𝐻ERO let him talk, then said, "Thanks for letting me know. That couldn't have been easy." Kamakiri grunted in acknowledgement, and 𝐒𝐻ERO continued, "So, yeah, it's secret that you had so many bad things in common with that J, but at least you realized it and you're trying not to be like him. I think it's pretty manly that you care that much about being better than him. Not just a better fighter, but a better person." Kamakiri took that in, and smiled, "You're a good guy, Kirishima." He held out his fist, and 𝐒𝐻ERO bumped it. "Least now I have a rival who's not a total douchebag." 𝐭𝐞 leaned back. "So, how long do you think it'll take before these three end up forming their own agency?" She was looking at Kamu Woods, Mount Lady, and the hero she interned with, Death Arms, who were chatting at their own table. "I'm not given to speculation," Ibara said simply. Yui wasn't speaking, but was typing on her phone. Soon, they received her text. "Code, give it till end of year." 𝐭𝐞 smiled. As Mount Lady laughed at something, 𝐭𝐞 asked you, "How's she treating you?" "Code, pretty good. Code, 𝐿, probably cause I can grow giant shoes for her." 𝐭𝐞 snorted in laughter. Ibara asked, "Would she not be able to use the quirk-infused clothing our peers use?" "Code, that requires $$ Code, and Takeyama-senpai is trying to stay out of the red Code. Collateral damage is a beach." Ibara nodded, though she frowned at the swearing. "I suppose that makes sense. You call her senpai." "Code," she insisted. 𝐭𝐞 nodded, that seemed in character for the young heroine. "So, have you two seen any action yet?" "I have provided crowd control for some of Kamu Wood's villain captures," Ibara said. "Code, just support here. Growing stuff for senpai to use." 𝐭𝐞 agreed, "And I've ran espionage for a raid. Didn't see combat, and I'm glad for that. Can't believe our classmates, though." Ibara had a flash of something cross her face. "I was disturbed when we saw that text from Ida-kun. Particularly since the locations he texted were in Hosu. I was praying quite hard when I realized we could not aid him in his time of need, and gave thanks that he was delivered to salvation." "Cody, I'm glad your boyfriend made it, too." Ibara blushed. "Do not spread such accusations." "Cody, I've seen how you look at him ever since the fest. You got it bad, girl." Ibara's blush continued. "I was there when he received the terrible news about his brother. I merely wished to offer him comfort and support in his time of need." "Cody, yeah, well, you were praying over Ida's panic texts." "Cody, and no mention about Izukuan's." Ibara stammered a bit, before saying, "My Doryakuan is more than capable of handling himself. Not to mention that Uraraka-san was there to aid him. And of course I was grateful for his safety as well." Yui smiled very slightly and said, in response. 𝐭𝐞 decided to needle her as well. "I noticed that you're calling Green by Uraraka-chan's nickname." There was no blush, nor any visible change to her stoic features as Yui typed her response. "Cody, oh yeah, I'd be all over Izukuan if he were free. Cody, problem is, he and Chako are basically married." "Cody, I'm no homewrecker." 𝐭𝐞 wondered if she should inform Yui that they were polyamorous, particularly since she herself wasn't explicitly told they were. Part of the problem of her quirk was that she heard a lot of secrets that she shouldn't have. So she knew that their class rep was dating a few of her classmates. She figured it wasn't her place to tell anyone. Well, that wasn't entirely true. She did mention it to Itsuka after a study session at Momo's house. The two of them were commiserating over their shared crush on the rich girl, and 𝐭𝐞 had told her that she and Izuku were dating, among others. Of course, the conversation inexorably led in that direction. "Cody, what about you, Gyro? Cody, got your eye on anyone?" And with that question, her brain was off to the races. There was Momo, of course, she was just great. And the rest of the group she was dating were nice, too, maybe she would join. But they weren't the only possibilities. Out loud, she just said, I've got my eye on people, but I don't know anything beyond that. Yui raised an eyebrow, and seemed to be about to type when their mentors rose from their own table and told them to get ready for work. There were a lot of things Zhu liked about 𝐭𝐴. He was strong, he was dedicated, he was a good teacher, he was a fierce fighter for the rights of people with mutant quirks, and he had a great sense of humor about him. Her favorite thing about her new mentor, though, was that he loved kids. When they were on patrol, he always took time to help children who asked for anything. He gushed over her younger siblings, and had an autograph ready for 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐷 when she got back home. And now, she was showing him a picture Izuku had sent of 𝐸. I'm so thankful that this little one is safe now, 𝐭𝐴 said after cooing over the girl. Thinking of adopting this early. Zhu grinned, Ribbit, Izuku's probably going to be her older brother figure. We'll see, Ribbit. It's up to her. There's something I need to request, 𝐭𝐴 began. One of our friends in support is making her a narwhal Odyssey, Ribbit, Zhu replied. The minute you get a provisional hero license, I want you here for work studies, 𝐭𝐴 said with a smile. Unless you fail to show me pictures. Ribbit, I'll send them to you the second they are available, sensei, Zhu nodded. It's a shame we weren't capable of responding to 𝐬𝐸 distress call in time, 𝐭𝐴 said, beginning to rumble slightly. I would have liked to smack that villain around a bit for daring to harm her. We couldn't be there in time, Ribbit. Besides, 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐽 was within range to take care of it, Zhu responded. She was still getting used to referring to her lover's hero names while on the clock. 𝐭𝐴 raised an eyebrow. I'd be careful around her, then. Zhu tilted her head and put a finger to her chin. Ribbit, why should I worry about one of my girlfriends helping out our boyfriend? 𝐭𝐴's face was as hard to read as Zhu's, but the tone he adopted was one of shocked despair. Wait, what? Zhu shrugged. Several of us are dating each other, Ribbit. There's 8 of us so far. 𝐭𝐴 paused at the implications. Is the pink-haired girl from your team at the sports festival among them? Yes, Mai-chan is one of us, Ribbit, Zhu said, concerned. Is this going to be a problem, Ribbit? I didn't think you'd be someone to disapprove, Ribbit. 𝐭𝐴 seemed to be shocked out of his funk. No, absolutely not. You can love however you wish, as long as everyone's consenting and no one's pressuring you into it. No, we wouldn't do this if we weren't all on board, Zhu said, thankful that they had concrete proof that this was the case, although she wished it hadn't involved a serial killer stalking Izuku. That's good, 𝐭𝐴 said. That having been said, this evening I'm going to need to relax by taking a long swim in the open ocean. You'll be working with my sidekicks on proper paperwork procedures. Zhu blinked and nodded as 𝐭𝐴 left the office. The news later showed that he managed to provide backup to the 𝐸𝐸 while he was stopping a crew of drag smugglers led by a villain named Innsmouth. 𝐭𝐴 had finished hunting a great white shark, and the sight of the number 10 hero covered in blood and bits of shark caused the villain to surrender immediately. Zhu could swear that the next day her mentor had muttered something about the lion hero Shishido. She decided not to pry into it. On the last day of the internships, Izuku was surprised to see that 3 unexpected visitors had arrived at the Night Eye agency. He was called into a meeting in Night Eye's office. Midoriya-kun! Nezu exclaimed from atop All Might's skeletal shoulders, with his mother in tow. How wonderful to see you. I trust that your internship has gone well. The glint in the mammal's eyes was horrifying. It has, Principal. Izuku said happily. Night Eye relaxed very slightly when he said that. I've been able to better control Blackwhip, and I've gained access to Smokescreen. So far, no problems have arisen from it. Just what I like to hear. I'm always glad when my students get the experience they need to succeed as pro heroes. The words seemed to hit Night Eye as if they were his own high-density stamps. Now, I'm here because of the situation with little 𝐸. Izuku had been dreading this. Nezu-sensei, 𝐸-chan is doing the best she can, but so far, getting her to trust anyone but me or Mirio-senpai is difficult. I understand completely, Nezu responded. It took me years to trust even a single human after my own ordeals. Now, I have several problems at hand, and I have decided to solve a good portion of them. Namely, that you now has a ward who needs full-time care, and that several of my students are now in increased danger from at-large villains seeking revenge. Izuku looked from Nezu to All Might, who was awkward at being there, and his mother, who was looking a lot like he was when he was put on the spot earlier in the year, before the Vestiges had massaged his confidence into something. As such, I have hired Ms. Inko Midoriya to take care of our newest ward. And both she and you will be provided housing within UA's new on-campus dormitories, Nezu announced. Midoriya blinked. Unfortunately, I was unable to convince the school board to make the dorms compulsory for all students as I wished. Still, I have made overtures to several of your classmates who would be most in danger by the new threats, Nezu grinned. This is a lot to take in, Izuku said. Rest assured, I have spared no expense when it comes to the comfort and safety of my students and employees, Nezu responded. Izuku leaned back and looked at his mother. When do we move in? Inko rubbed her 2 index fingers together. 2 days ago. After I signed the contract, movers came to our apartment and within 4 hours we were set up in a new building. Izuku's eyes went wide before he said, You know, I don't know why I expected anything different. Nezu leapt down to the floor. Well, with that settled, Midoriya-kun, I believe it would be best if your mother and I were introduced to the little lady that began this new chapter in UA's history. Izuku smiled widely. Certainly, sensei, and led the 2 of them out of the office. Of course, Nezu deliberately left All Might alone with his former sidekick. All Might knew this was coming. There was little other reason to bring him along, in spite of the principal claiming that his shoulder was so much more comfortable to ride. A week ago, he would have done anything to beg off this meeting. That changed after hearing how Night Eye had treated his boy. If All Might weren't so averse to awkward conversations, he could have avoided this entire debacle. Convinced Night Eye that Izuku was worthy, or warned Izuku to choose a different agency. Night Eye may have changed his mind, but none of that mattered to All Might. He knew that the only reason that Night Eye failed was because one for all hit singularity. If not for his predecessors, Izuku would not have the confidence he had, nor the information. If not for that, Night Eye would have been able to succeed, to belittle and deride All Might's stepson to the point that the young man would willingly give up the quirk he'd rightfully earned. Night Eye would have destroyed Izuku's hopes of being a hero, returned him to life as a second-class citizen, and given young Mirio a quirk that would kill him. It didn't happen. It couldn't have happened. But that fact was no thanks to him. Toshinori-san, Night Eye finally said, tentatively. Sasaki-kun, All Might replied dispassionately. Night Eye flinched at the use of his surname, but, honestly, he was lucky All Might hadn't used his hero name instead. You were right, Night Eye finally said. All Might shook his head. Not about everything. I was slowly killing myself. And I did need to find a successor. However, that was never your decision to make. It's a decision you weren't willing to make. Night Eye said, impassioned. A choice you seemed to be deferring until you were on your deathbed. All Might took a deep breath. He'd had this conversation several times prior to Night Eye contacting him with a candidate for a successor. He wasn't willing to have it again. Sasaki-kun, tell me the truth, please. Would you have accepted any successor I picked that wasn't young Tagata? Night Eye opened his mouth, seemingly to deny it, but he faltered. He looked torn, like he was trying to convince himself that he would have trusted All Might's judgment, but couldn't come up with a decent argument. Finally, he hung his head. Perhaps we could have discussed your concerns if you hadn't couched your arguments against Izuku with such prejudice, All Might said. Night Eye clenched a fist. Can you really blame me for being skeptical of an untrained, quirkless middle schooler gaining one for all? All Might gave Night Eye the coldest stare he could muster. Do you even realize what you're saying to me? What you're implying? Night Eye blinked, then made the connection. I would never claim that you weren't worthy of one for all. But you did, Sasaki-kun, All Might said. The reason you rejected Izuku out of hand would have rejected me as well. Night Eye looked down, before realizing something. You've been calling him Izuku. Not young Midoriya. All Might rose. He's become my son in every way but BLD. Night Eye's jaw dropped. I was happy that you sent Izuku an offer. I had hoped you had seen in him what I had. When Nezu informed me of your true intentions, I was highly disappointed, Sasaki-kun. Night Eye looked suitably ashamed. Finally, he said, there are a number of heroes and investigators after the League of Villains, and I'll offer whatever insights I can. But the Shihasaikai are still active. So is Himiko Toga, Midoriya-kun's stalker. For the moment, I will devote my resources to tracking them down and making sure they don't hurt him. All Might nodded. I have the utmost faith in your skills, Mirai. With that, he left the office. Night Eye sighed. It seemed as though the bridge hadn't been burned just yet. Though he suspected that it wouldn't be crossed anytime soon. Izuku stood in front of the dorm in shock. It hadn't even been a week and the Heights Alliance dorm complex was already completed. Not to mention it looked gorgeous. Inko stammered beside him, holding Eri's hand while Izuku held the other. How? That's you, Eraserhead stated, walking towards them. You'll get used to it. Or you'll have a psychotic episode. Oftentimes, both. At that, Eri broke free from Inko's hand and hid behind Izuku's leg. Eraserhead looked at the girl, trying to keep his expression neutral. Is that Midoriya-kun? Izuku nodded. Hey, Eri-chan, remember Aizawa-sensei? The teacher I told you about, who can stop other people's quirks. Eri shakily nodded, which Izuku could feel from the movement against his leg. That's him. Do you want to see it in action? Izuku asked in an excited tone. Another pause, followed by another nod. Wait right here with my mom and I'll show you, Izuku said. Once Eri could look at Izuku, he let loose a few small strands of black whip. He made them wiggle a bit, before Eraserhead stared at him. As the underground hero's eyes glowed red and his hair flew upwards, black whip fizzled out. Eri looked at the exchange with awe and confusion, not to mention quite a bit of fear. Inko noticed and asked, What's wrong, Eri-chan? Eri trembled slightly as she said, He can't stop him, now. If Overhaul comes back, Eraserhead immediately blinked, letting his hair down as erasure deactivated. Izuku brought back Black Whip, and knelt down to Eri. It's okay. Black Whip is back now. He wrapped the tendril around her shoulders, looking a lot like Eraserhead's scarf. Aizawa-sensei only uses his quirk to take down villains or help teach me and my friends. Eri took comfort in the energy around her, and she looked relieved. If Overhaul ever comes back, I won't erase Midoriya-kun's quirk, Eraserhead reassured Eri. I'll erase his quirk. And when he can't use it, my friends and I will arrest him again. Eri looked at Eraserhead wide-eyed. She didn't quite trust it yet, but she had a feeling she'd be safe here. But she couldn't quite feel safe. Not as long as Overhaul was still out there, somewhere. All for One grinned as one of his gambits was coming to fruition. As with any villainous mastermind, All for One had plants within numerous police forces. His services were still in high demand, even now that the world was swimming in powerful quirks. The officer in question was once a boy who had a quirk labeled as villainous. His parents had proposed a trade, giving All for One that quirk in exchange for one fit for the family of police officers. The boy no longer caused horrifying waking nightmares on those he touched. Instead, he now only slept an hour each day. He followed in his father's footsteps, and every so often, he spoke on the phone to the family friend who unlocked the potential of his quirk oh so long ago. It was enough to keep him familiar with the officer. Familiar enough that he could, if he so chose, transported the man or anyone close to him to his location using one of his quirks. And the officer in question was currently guarding Kai Chisaki as he was being transferred to Tartarus. All for One exhaled, hating how the warping quirk interacted with his respiratory system. The helmet, at the very least, kept the coughing to a minimum. He was prepared for this meeting, after all. He had to dress his best to welcome the man to his abode. As the Yakuza boss materialized in front of him, he saw that the young man's restraints were gone. The man was retching, horrified by the awful taste of the slime that brought him there. "Ah, young Chisaki," came All for One's mechanically deep voice. "A pleasure to meet you." The disgust on Chisaki's face was palpable, more than it was at the foul liquid covering him. The legendary plague rat, the typhoid Mary of the New Age. "Ah, yes, I'd heard the rumors of your eccentricities," All for One stated. The belief that quirks are a disease, and that you were attempting to find a cure. I have good news for you, then, young man, he smiled beneath his helmet. I am here to relieve you of your own illness. No, I must endure, Chisaki panicked. I must continue my work. You can't. I don't recall asking you for permission, All for One stated. Your concept of a means to erase quirks is admittedly intriguing, but I already possess the ability to deprive someone of a quirk. Allowing you to develop your own method is, unfortunately, a threat that I cannot abide. It's a pity. You could have made an excellent lieutenant if not for your proclivities. 2 black rivets, cracked with glowing red lines, emerged from All for One's back, stabbing Chisaki through the wrists. As he cried out in pain, All for One approached him, placing both hands on the younger man's throat. Don't worry, young Chisaki. Your quirk will serve me well. Red energy poured into All for One from the holes on his hands, as the quirk began to transfer. He could feel it pour into his veins. And then, all of a sudden, his hands were racked with pain. Despite the pain of being pierced, Chisaki managed to tear his own arms through the rivets that All for One produced, bringing his hands to All for One's wrists, and activating his quirk one last time. Once his quirk was gone, All for One, enraged, grew more rivets, grabbed Chisaki's head with them, and forced his face into a nearby toilet. He ignored the drowning Yakuza's death throes as he examined the damage. This wasn't the first time someone used a quirk on him mid-transfer, but this was the most ruinous of those occasions. Chisaki had only limited control of his quirk mid-transfer, and thus could not have killed All for One, nor prevented the transfer itself. But he could easily make this new addition to his collection a Pyrrhic victory. All for One's hands were now horrendously deformed, as if they had been clenched into fists and burned so thoroughly that they melted together like plastic, and covered with odd bony growths across them. The holes through which he used his primary quirk were still present. Using the quirk mid-transfer prevented that from changing. All for One felt overhaul within him, and he clapped his deformed hands together to use the quirk. Failure. He tried pressing his hands across his face, his body, anywhere to attempt to restructure his own body, which he knew the quirk was capable of doing. Failure. Realizing these hands couldn't use his new quirk, All for One grew some new rivets from his back. He used these to slice off the new hands and let his copy of Super Regeneration regrow them. To his horror, the hands grew back in the same deformed state. Growling in frustration, All for One returned to his bed, using the rivets to reconnect himself to his life support. He had quirks that could overcome this new disability. Ultimately, this would be a minor inconvenience. A brief setback. One failed plan out of many. And now, at least overhaul was in his arsenal. Though, with such power over him, could he truly trust anyone with this weapon? Izuku couldn't believe it. The dorm building had a penthouse that now housed him, his mother, and A. It was much larger than his original apartment, but Nezu had seemingly gone to great lengths to make it resemble the only home he ever knew. Heck, it even smelled like their old apartment. His room was likewise the same. A shrine to many heroes but mostly All Might. His newest trophy, Night Eye's apology figure, was placed in honor among his shelves. To boot, the room contained a trapdoor and a ladder to the room directly below it, among the student dorms. Nezu, in his infinite wisdom, decided that while he'd offered Izuku a room as part of Inko's new contract, he was still entitled to a room as a UE student, and thus was provided a room among the student dormitories on the floor below him. Whatever you do, stay on Nezu's good side, Yoichi had advised him. The other Vestiges instantly agreed. Once he was finished unpacking, while his mother was taking care of Eri, Izuku decided to take a look around the dorm to see who might be around. As soon as he opened the door, he noticed a familiar face walking into the door to his right. Oken. Izukuin. Okiko said in shock. She then slumped down. Yeah, I should have figured this would happen. Izuku shook his head. Wanna bet that by sheer coincidence, Melissa, and Nejaya will all be on the same floor of this building by mistake. Wow, working with Night Eye must have honed those prediction skills, Okiko joked, giggling. Izuku chuckled as well. Well, we might as well see who else has arrived. Probably not many people, Okiko replied. Pony will probably show up, since she's living on her own as well. I can't believe Nezu bought out our lease. Might need to make a shrine, Izuku joked, causing Okiko to giggle once more. When you're done, let's see who else is here. I wonder what the next surprise is. Well, you're going to find out now. A familiar voice came from behind them. Izuku and Okiko turned and were utterly shocked to see a girl wearing a Yui uniform. She was absolutely stunning, a face so gorgeous that it stood out in a class of staggeringly attractive ladies. She had the widest grin on her pale face. Her hair fell to just below her ears, seemingly white, but when light struck at just the right spot, it shone like a rainbow. Her eyes were that same color, practically glittering like diamonds. "Hey, there!" Toru Hagekyu waved to them. "Toru-chan!" Izuku and Okiko cried out in surprise, as Toru took a flying leap at Izuku, tackling him in a bear hug and giving him a big kiss. Izuku nearly fell over, but Okiko grabbed him before he could hit the ground. Unfortunately, she unthinkingly used all 5 fingers and the 2 of them started to float towards the ceiling. When they broke the kiss, stopping for breath, Toru was invisible once more. Oh. Well, it takes a lot of concentration to keep that up. I'll save it for the others in our group, then the class as a whole. Toru-chan, that's amazing. Izuku said happily. He realized his predicament and used float to ensure he was ready, then he gave a thumbs up to Okiko. She released her quirk and Izuku brought himself and Toru down gently. How did you do it? Toru clapped her hands together. Well, I was training with Reflet along with Emma, that laser guy in 1B. And she'd been teaching me about how to change my refraction so I could focus light differently. I'd created mirages and wavy distortions and managed to make blinding lights and all that. Emma and I even made a combo move with his laser, where I'd redirect it. And I got a few times where I sort of flickered in. I guess. And I tried to make it intentional, but it was tough. Then I remembered something you said about full cowl. About how you needed to concentrate on that feeling and spread it across your whole body. Once I got the feel for how to start, I used that advice and, well, I could see myself for the first time. Toru cheered, as she demonstrated by shimmering back into visibility, and glomped onto Izuku once again. That's wonderful, Toru-chan. Okiko said, smiling widely. Toru took the opportunity to glomp onto her as well. Wow! That's a really interesting application of your quirk. Izuku said, pulling out a notebook to add to her entry. Is that why you dinged? Okiko asked, her smile changing to a knowing grin. Well, yeah, Toru said, blushing visibly for the first time they could see. I mean, this was huge. And Izuku's done so much for me, you know. He helped me figure out my refraction, he got me a costume I could use so I could use my quirk and stay protected, he helped me find out who to go to, and now, I used him as inspiration to do something I didn't even think was possible. I've never seen my own face. Her eyes were watering. You've been helping me so much and I knew you weren't expecting anything in return, but... yeah, it was love. Izuku wrapped them both up in a hug. Want to go meet Eri? Abso-total-utely. Toru cheered. As Izuku took Eri to introduce her to his fellow students, Eraserhead was accepting a cup of tea from Inko. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, my Doria-san, he said flatly. Inko gave a wobbly smile. Likewise, Eraserhead-san. My Izuku speaks very highly of you. You're apparently the best teacher he's ever had. You can call me Aizawa. And given that my boss has jailed a number of his former teachers for abuse and discrimination, you'll have to forgive me if I don't exactly see that as a compliment, Eraserhead said. Inko's smile faded. Well, Aizawa-san, that is true. But he did admire you a great deal, before coming here. You and Sir Night Eye and any other hero who didn't have a combat-oriented quirk. Eraserhead nodded. Of course a child believed to be quirkless would look up to him. That made the boy's initial declaration that he didn't find Eraserhead to be trustworthy hurt even more. Still, he was working on it. I should tell you, then, my Doria-san, that your son is one of the best students I've ever had in my class, with his intelligence, dedication, and willingness to help his classmates. Even if he came to me completely quirkless, I would have been able to mold him into a good hero. As he is now, I have little doubt that he'll become one of the greatest there ever was. Eraserhead took another sip of tea as happy tears streamed down Inko's face. He's also the source of over half of my stress, due to his ridiculous quirk and lack of self-preservation instincts. I'm incapable of thinking of him as anything but problem child in my head, and it isn't even his fault most of the time. It's a struggle not to call him that outright in class, but I refuse to let another teacher disrespect him, especially me. If he doesn't turn me gray by the time he graduates, I'll be highly surprised. Or possibly dead. 𝐒𝐭 had giggled through that diatribe, even as she looked conflicted by it. The last line, though, made her gasp. No, you shouldn't say things like that, Aizawa-san. Eraserhead blinked. Right, sorry. Pro heroes tend to lean towards dark humor amongst themselves. Comes with a dangerous job. Alright, 𝐒𝐭 stuttered, remembering that unfortunate fact. Eraserhead looked at her. Is there a problem? She struggled with the words and sighed. I know this is what my Izuku wants. What he's always wanted, and he'll never stop wanting it. I tried to dissuade him, because I wanted to protect him, but that just hurt him. And he's so happy now. Happier than he's ever been. So I'm going to support him. But I'll never stop being scared for him, and worried about his safety. Eraserhead's expression softened. I understand. I worry about my students constantly. Even the ones that graduated. That's why I have such a high expulsion rate. I refuse to let a kid go out onto the field and get themselves killed because they were in over their head. 𝐒𝐭 dried her eyes as her smile returned. Well, I'd say you're a pretty good teacher, then. Still could be better, Eraserhead stated. And since we're discussing this, I feel I should warn you that Nezu seems to have plans for your son. I'm not sure what, because I can never be sure about anything involving the rat, but he's definitely got something up his sleeve. My money's on making your son his right-hand man in a bid for world domination. 𝐒𝐭 paused, then said, well, that doesn't sound so bad. Never say that, Eraserhead said. We don't tempt fate here at UA. Also banned are the phrases it can't get any worse and everything's going to be all right. And I should note that the rat put your son's dorm room on the same floor as his girlfriend's. You know about that. 𝐒𝐭's eyes widened. Teachers are observant and teenagers aren't as subtle as they think they are, Eraserhead stated. If you meet with Midnight, be prepared for her to talk your ear off cause she ships the hell out of your son's little polycule. 𝐒𝐭 giggled, then tilted her head. Wait, isn't my Chan in support? She is. So is Melissa Shield. And both she and Nejiya Hado are third years, Eraserhead said, sounding dead inside. I tried to bring that up and Nezu laughed for 20 straight minutes and dismissed me. And once he heard about it, Power Loader won't have Hatsum in 1HS dorm. Why not? 𝐒𝐭 sounded scandalized. Apparently, your son and his gang are the only ones able to rein her in even slightly, Eraserhead said. She'll actually eat, sleep, and take breaks if they intervene, and that means fewer explosions. He provided data, Midoriya-san. A full presentation with slides and graphs. Eraserhead brought up a tablet and showed 𝐒𝐭 what Power Loader sent him. Wow. That's thorough, 𝐒𝐭 responded. He even took into account possible environmental variables. I could use this to try and give Izuku a care routine for her, though I'd need to. She began to descend into muttering. Eraserhead looked at the shorter woman and suddenly the world made sense. After introducing Toru to A, the young girl had apparently had enough excitement and was napping in her new room. They decided to see who else had arrived on their dorm floor. Come on, senpai, you have to admit this design offers the best protection, and kids love robot suits, came a familiar, enthusiastic voice. Some do, but this is meant to be a comfort item. Besides, you'll be able to upgrade more easily from a simpler item than a complex one, came another voice, stern but patient. This voice was familiar, but it was the first time any of them heard it in person. Melissa! Izuku cried out, rushing over to the room where the discussion was taking place. In it, Mai was sitting over a touchscreen drawing board going over designs, taking input from Melissa Shield. Izuku! Melissa cried out and ran to hug him. It was a little awkward for him, given that she was a head taller than he was. Still, he enjoyed the physical contact. I'd tease, but touch starvation's a beach, N commented simply. True, Izuku thought to the sixth host. He looked up at Melissa and said out loud, It's great to actually see you in the flesh. Same, Melissa said. She looked over to the others, Okiko. She hugged the girl as well, who was equally flustered at the height difference. Hey, Izuku. My interrupted, Melissa-senpai was just checking some of my designs for our daughter's honuses. Izuku began to cough as he choked on his own breath. Eri isn't my daughter. She's a ward of you and my mom's in charge of caring for her. If anything, she's my little sister. Fair. We'll let her choose who gets what family title, Mai dismissed. She then looked at Toru, and pet her head in confusion. Wait, when'd we get a crystal girl? Toru laughed. Come on, Mai, I know you're bad with people, but this is ridiculous. Mai blinked. Wait, Toru. Didn't think you could turn off the see-through. Does this mean the suit's unneeded? Oh no. Toru said. It's perfect. The off SWCH worked amazingly. I just learned how to use one for my skin, too. At which point, Melissa gave her a hug and said, congratulations. Though this means we'll have to shelve our ideas for an item to handle that for you. When she broke the hug, Toru was invisible once more. She sighed, might want to keep that open. It takes a lot of concentration right now. Oh? Mai said, I had a plan for that. She brought up another set of blueprints on the tablet. Melissa took a look at it, then said, if you leave that there, you'll have a risk of electrical shocks. Mai ped her head to the side. Wait, really? DMN it. Melissa shook her head. Don't worry, we all could use someone else to take a look to make sure we're not making flagrant errors. Sounds less fun than just trying it, but you've got a point, senpai. Mai groused, but began to tweak her design. Holy CRP, she can save us from my explosions. Toru whispered telepathically to Izuku and Okiko. Why couldn't she have come here sooner? The two of them asked mournfully. The 1A dorms had 10 rooms to a floor, and 3 floors worth of dorm rooms. The second floor was reserved for the boys, the third and fourth for the girls save Izuku's own room. The Midoriya penthouse took up the 5th floor. The first floor included a kitchen, baths, an exercise room, laundry, and a common room. Okiko was agog at how expansive and well-stocked the building was. Momo, on the other hand, called it charmingly quaint. The 4th floor housed Izuku, the 7 girls he'd bonded with, and 2 empty rooms. Mina, Leiko, and Pony were on the 3rd floor, and Tenya, Fumikage, and Ahiro were on the 2nd. Have to say, Ida-kun, I wasn't expecting you to have taken the offer, Momo was saying to Tenya as Izuku entered the room. I can appreciate your concern for our safety following the attention we have received from villains, Tenya replied. Furthermore, if this fine institution has seen fit to provide us with dormitories, it would be the height of rudeness to spurn their generosity. Tenya then noticed who entered. Midoriya-kun. I must give you my sincerest thanks, he stated, bowing deeply to Izuku, in front of everyone. Izuku seemed flummoxed at Tenya's statement. Thanks, I suppose. What did I do? While indirect, one thing you had said in the past aided me greatly during my internship. Tenya returned to standing straight, and he chopped his arm for emphasis. Wait, you knew I told the teachers you were planning to take on Stain. Izuku said in shock. Tenya blinked. That was your doing. Then I owe you even more gratitude, as without your warning, I would not have benefited from my tutelage. Was it just Izuku, or did Tenya shiver upon saying that? It's not just you, Nana replied. Sarahiko's a taskmaster. In any case, when I found myself in Hosu in spite of the actions taken to prevent me from being there, I was faced with the temptation to follow my original plan. However, among other things, I remembered your words when that thug was expelled, Tenya explained. You had stated that, in spite of his prior transgressions against you, you had gained no satisfaction from his punishment, and that the only thing that you felt was glad that he had not hurt anyone else. Izuku thought, then remembered, oh yeah, I did say that. I had a lot on my mind that day. My mentor had described being in a similar situation, and his thought process was the same as yours. That allowed me to set aside thoughts of vengeance, and focus on what was important, saving lives. Tenya hesitated. Stain is a fanatic. Obsessed with the concept of a true hero, and slaughtering or crippling anyone who fails to live up to those standards. If I came after him looking for vengeance, he would have killed me and native both. But, with the mindset I was in, he did not wish to kill me, seeing me as a potential true hero. That is what saved my life that night. Izuku said, tears welling up. I'm just glad you're safe. As my class representative, you tasked me to come home, safe and sound, Tenya stated. I was merely following your instructions. Izuku choked out a laugh at that. Foundational Heroics was an eventful class the next day. At first, the exercise seemed straightforward. A race through one of the city training grounds to reach All Might, playing the part of a damsel. Izuku was flying over the cityscape, scanning over the rooftops and listening for a cry for help, when all of a sudden, danger sense blared from behind him. He flew out of the way before two golden beams of energy spiraled towards him. He spun around to see their origin. Nejaya-senpai. Izuku called out. Oh, you caught me. How'd you do that? Did you hear me coming? The third-year student asked as she zoomed closer and readied another blast, ready to shoot it point-blank at him. Izuku barely ducked out of the way of her blast, dropping straight down and feeling the waves tingling above him as they almost hit him. He threw Black Whip at her, which failed to catch her as she flew behind him and shot him in the back with wave motion. Izuku careened off into the distance as Nejaya took off for Tenya, who was running at top speed and was not expecting a beam of energy to take him off his feet. Izuku managed to slow his descent and prevent himself from face-planting into the side of a building. We have a faux villain. Izuku called out at full volume as he considered his options. The goal was still saving the damsel, with Nejaya harrying them to prevent their success. Rescue was the first priority, not capturing the villain, unless she posed a threat to the target. He had informed his classmates to the best of his abilities. He didn't have to save them from Nejaya. But DM'd if he didn't want to. Izuku took off once again. Tenya, a hero, Mina, and Kinoko all lacked aerial capabilities, so by remaining airborne, Izuku was not only using his best advantage, but was making himself an easier target, giving his classmates options. Sure enough, Nejaya was back on his heels. Once she was in range, Izuku let out a smokescreen at 15%, then ducked down, flying off. Unfortunately, the distraction only slowed her down, but it was enough time for him to reach All Might. Tenya had reached their teacher first. Apparently, his training had improved his agility, giving the tall boy greater use of his speed. He was blasting his engines as he leapt from wall to wall, and he was cornering a lot better. Izuku followed him shortly in second place. Mina managed to skate her way to third. Kinoko managed to get in fourth, with a battered-looking A-hero taking fifth place. Took you long enough, Kiri, Mina teased. That upperclassman got me, A-hero said, awestruck. She blew me away a few times. It was awesome. Thanks for that, Kinoko said. If you hadn't distracted her, I'd be in serious trouble. Let's save our discussions for the rest of the class, shall we? All Might asked of them as he took off towards the starting area. The students made their way, and when they did, a familiar golden streak landed among them. Everyone, meet Nejaya Hado, third-year student, and one of US Big Three, All Might introduced. As this year has produced exceptional hero students, we have decided that your foundational heroics lessons could do with additional instructions. As such, young Hado is going to serve as my teaching assistant when working with 1A. Hi. It's nice to meet Okako-chan and Izuku-chan's classmates. Nejaya cried out, waving with a huge smile. Wait, what? Setsuna whipped her head around. Spill, you too, how do you know the blue fairy over here? She interns with Ryukyu for her work studies, Okako said, as Nejaya zoomed over to Mina and started to ask her questions. And both she and I were there to bail Izuku out when he pressed his panic button. Any further conversation was halted when All Might's booming voice rang out. All right, we need to keep the exercise moving. Young Uraraka, young Tokuge, young Asui, young Hagakure, and young Kendo, take your places. Danjit. We'll continue this conversation later, Setsuna promised. And hey, maybe she'll go easier on you since you're already friends. Okiko gave off a forced, sardonic laugh to cover up the immense fear at having to face down her senpai. Following the strenuous lesson, the bruised and battered students returned to their locker rooms to change. At which point, Denki cleared his throat to address his male classmates. "Fellow men of Class 1A, I have a question for all of you," Denki said grimly. "A question that may upset the balance of this class and tear us all apart. But it is a question I must ask, because to let it go unanswered would leave us all adrift. Particularly now that all of Japan knows us." The other 6 boys turned to Denki, confused but intrigued. "Which of the lovely ladies in our class would you most want to date?" This startled everyone, but not for the reasons Denki may have intended. Tenya was the first to recover. "Kaminari-kun, that is highly inappropriate. Our female classmates deserve better than to be treated like pieces of meat." "Whoa, chill for a second, Ida," Denki held up his hands in protest. "I'm not, saying give me a list in order of who's most attractive or anything like that. I'm saying who you'd most want to date. They're all wonderful, who would you like to try for a relationship with?" "That feels very personal," 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 said gruffly. "I guess, but it's also partly because I want to make sure I'm not hurting any of you. You know me, I'm a big ol' flirt. But I don't want to try anything with someone you've got your heart set on," Denki said, a bit embarrassed. Tenya straightened himself out. "I suppose that makes sense. Though, in the interest of fairness, I think you should go first." "Oh, that's easy. Gyro," Denki said happily. That seemed to startle everyone. "Isn't she always putting you down and hitting you with her jacks?" Tetsu asked. "Yeah, but it's not mean-spirited," Denki said with a big grin. "Besides, I like that she can dish it out as well as take it. Plus, there's that side of her that comes out whenever she talks about music or anything else she's really into. She's so cool and passionate. It's cute." Everyone blinked. Tenya rubbed his chin. "That was surprisingly deep, Kaminari-kun. In that regard, I will say that I find Shiozaki-kun to be a pillar of strength and integrity, and I would like to get to know her better. Though, I personally believe it is counterproductive to begin a relationship at this time." Denki nodded. "Sure. She's a bit strict for me, but I think you two would work well together." 𝐴𝐻ERO gave a thumbs up. "Yeah, man. For me, it's the opposite end. I've known Ashido since middle school and she's always been the best. She was always so outgoing and brave. And back then, I was nothing like I am now. She helped inspire my UE debut. If there's anyone I'd ask out, it'd be her." "You've got good taste, Kiribro." Tetsu clapped 𝐴𝐻ERO's shoulder. "And you've got history, so that's always a plus. I'd say Tokuji-san. She's also got that same fun devil-may-care attitude." 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 crossed his arms. "I do not think it important to say who I may or may not wish to commune with. It's Yanagi." Dark Shadow interrupted, emerging from below his arms and spilling the beans. "Fumi likes Yanagi. Impudent beast." 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 blushed violently as he chastised Dark Shadow, who merely giggled. "Fine, since my shadow has decided to make my secrets known, Yanagi-san's interests and mine align, and I find myself drawn to her." Denki looked apologetic. "Sorry, man. I don't want to make any of you uncomfortable. You guys don't have to answer if you don't want to," he said to Koji and Izuku, the 2 shyest guys in the class. It was with great shock that Koji's high-pitched voice broke through. "I'd say Komori-chan. She's very nice, and Shishi's been talking about going on mushroom hunts, and I always like going out into the wilderness." Adorable, each of the guys thought. Between Koji's shyness and the mental image of the class's gentle giant and one of their smallest girls together in nature, there was no other way to describe it. Izuku was silent for a bit, and he was honestly scared. He'd never been able to tell anyone anything without it being thrown back in his face before. But none of the guys in his class had ever acted that way. They'd always helped him as much as he helped them. They knew he used to be quirkless, and when Bakugo had confronted him, every single one of them, even the timid Koji, had his back. "Guys, I have something I need to tell you, but I need you all to keep it a secret," Izuku said. "If this is about Uraraka-san, we know, dude," Denki said. "I mean, you walked into the classroom calling each other by cutesy nicknames," Tetsu added. "Your affection for her shines brightly, like a beacon in the darkness, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. And if you are afraid of rejection, know that her affection for you is equally bright, if not brighter. Honestly, we're all just waiting for the wedding, 𝐒𝐻ero grinned. And you'd better be asking us to be groomsmen. I'd ask to be best man if that wasn't clearly 𝐸𝐷. I believe it is premature to speak of such things right now, 𝐻enya said. Although, if you do choose me, I will perform the duties of best man to the best of my ability. Guys, this is serious, 𝐒𝐿 said sharply. Everyone looked at him, stunned at his tone. Koji began to sign, you don't really need to worry about me talking, but I promise, I'll keep whatever secrets you have. Thanks, Kudakuan, 𝐒𝐿 smiled. Sorry to act so unmanly, myheroacademia, 𝐒𝐻ero said, head down. Tetsu nodded along. If you place your trust in me, I will live up to it, 𝐻enya added. I swear upon my soul that I will reveal nothing you tell me in confidence, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stated. I didn't mean to make light of it, man, Denki apologized. But, if you're concerned about secrets, we do know about you and Uraraka. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. Yeah, that's the thing, it's not just 𝐻𝐭𝐚. Wait, what? Denki said, shocked. No one else spoke, stunned. We're polyamorous. There's a group of us and we, 𝐒𝐿 struggled to find the words, part of it has to do with my quirk. You know it has a mental aspect to it. Yes, the danger sense you used to hunt down Shigaraki and alert the U staff before the incursion at the USJ, 𝐻enya stated, glad to focus on this rather than the other thing. Well, that's not the only thing. I can form empathic bonds with a person if there's an interest between us. 𝐻𝐿 was the first. It gives me insight into the person, helping me understand them and what they like, and what's important to them. And if the bond grows, there's a point where I can speak to them telepathically, empower them in a certain range, and allow them to move at super speed if they're in danger, 𝐒𝐿 said, making sure his info dump was intelligible. That sunk in for a bit, before it clicked with 𝐻enya, the spa, when she faced that villain. That was how Uraraka-kun moved that fast. That did seem anomalous to me. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. Yeah, the bond leveled up. I wish there was a better term. But anyway, I have 8 slots. Again, not a great term, but it's what I have. Wait, so you're dating 8 girls? Denki said, almost reverently. Well, I can date 8 girls. And the bond works between them, too, so they're also dating each other, 𝐒𝐿 added. And the bond requires consent. The stalker Aizawa-sensei mentioned. She bonded with me for less than a minute. When I learned she was a murderer, the bond severed immediately. So it's not like I'm forcing anyone into it. That does ease my concerns, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. While I understand the involuntary nature of this aspect of your quirk, I would find it unsettling if you were removing agency from your paramour's decision-making process. Indeed, 𝐻enya said, chopping his arm for emphasis. To be honest, I find the idea of such a relationship to be a little unsettling. But, if you are all consenting and happy, I support it wholeheartedly. Hell yeah. 𝐻ERO said. Love however you want. I mean, I never even thought about having more than one partner, Tetsu added. That could be a lot of fun. So, who are you dating? Denki asked. If that's not prying too much. Our polycule consists of me, 𝐻𝐭𝐚, Yomomo, Zu-chan, Toru-chan, Mai-chan, Melissa Shield, and, as of the internship, Nejaya-senpai, 𝐒𝐿 stated. Holy SHC, Denki said. Language. 𝐻enya interjected. While crude, the sentiment feels appropriate, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. Wait, so is that why there are 2 support students and a third-year student in the 1A dorms? 𝐻enya asked. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 sighed. I think Nezu's trying to find a way to experiment on us that isn't explicitly illegal, and this is the way he's choosing to do it. 𝐻enya paused. Are we certain he's a hero? I'm certain that I don't want to be on his bad side, 𝐒𝐿 shrugged. That does seem like the most prudent course of action, 𝐻enya acquiesced. As soon as 𝐒𝐿 left the locker room, he noticed a red-faced, extremely guilty-looking Kyoka standing nearby, approaching him, but avoiding direct eye contact. Her jacks had extended and were clacking together nervously. 𝐒�l put 2 and 2 together. You overheard. Kyoka nodded sheepishly. 𝐒𝐿 sighed. Is this a repeat of my match with Todoroki? Kyoka squeaked out. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have, but Mina and Setsuna insisted, and, well, should have seen this coming, Izuku mumbled. You're angry with me, right? Kyoka asked miserably. You have to be, I basically outed all of you. I knew beforehand, but I never said anything. Izuku thought carefully, I'm a little angry, truth be told. But, I do trust you girls the way I do the guys, probably more, given how many of you I'm dating. He tried to joke it off, but it fell flat. If you can't forgive me, I'll understand, Kyoka stated. Honestly, with the dorms in place, it was going to be revealed eventually, Izuku said. And this isn't a terrible way to have it revealed. I'm bi, I have a bit of a crush on Momo, and I overheard you were dating each other and debated asking if I could join you guys, but after giving it a lot of thought, I don't really want a part of it because it seems intense and there's a whole lot of you, Kyoka said quickly, the words running over each other. Izuku blinked and tilted his head, his eyes wide. Kyoka put her head in her hands. I was prepared for you to want some blackmail on me as payment and I was psyching myself up for it in my head. Then you had to go and forgive me. Izuku grinned. It's okay. And since apparently, this is a day for sharing, I'm by myself. I prefer girls though, Kyoka snorted. Really? I had no idea. The two of them chuckled as they returned to class. Izuku finished dropping off a collection of forms to the teacher's office before leaving for the day. The entire class was going to be at One's dorms, both to introduce those students who weren't staying there to the facilities, as well as to introduce more people to A once Izuku got back. As he walked down the hallways, he heard a voice call out, Izuku-an. The voice was vaguely familiar. He'd heard it before, but didn't ever hear her speak actual words. Yui-chan. I want in, she said. Her expression was as muted as ever, and her voice was equally hard to place. But her attention was intense, and it was focused directly on him. Thump 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 click. Why? Ryuji seemed resigned to his fate. You tend to speak less than anyone else, Chief, Izumu offered. Plus, you alter the size of your discs. Well, it's better than the last one, Ryuji grumbled. Was that your quirk? Yui asked. Her tone was deadpan, her eyebrows slightly raised, but the bond revealed that she was joyfully happy. It was, Izuku responded. She said, which would have been a happy squeal if it came from Toru. I'll be moving into the dorms, then. If that's what you want, Izuku said, though he could tell that she very much wanted this. Gonna make up for lost time, Yui said as she walked back towards the dorm. Because, apparently, she wanted to date him for a while, and if she knew the group was polyamorous, she'd have joined in a heartbeat. You know, I know that danger sense doesn't work for situations like this, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 said, but something about her tone makes me really feel like it should. As Izuku and Yui made their way to the Heights Alliance dorm, Okiko was waiting for Izuku. She looked at Yui for a second, before she seemingly got an info dump, and asked, Last bond? Yeah, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. Yui replied, happily. Okiko sighed in relief. At least now we don't have to worry about who's next. I hope, Okiko said, shivering. With your quirk we never can tell. In any case, Gyro-san told our group that she talked to you, and I just wanted to make sure you're okay. Izuku let out a deep breath. I'm mostly fine, but it does hurt. Like, if I knew you were listening in, I wouldn't have minded it, but I wish the choice wasn't made for me. How much did you hear? Ashido-san and Tokuji-san pressured Gyro-san into using her speakers about the time when Tokomi-kun was talking, Okiko mentioned. Izuku smirked. So they didn't overhear Kirishima-kun and Tetsu-kun claiming that they were interested in them. That's some karma. Okiko began to snicker. Yui made no sound, but was just as amused. Any problems on the girl's side? Izuku asked. Yanaja-san and Komori-san are a bit embarrassed, Okiko offered. Shiozaki-san seems out of sorts, like she's divided by 0 or something, but she wasn't ranting about the immorality of it all, which I think is a good sign. And I was going to warn you that Kodai-san had an intense look on her face, but, and with that, she reeled from an info dump about Yui wanting to date Izuku, but leaving it aside out of respect for her. And the two of them knew Okiko was learning that information. You know, I love this quirk. 𝐒𝐿 said. Even with all these headaches it's caused me, I love it. I used to always feel like there was this manual to social interaction that everyone else had read and I hadn't. Now I've got all these hints to it, and it's making it easier to handle everyone, not just you girls. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 ruffled his hair affectionately. I think we'd still be together regardless. But, yeah, I'm glad it's speeding things up, too. Yue looked at them and, seemingly getting permission via bond, also began ruffling his hair. Fluffy, she whispered with awe. He enjoyed that sensation for a bit longer before he said, I should go and see if 𝐿𝐸 is willing to come down. The three of them reluctantly stopped and entered the dorms. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐭𝐴 were each holding one of 𝐿𝐸's hands as the elevator took them down. Smiling, 𝐭𝐴 said, Remember, 𝐿𝐸, if you want to leave, you can just say the word and we'll let you. 𝐿𝐸 nodded. They're all my friends, 𝐒𝐿 said, smiling as well. They're training to be heroes just like me and Mirio-senpai. Like the girl with the pink chipmunk cheeks and the girl with the long hair with the twisty things and the clear girl. 𝐿𝐸 said. Exactly. 𝐒𝐿 said. Their names are 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, 𝐔𝐸𝐽, and Toru. It's okay if you mess up names sometimes. There's a lot of people. 𝐿𝐸 nodded. As they got off on the first floor, they walked into the common room. Eraserhead was there, having instructed the class that 𝐿𝐸 had a dangerous quirk, that she'd been through a lot and that they shouldn't crowd her, and that if she was scared of any of them, not to take it personally. It was at that point that 𝐭𝐻𝐲 stepped forward. Hello, everyone. I'm 𝐒𝐿's mother, 𝐒𝐭 Midoriya. I've been hired by you to help take care of 𝐿𝐸-chan. It's a pleasure to meet you all. After the class chimed out their greetings, 𝐒𝐿 came in with 𝐿𝐸 at his side, shyly staying close to his leg. As cautious as she was, she wanted to be brave. Oh my god, she's so adorable. Mina whispered, practically vibrating in her seat, struggling not to go over and cuddle her immediately. Hi, 𝐿𝐸-chan. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 smiled and waved. 𝐿𝐸 shyly waved back and said, Hi, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲, she said shyly. Mina began to bite down on her fist to prevent her from squealing. Toru seemed to be covering her mouth as well. Itsuka was absolutely ready to go over and give her some comfort. Of course, things started to go off the rails when she gazed over at 𝐵𝐵𝐼𝐾. She went stock still and began to tremble, before she ducked behind 𝐒𝐿. Hey! What's wrong? 𝐒𝐿 asked, concerned. Overhaul, one of his people is here, 𝐿𝐸 said, tears silently pouring out of her eyes. Oh! 𝐒𝐿 looked at 𝐵𝐵𝐼𝐾 and said, Chisaki wore a plague doctor mask. You know, one of those that looks like a beak. Ah, 𝐵𝐵𝐾 said. I can assume, then, that others in his organization had similar attire. Eraserhead nodded. Our information shows that a number of Chisaki's Yakuza underlings wore similar masks. Then I will leave for the young girl's peace of mind, 𝐵𝐵𝐾 said. Dark shadow popped out from his chest. I wanted to meet her. Fumi, let's get some apples, then. 𝐿𝐸 perked up at the mention of apples, then noticed Dark Shadow. He has a black whip, too, she asked, confused. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐵𝐵𝐾 shared a look that screamed roll with it. 𝐒𝐿 turned to 𝐿𝐸 and smiled. Yeah, Dark Shadow is a lot like Black Whip. Hiya! Dark Shadow replied, waving at the girl, who was apparently not sure what to do. On the one hand, he looked like Chisaki's men did. On the other hand, he had a quirk like the Black Whip that saved her, that comforted her, that protected her. The biggest difference is that Black Whip cannot think or talk, but Dark Shadow can, 𝐵𝐵𝐾 said. Oh, how wrong you are, kid, Degoro said smugly. Jury's still out about the think part, Nana grumbled, to which Degoro laughed. Fumi and I are each going to have an apple. Would you like one? Dark Shadow asked her. She may be confused and afraid, but 𝐒� was there to protect her. She looked up to him, and he nodded. She replied, okay. With that crisis averted, several of their other classmates introduced themselves. Shortly after 𝐵𝐵𝐾 and Dark Shadow returned, along with apple slices for 𝐸𝐸, it became too much for her, and she left with 𝐿𝐸 to go back to the apartment. So, if anything happens to that little girl, we riot, Mina stated to the collected members of 1A. There was general consensus agreeing with her. It was about that time that Mai burst into the room. 𝐒�. We have a successful prototype baby for our actual baby, she said, holding up a piece of clothing proudly. Izuku choked. For the last time, I'm not her dad. The other students began to giggle as Melissa showed up behind her. Behold the first Hatsum Shield collaboration, Melissa stated. Using our state-of-the-art fibers, we have a garment that's as functional as it is comfortable. Stain-resistant, machine-washable, resistant to cuts and bullets, alongside general heat and cold resistance and a temperature control system to stay comfortable in the hottest summer or the coldest winter. The garment was a onesie made to resemble a narwhal. The high-pitched squeals from several of the girls made Kyoko wince in pain and Shoji flinch in his room in one BS building. Oh my, that is just precious, Momo gasped, holding a hand to her mouth. Yui added appreciatively. I can appreciate you coming here from the support department to show this off, Itsuka said, equally appreciative of the adorable piece of clothing. Oh, no, we came from our rooms on the 4th floor, Mai stated outright. Wait, you're living here? Itsuka asked in surprise. Why? Clerical error on Nezu's part, Melissa said, making the air quotes with her fingers. And if you believe that, I have some swarm plan to sell you. Denki looked at Izuku. What did you have to do to get your life like this, dude? Be treated like a second-class citizen for most of my life, then All Might found me under a bridge getting suffocated by a slime monster, Izuku stated. There was a pause, then Denki followed up with, so, Karma looked at you, saw that you hadn't had any good luck in years, then gave it all to you at once, plus interest. Seems like it, Izuku shrugged. Kyoko had a light blush as she stared at Denki. Okay, seriously, you have too many good lines for your dumb butt. What, do you have a learning disability or something? Denki started to respond, then shut his mouth, and thought about it. Wait, do I? How would I even know? Kyoko's blush increased as she buried her head in her hands. Oh my god, I'm doing so much wrong today. I'm sorry, I meant that as a joke, not as some kind of mean comment. No worries, if anything, that's helpful, Denki stated, his eyes wide like he wasn't sure what the world was like anymore. How do I even find out? I believe Hound Dog has some resources as our school counselor, Itsuka stated. Once we find out if you have such a disability or not, we can add any special accommodations to our study sessions, Momo added. It's rather convenient. Now that these dorms exist, we will be able to better organize those sessions. Maybe we could all choose a dorm room even if we're not living here exclusively. Setsuna offered. Just in case those sessions run long and we can't make it back home in time, we'll be able to get more sleep and be able to attend class on time. There seemed to be consensus, but that train of thought was derailed when Zu got up, turned to Mai and Melissa, and stated, we seem to have forgotten the most important thing, getting Eri to try on the onesie. Gang Orca's been hounding you for pictures, hasn't he? Izuku asked. Twice daily, Zu replied. While the entire class was a bit much, Eri was happy to see the smaller contingent of girls coming to meet her along with Izuku. The gift was well received. Eri happily ran around the apartment in the narwhal onesie, as Zu dutifully took pictures, sending them to her mentor. She wore it for the rest of the day, clearly enjoying the feel of it and the gift. Shortly after Eri went to bed that evening, the Midoriyas received a visit from Nezu. The mammal looked grim once he was let into the apartment. We have news about Kai Chisaki, Nezu stated. Izuku and Inko both flinched, Inko looking worried, Izuku looking determined. What happened? During his transportation from his holding cell to Tartarus, Chisaki was subjected to a form of warping quirk. He was surrounded by a foul-smelling liquid and disappeared from his cell. This occurred last night. Today, his corpse has been found in a saw, with evidence of a violent struggle. Inko gasped. Izuku's eyes widened, but he went into analysis mode. That doesn't match Kurogiri's warp gate. Are there any registered quirks that match that description? There is one, belonging to a man who went missing 4 years ago. The quirk allowed him to teleport to the location of any individual he was familiar with, or to teleport that individual, or anyone in close proximity, to his location, Nezu explained. Izuku nodded. Then we should operate under the assumption that All for One is in possession of that quirk and used it on Chisaki with the intent of stealing his quirk. Probably restoring All for One to full health in the process. I concur, Nezu said, watching as Izuku's face fell. Until we find evidence to the contrary, we will operate under that assumption. Though, our investigations into the officers guarding him revealed that none of them were colluding with All for One. Izuku pondered this, then turned to the principal. Check their quirk registries, including previous alterations. See if any of them were late bloomers or had quirk awakenings or drastic changes to their quirk's description. There might be a possibility that one of them was working for All for One unintentionally. All right, my Doryakan, we've put it off long enough. I must insist on nurturing this analytical talent of yours, Nezu said, a dangerous glint in his eye. Never thought I'd be tutored by a tree shrew, but I'm happy to learn from the premier intelligence-based hero. Izuku said proudly. Aha! Excellent! Nezu said, ecstatic. The common tree shrew is indeed the species that has been most extensively spliced into my DNA. However, it was not my BRTH species. Still, a wonderful deduction, and we'll be discussing this further during your next free period. With that, the principal left. Inko looked to her son and said, Are you sure you're safe with him? Even if I wasn't, nobody could stop me, Izuku said, eyes gleaming. So what the hell do we do now? Rikia Katsukame was the one to ask the question, but the sentiment had brewed throughout the 10 masked individuals. We haven't yet been able to develop the bullets, Harry Kurono, aka Chronastasis, said. We have some of the temporary ones, but even if we still had without Overhaul and his quirk, we cannot create new ones, much less the permanent versions. Would it even be worth it, without him at the helm? Toya Setsuno asked. You ungrateful swine. Joy Irinaka, aka Mimic, cried out from within the doll-like cloak form he possessed. You're gonna PSS away the second chance Overhaul gave you. Well, I don't give a rat's but myself, Kendo Rapper replied. The only reason I joined in the first place is because I wanted to one day defeat Overhaul. That ain't happening anymore, so, you guys can F right off, as far as I'm concerned. Letting out a sigh, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 rubbed his temples. I suppose that, with Overhaul gone, I have no reason to continue keeping you in check. There's others who are rebelling, Hojo stated. Those who didn't care about Overhaul's plans. Either we leave, they leave, or we fight and the organization splits anyway. Is this the end? Sorimitsu Tabe asked. Do we let our boss's dream die? Do we continue as a normal Yakuza organization? Well, I have a proposition for you, came a voice from outside. From behind a corner came the lanky form of Tomura Shigaraki, with the misty Kurogiri walking behind him. The F. Shin Nemoto called out. How'd you get in here? He used his quirk, Confession, on the newcomers. I possess a warp gate quirk, Kurogiri answered. Finding the coordinates of your hideout was simple when we questioned some of your lesser members. Nemoto snarled, were you the ones who abducted and killed our boss? No, Kurogiri responded. I have no idea who killed your boss, Tomura stated, unaware of his sensei's activities. What I do know is who's responsible for his capture. He held up a photo of his green-haired player 2 onto a table using 2 of his fingers and his thumb. Setsuno used his quirk, Larceny, to take the photo from Tomura's hands into his own. That sports festival kid. Yup. Calls himself Kyuseishu. However much I hate All Might, I hate this griefer even more. If not for him, your boss would still be here, Tomura stated. Here's my offer, join the League of Villains. We're going to be attacking you and this effer's target number 1. You guys get your revenge. I don't give a SHT about revenge, Rapper stated. But if I can get a few good fights in, I'll join you. Perfect. Welcome to the party, Tomura smirked behind the hand serving as a mask. Any other takers? His smile grew as, one by one, the top members of the Shy Hasaikai accepted his offer. Few things were as cool as flying. Following her introduction as Tea of Foundational Heroics, Nejaya decided that she and Izuku would dedicate their next afternoon to train him in aerial tactics, as he was one of the few members of 1A who could fly at similar speeds as she could. Right now, they were training in basics, which covered basic flight etiquette, dealing with aircraft, and hand signals to communicate in absence of some form of equipment. Of course, the aerial maneuvers turned into what was essentially an airborne game of tag as they flew across one of UA's training grounds. When their time was up, and they descended to the ground, Izuku had a huge smile on his face. That was so much fun, senpai. It's 𝐂𝐩𝐽-chan, the girl pouted. That was so much fun, 𝐂𝐩𝐽-chan senpai. Izuku amended. At that, 𝐂𝐩𝐽 giggled. All right, Izuku-an. From now on, you have to call me that. Of course. Izuku said as they began to walk towards the main campus. Do you have some way to stop the bugs and dust and stuff from hitting you? I have to keep a bit of wave motion around my body to stop that from happening, 𝐂𝐩𝐽 asked. Similar to his own initial talks with Okiko, the Bond was telling her not to immediately bombard him with the next set of questions. Full cowling, even at its lowest percentage, essentially acts as a minor shield, Izuku replied. Protects me from that sort of thing and keeps the air resistance from tearing at me. How bad is the energy drain? Does it affect your speed? Oh, it's fine. Like, I've got a lot of energy to burn and as I use my quirk the stores get bigger, so now I can just go NY whenever I need to. It was hard at times, especially cause wave motion is so slow because of moving in spirals. But thanks to flying I can close the gap easily. No need for speed if I can shoot 'em point blank. 𝐂𝐽 said at high speeds. Izuku produced a notebook and dutifully began writing the details down, and was about to ask another question when 𝐂𝐽 noticed two people along their way, grabbed Izuku by the wrist, and rushed over with an enthusiastic hi. Hey, 𝐂𝐽-chan. And hey, you brought my kohai. Izuku realized that he was now standing in front of Mirio, smiling brightly. Mirio-senpai. Good to see you. Izuku said. Anything new? Well, I got assigned as TA for 1BS Foundational Heroics classes. Mirio stated proudly. I even have a room in their dorm to solidify that. We were actually going to head over to your building and see Eri-chan. As the older boy said that, Izuku noticed that Mirio was with a boy with indigo hair and pointed elf-like ears. This was Tamaki Imagiki, the only member of the big three he hadn't yet met. Silver medalist in the third year's sports festival. Fatgum's longtime intern. Certifiable badass. And when Izuku approached, Tamaki ducked behind Mirio and muttered, too much interaction. Oh my, he's you from back at the entrance exam. Nana said sympathetically. Poor guy, In added. Maybe you could hand one for all to him for a few days. Daigoro offered. Just so we could help him the way we did you. I am not trusting my relationships to the embers of one for all, Izuku replied. Out loud, he said, Eri-chan will love seeing you again. Let Imagiki-senpai know that we don't have to interact if it's too much for him. Wait, I shouldn't be speaking about him as if he's not here. Oh no, I'm doing it again. I'm sorry, Imagiki-senpai. Wait, you might not want me talking to you directly. Oh no, as Izuku panicked and went into distressed muttering, Mirio and 𝐂𝐽 began to laugh. As they did, Tamaki poked his head out and saw Izuku spiraling. At which point, he found a wall and pressed his face into it. Great, I hurt someone like me. That seemed to snap Izuku out of social anxiety into hero-friend mode. Are you okay, Imagiki-senpai? Mirio laughed and patted Izuku's shoulder. It's okay. Tamaki-kun just gets like this sometimes. Don't worry, Tamaki-kun, this is my kohai from the internship, Izuku Midoriya. Oh, yeah, Yorozu-san mentioned you, Tamaki mumbled. He turned around and bowed. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. He then returned to facing the wall. Oh right, you work with Fatgum. Izuku perked up. Oh wow, I have so many questions about how your quirk functions. He opened his notebook, then paused, remembering Tamaki's predicament, but I can wait on that. Tamaki hummed in appreciation at that. Tamaki-kun, Izuku-kun and his mother are the ones taking care of Eri-chan. We might as well go along with them. Mirio said brightly. Sure. Tamaki turned around, his head down, eyes pointing away. If you don't want me there, that's fine. Nonsense, Mirio-senpai told me about you, I was hoping I could meet you. Izuku said. I actually was hoping I could see how you manifested tentacles. One of my techniques lets me grow tendrils and I was wondering if you had any ideas. Not that you have to. Izuku said, realizing he might have been overstepping. You don't have to if you don't want to. Well, if you think I can teach you something, I suppose I could try, but be warned that I'm not good at this and you'd probably be better off finding someone else, Tamaki muttered. Oh my god, you're so alike. How cute. 𝐤𝐽 squealed in delight. Come on, let's go, guys. Mirio said, walking towards the 1A dorms. I apologize for intruding on your afternoon, my Doria-kun, Tamaki muttered. It's no trouble, Amajiki-senpai. If you're a friend of Mirio-senpai and 𝐤𝐽-chan-senpai, you're a friend of mine. You can also call me Izuku if you want, Izuku offered. You don't have to accommodate me if you don't want to, Tamaki replied. I know I'm not as fun as my friends are, not at all, Izuku said, worried. If you don't feel comfortable using my first name, that's fine. I was just offering. If you're on a first-name basis with my best friends, you might as well call me by my first name, too. You know, if you want to address me at all, Tamaki said. If you're okay with that, Tamaki-senpai. But if you change your mind, please let me know. Izuku said. All right, this kid needs help, but if he causes you to backslide, Izuku, I will annoy you into getting ♀to brainwash you so I can take the wheel and smack him one, Nana said fiercely. 𝐤𝐽 leaned towards Mirio. Tamaki-kuan's confidence, yeah, Mirio said. I can't believe how much it's improved since the internship. 𝐤𝐽 cheered. I know, I'm so proud. Mirio smiled. I'm home. Izuku announced as he entered the 5th floor that served as his and his mom's apartment, removing his shoes. To the big three, he said, make yourselves at home, I'm going to check that Eri in the mood for visitors. When he stepped into the living room, he found Zu reading a picture book to Eri. Momo had made some toys to serve as props while she read. Okiko and Yui were doing schoolwork while this was happening. Yui and Zu, as usual, had perfect poker faces. Momo was blushing, but maintained composure. Okiko was pure red and trying not to stare at Izuku. Still, the bond made it crystal clear that all 4 of them were bracing themselves. As soon as Eri saw Izuku, she beamed at him and called out, Papa. Izuku froze. What? Was the response of every single one of the Vestiges. My-chan's going to be so smug, Nana commented. Eri curled in on herself. Mama Zu said I could choose who I wanted to be my papas or mamas. Do you not want? She trailed off. Immediately, Izuku snapped out of it. No, Eri-chan. If you want me to be your papa, I'd be very happy to be. I was just surprised. He knelt down and gave her a hug. Eri started to cry happily as he did. To the gathered members of his group with Stage 2 bonds, he said, what on earth? We read a book about families. Eri had questions. We said she could choose her family since she didn't have one, so she said she wanted you to be her papa, and that we were her mamas and we weren't expecting that, Okiko said in a blur. Also, your mom's out on errands with All Might as a bodyguard, Ribbit, Zu added. Duly noted. I'll save the freak-out for later, Izuku thought as he pulled Eri back and wiped away her tears. Hey, Eri-chan, Mirio-senpai's here with 𝐤𝐽-senpai and a friend of his you haven't met. You want to say hi? Yay! Papa Mirio's here. Eri cried out. She ran out to greet them. Okay, not the only papa, that's a little better. Kinda rude to talk like this when you can't, Izuku said, trying to keep himself calm as the group walked to the entryway. Anything I should know about? Inko-san asked us to babysit, Momo said. Mai-chan and Melissa-chan are still at their respective labs. Toru-chan is currently giving a talk to Gyro, Ashido, and Tokic. The tone in Momo's voice when describing that made Izuku nervous. Before he could reply, Momo said, you may have forgiven them, dear, but I still require time. Any argument Izuku may have had evaporated at the warm feeling he had when Momo called him dear. That evening, after Inko recovered from her deluge of tears and Eri went to bed, the polycule was hanging out in Izuku's dorm room. With his room on the 5th floor serving as his actual bedroom, He turned the dorm into a study room, as well as a place to hang out with fellow students. He had his desk, his bookshelves, his computer, a couch, a low table, and a number of beanbag chairs. So, what was that weird feeling I got from you about Mirio-kun and Tamaki-kun? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a cut to the chase. Ribbit, I thought I was blunt, 𝐂 commented. Mai was fidgeting with some machinery next to her and was too focused on that to join the conversation. It was an odd combination of jealousy and self-flagellation. Momo said, Do we have to worry about you kicking one of us out? Yui asked, voice nearly a whisper. As toneless as she was, they could tell she was joking. Mostly. No. Izuku denied. It's something stupid. You can trust us, Izuku-kun, Okiko said warmly. Izuku took a deep breath. I saw the two of them interact and Mirio-senpai told me how he and Tamaki-senpai were friends since elementary school and, well, I got reminded of Bakugo and I couldn't help but feel jealous, even though I shouldn't, because I have so much better people in my life now. Wasn't Bakugo the one who bullied you for being quirkless? Melissa asked. Wait, quirkless? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a asked. You were quirkless. When did your quirk come in? Wait, is that why it's called Decade Force? Yes, Izuku cut her off. Got it the day of the UA entrance exam. And yes, Melissa, he was the one who bullied me, but I'd known him forever, he was my best friend before his quirk came in and mine didn't, and up until you, he was the only person who really acknowledged me. I guess. Toru, fully visible, sighed, some people. So, basically, you saw two old friends being friendly and you wished that was the relationship you had instead of the one you actually had. Got it in one, Izuku said. Momo gracefully placed her drink on a coaster. A feeling of jealousy would be perfectly natural in that case. You shouldn't beat yourself up for it. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a put a finger to her cheek, but, wait. Mirio-kun and Tamaki-kun aren't just friends, they are boyfriends. Izuku's blush increased as he stammered out. Why? I can't know. Mirio-senpai told me, so why be jealous of their relationship when it's not the one you wanted with? Oh, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a trailed off as the implications hit her. Toru looked at him with sad, sparkling eyes. Did he know? Yes. He didn't take it well. Izuku rubbed his arm. There was a pause as that sank in. Mai finally looked up from her work. Okiko's expression turned dark. Wish I could have neutered that little Pomeranian when I fought him. Yui, without saying a word, walked to where Izuku was sitting and hugged him. That began a rush for a group hug. With a sickening crunch, Rikiya Yotsubashi, or as he was known to his present company, Ridestro, crushed a replica of Izuku Midoriya into paste, his right arm enlarged and blackened. A second Izuku followed suit, followed by another. At the end, as he was breathing with exertion, he turned to his colleague, voice and demeanor chipper, and said, Thank you so much, Skeptic. I needed that bit of relief. Had to work off that excess stress, after all. Tomoyasu Chikazoku, aka Skeptic, nodded, his long hair obscuring his eyes, as he sat on a stool with a laptop. Happy to serve you, Grand Commander. I'd have given you more, but we're out of usable furniture. No need. I just needed to drain a bit so that I could function more easily. Ridestro waved his subordinate off. Draining myself entirely would be a mistake. I normally wouldn't wish to empty myself of fuel for my meta ability, but I have so many sources of stress lately. He managed to say this with a smile. Speaking of, how goes our plan for the little brat? Skeptic frowned. Could be better. The boy's fairly good at hiding his online presence, and trying to get anything out of you wouldn't be worth the effort even if that were possible. Messing with the mouse would hang a target on our heads. The most we have are cyberbullying social media posts from former classmates, his parents' divorce when he was 2, and apparently, he cleaned a local beach. Nothing good enough for a defamation campaign. He'd look like too much of an underdog, said a blue-skinned woman, Chaitos Kazuki, aka Curious. I tried interviewing former teachers and classmates, but anyone willing to say anything bad has a legal trail a mile long. Any attempts to cast him in a negative light could be spun against us. Many of those that don't have a villain ranking could easily get one if we bring it to public attention. How did that happen? Ridestro asked disbelievingly. Combination of an investigation uncovering a mountain of evidence of crimes, and an old clause in the registration laws, Skeptic said the last two words with complete disdain. If the victims are null, the villain rank goes up a letter. A former classmate with a fantastic meta ability got labeled as an A rank because of it. Tell Trumpet to make repealing that clause a priority, 𝐕 stated. If we can't show a throwback their place in this world, our liberation means nothing. I mean, seriously, an A rank. For exercising his own freedom. Villain rankings by the HPSC are always subjective, Skeptic said. In this case, they claimed that his use of his meta ability counted for aggravated assault, and, in some cases, attempted murder. There were hundreds of recorded incidents, against a number of people with weak meta abilities as well as the null. And the last incident occurred on UIC grounds. Not to mention his meta ability is highly destructive, so they were likely pressured to raise the ranking to be on that alone, 𝐕 paused. Perhaps we can use that young man. Skeptic shook his head, thought about it, but the kid's been arrested, tried, and placed in Ketsubutsu's rehab facility. Not worth the effort right now. 𝐕 scowled, we need to find some way to undo him. That little stunt of his at the gala cost us millions. Not to mention that there's no way he could have legitimately gained a meta ability with that DMN toe joint. He's done something to steal that power. The quirkless have had their era, and now they are nothing more than the societal equivalent of the appendix. If we do not remove them, they will either remain useless lumps of flesh or strike back and kill us. It's a pain how Quirks got rid of a useless toe joint, but not the deadly appendix, Skeptic muttered. Perhaps we need to look at it from another angle, Curious responded. Maybe our more official channels can't defame him, but we can still use his image to help our cause. Skeptic, his performance in the sports festival caused some upheaval, no. Indeed, Skeptic scowled. His caused the throwbacks and those with weak meta abilities to venture beyond their station. So we use that to drum up support from the bottom, Curious offered. Use the scenes of his fight while toning down his meta ability. Frame it as the symbol of the nulls rising up against people with superior meta abilities. We paint that picture, and we'll have people flocking to the cause. 𝐕 shed tears, a wonderful plan, Curious. I'll get the ball rolling, Skeptic said. Once you craft the perfect posts, the bots will get them trending in no time. We'll find forums ripe for infiltration and influencers who we can onboard to the cause. Even if they don't turn, we can use them to spread our rhetoric to the masses. It shall be done, 𝐕 stated, holding his thumb and forefinger to his forehead. All for the liberation of meta abilities. Denki groaned as he slumped on one of the couches in the common room. Come on, Sparky. Mina said brightly, no pain, no gain. It's fairly impressive you made it this far without even knowing you were dyslexic, Itsuka commented. Still got dead last in the midterms, Denki grumbled. Well, someone had to, Itsuka patted his knee to comfort him. Do you know what they call someone who graduates at the bottom of their class at medical school? What? Denki asked. Doctor, Itsuka replied with a smile. Denki smiled in response, always know how to smooth things over, Kendo-san. Least we've been doing this consistently, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. Keeps us from getting sloppy and trying to cram the night before. Not like you need it, number 4, Mina glared at her friend, referencing her rankings on the midterm. Stuff it, 19. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 growled in response. We will need to train for the practical examinations as well, Momo interjected. Anyone know what it might be? Toru asked, filled with hope. I have heard from our forebears that our evaluations will be determined through trial by combat with our institution's army of automatons, Leiko offered. Robots again. Tetsu cried out. Awesome. We'll beat them, no sweat. A hero thumped his chest proudly. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Izuku said. Eri was coloring at his feet. Everyone turned to their class representative. Kinoko replied, Amanita explanation for that. Several classmates groaned at the pun, then had to explain it to those who didn't get it. Well, now that my mom's on staff, she's been gossiping with the teachers at times. They haven't come out and said it, probably to stop us from getting big heads, but both us and 1B are incredibly strong for first years, Izuku began. Plus, with what we know about Nezu and Eraserhead, the idea of planting false rumors for a logical ruse seems highly likely. Perhaps the whispers in the shadows are ill-informed, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 accepted. But, in the case that they are not, maybe don't expect the same robots we've faced before. Mai and Melissa are working on some projects that we're not allowed to know about, Izuku said. I wouldn't be surprised if the support exams include making the hero course exams harder. Oh shoot, Setsuna began to swear, then remembered Eri was there. Yeah, there's a reason we've been hitting the gym, Okako offered. I thought it was because Midoriya has a shape-shifting stalker and therefore you can't go out on dates. Itsuka grinned. We can multitask, Ribbit, Zu offered. Plus Ultra, Momo replied. Darby was debating whether or not to bail. This group might be useful for his purposes, but it was also clear that their leader was bugfuck insane, what with wearing a goddamn severed hand on his forehead. Then again, Darby's face was literally stapled together, so who knows? Maybe they had some common ground. HNDJB took a look at the two of them. So, Jiran hasn't sent me many people looking for groups, but he told me you two were top tier. Why'd you decide to ask after us? The girl next to him, with yellow eyes, blonde hair in buns, and a fanged smile, said, You're going after you, right? You already fought Izuku-chan once, are you going to do it again? HNDJB looked somewhere between. Confused and murderous, yes, I'm going after Yui. Now, tell me why you want to join in. It's love, the girl said, and Darby could almost see the heart surrounding her as she said that. I fell in love with Izuku-chan at first sight, and he has so many people that he loves, too. And I want to drink all their BLD until there's nothing left. HNDJB was less than thrilled at being party to a teenage girl's stalker crush, probably unsure of why she was joining them, until she mentioned that last part. Then, his grin became apparent. Well, then, I suppose we might have a place for you after all. He turned to Darby, and you. I was a big fan of Stain's work, Darby answered. Word is that you and he were working together, with those Nomu things attacking Hosu. I figured you'd be good people to join to ensure his legacy doesn't die. Well, it was all sort of true. He was absolutely a fan of Stain murdering heroes, but if there was any ideology behind it, Darby gave approximately 0 FS. He was torn regarding Stain's arrest. On the one hand, it would have been hilarious for Endeavor to just be one of a string of heroes lost to Stain, another statistic that would tarnish the BSDRD's name. On the other, he'd spent way too long plotting his SPM donor's murder to let anyone else have that privilege. In the end, Darby decided to err on the side of hating Endeavor. Stain's arrest being a feather in his dear old dad's hat was just another PND of flesh he'd be willing to extract. And if they were attacking you, he'd have the chance to finally murder Xiaotou. He'd failed at that once, but better late than never. HNDB finished his drink, then pressed all 5 fingers on the glass, disintegrating it. He looked at the two of them. That's what I can do. How about you two? When I drink someone's BLD, I can become them, the crazy girl said happily. HNDJB nodded. It was really useful. He looked to Darby, who produced a blue flame in his hand. Bernie. You any good at it? HNDJB asked, not bothering to hide the fact that he was staring at Darby's face. Too good, Darby spat out. You should see the other guys. Or rather, you can't, because they've been melted. HNDJB found that acceptable. Works for me. I'm Tomura Shigaraki. I'm Himiko Toga. The girl cried out. Darby, the burnt man growled out. And your real name? HNDJB asked. That is my real name, Darby countered. As far as he was concerned, Tuya Todoroki was dead and Darby had no more use for that name other than to taunt Endeavor. Might not be my legal name, but what difference does that make? HNDJB paused, then turned to the Black Cloud bartender. Kurogiri, get me another drink and pour him one too, because I'll make a toast to that. Very well, the man made of mist replied. What would you like, sir? Any Nika single malt whiskey? Darby asked. Of course, we're not animals. Kurogiri pulled out an 18-year-old bottle. Highball, neat, he requested. Once it was poured, he and ℔ clinked their glasses together. Let's see how well this would go. One thing Izuku hated about the new dorm arrangements was that taking people out on the dates they deserved was now a chore. At least if it was just the shy Hassaikai they had to contend with, he'd be okay with it, if more cautious. Toga, however, made things more difficult. The fact that she was able to bypass danger sense made her so much more of a threat, even if he was as cautious as he could possibly be. Sure, he could still go out, but it would require a lot of planning, paperwork, and permission. So, he was quite glad when, for their first date, Yui asked if he wanted to do a movie marathon in her room. Me? You sure? Kodai, positive. I don't like going out anyway. Kodai, too many people. He did feel a little nervous as he knocked on her dorm room. He knew he shouldn't, given that they were neighbors, but it still felt somewhat scandalous. Izuku was extremely casual in his dress. Athletic breathes, a t-shirt that read breathes, and slippers. Not typical first date material, but this entire thing was unorthodox, and the bond steered him towards it. He was carrying several snacks. Another one with the same bad sense of humor as Yen mentioned regarding his choice of shirt. You got lucky with her. As if I'm not incredibly lucky in general. Izuku countered. Point, Yen replied. Yui opened the door and was dressed even more casually. She was in a set of silk pajamas, lavender in color, with fuzzy slippers. There was a ghost of a smile on her face. Pardon the interruption, Izuku stated as Yui let him in, and he saw her room for the first time. Heh, this seems familiar, Nana joked. And she was right, her room was just as covered in hero posters, action figures, and memorabilia as his was. The primary difference was that while Izuku's were currently operating heroes, hers were fictional and old. Some were American, but most were Japanese tokusatsu heroes. Suddenly, your excellent grades in Midnight's class make so much more sense, Izuku commented. In this world, pre-quirk superhero media was considered to be a form of art similar to Renaissance paintings or Shakespearean plays. You stated. In her typical low voice, she stated, I know they're not current, but I did want to share this with you. She took out a disc and popped in a modern reimagining of one of the first hero series. Of course. Izuku said happily. They may not have actually existed, but they were still ancestors of heroes as we know them today. Yui exuded relief and happiness as they sat on the floor to watch the movie. She looked at one of the snacks he provided. He'd learned her favorite food through the bond and went to lunch rush for this particular concept. It was an Italian appetizer, tomato slices, fresh mozzarella, and balsamic vinaigrette. She took one in a set of chopsticks and bit into it. Her eyes sparkled as she cried out. She finished them quickly. They continued to watch. It didn't take too long for her to lean into his side. Izuku focused on the film with his typical intensity. He enjoyed it, yes, but he was also wondering if there was anything he could use for hero work. He caught himself muttering and was about to apologize to Yui when he caught her emotions. She was paying more attention to him and his commentary than the film itself. It made sense, she knew the story inside and out, it was one of her comfort movies. And she liked hearing his muttering. He knew that she'd expressed that before, but feeling that certainty through the bond was such a relief. As such, he returned his attention to the movie and his musings on it. As the ending credits rolled, he could hear Yui ask for his opinion with a simple, That was really cool. I can see where you got the inspiration for your hero costume, Izuku said. And I can think of some interesting moves based on it. He gestured to the notebook that manifested once he required it. Still can't believe Ultraman survived to the present day, Yoichi mused. Some of that CRP had to, Ryuji scoffed. Izumu seemed to grin. As if you weren't a fan of Dash, finish that sentence and I swear I will find a way to kill you a second time, Ryuji snarled. Ignoring that conversation, Izuku asked, what's the next one you wanted to show me? Her typical, hinted-at smile emerged. She put in the next movie, and they watched together, Izuku softly muttering, and Yui in comfortable silence. Of course, while going off of UA's campus was difficult, it wasn't impossible. And there was safety in numbers. So, on one available Sunday, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 secured permission for himself and Melissa to visit the Imperial Palace in Tokyo. He'd actually never been there, and Melissa certainly hadn't. It made no sense whatsoever to let her come to Japan and not let her see what they had to offer. They'd taken a stroll through the East Gardens and admired the works in the Museum of Imperial Collections, and were currently sitting together on a bench along one of the palace moats. Being seated right next to her made him aware of how she was, in actuality, only a few centimeters taller than him. Her choice in footwear made a big difference. It's a little disconcerting how different it is when those boots of yours aren't accounted for, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, glancing at her feet. Melissa shrugged. I like to be tall. I can relate, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said. While he wasn't terribly short, he always felt that way. This was the first year that he was taller than most of his classmates, and he felt dwarfed whenever he saw one be. Want me to add lifts to your hero costume? Melissa asked. I mean, I can't think of a reason why you shouldn't, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said as he debated whether or not it was a good idea. She giggled, which made 𝐒𝐭𝐴's heart race. Do you want to keep the red color? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 scratched the back of his head. It feels weird otherwise. You have options now. Maybe you should try it. Melissa asked. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 paused. He didn't quite whisper, but he was very quiet when he said, I sometimes feel like a fraud. In both directions. I'm not quirkless anymore, but I don't feel terribly comfortable about having one. Not like someone born with their quirk. Melissa rubbed his back. It's all you've known for most of your life. Do you feel like Dad should have offered it to you instead of me? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 finally asked. Nah, Melissa responded. I wanted to be a hero when I was a kid, too. But Uncle Mike told me that my dad was his hero. That I didn't need to be a pro-hero to be someone's hero. And I like what I'm doing. I don't need a quirk for that. For a second, that hurt. That All Might phrased it in such a way for her, and his harsh words when he asked that question. But he remembered that she was his honorary niece, he knew her strengths and weaknesses, whereas 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was some fan he'd never met before. Not to mention, this was likely before his injury and the slow, painful journey All Might had taken to become the shriveled man 𝐒𝐭𝐴 met on that rooftop. Of course he'd have a different perspective. You okay? Melissa felt that brief flash and was concerned. Just some automatic negative thinking, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said, giving a reassuring smile. Though, thinking about it, you are going to kind of have a quirk yourself. Melissa paused. Here. The stage 2 bond. Yeah, that's essentially a physical quirk in and of itself. She leaned back, considering it. That'll be interesting. Possibly more than that, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said. We don't know much about the bonds or what they are truly capable of. Wish we had a machine that could test that. Sadly, we've been trying and nothing's come of it yet, Melissa said. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 stated confidently. For now, I'll focus on what I've got. I have a prototype for you, but it won't be ready until after finals. It should help with your punches, Melissa said. I can't wait. When do you think it'll be ready? 𝐒𝐿 asked. Some of the materials are more available back home, so I should have it ready for you at the 𝐼EXPO, Melissa replied. Oh God, we're going to the 𝐼EXPO this year, I almost forgot. 𝐒𝐿 went into fanboy mode. This is going to be fantastic. And I'll get to show you around my home this time. Melissa added. I hope Japan measures up, 𝐒𝐿 said. It's really nice here, Melissa said. Island has parklands, but unfortunately, landscape design isn't one of the fields we tend to focus on. The two of them continued to talk as the sunset glimmered on the water. Lunch had been going well until danger sense popped up to warn 𝐒𝐿 about an incoming blow. He turned and expertly blocked the lunch tray before it would have smacked him in the back of the head. Why you gotta be like that, Monomakuen? Akira said, coming up behind him, looking disappointed. A nonplussed Hitoshi was by his side. Oh, I'm sorry, his head was just so big that I was about to bump into it by accident, Monoma said harshly. Ignoring both the pointed comment and the glares his classmates were giving one this resident purveyor of smug, 𝐒𝐿 said, brightly, Oh, Monomakuen. I was hoping I could talk to you. That's on a list of sentences I never thought I'd hear, Hitoshi deadpanned. Oh, so the poster child of one as misplaced sense of importance has deigned to ask for assistance. Monoma said. And what makes you think I'll just roll over and do what you dash? There's a little girl with a quirk that's difficult to control. I think that you're uniquely qualified to help her. Izuku interrupted the stream of hate. Monoma sputtered as he heard that. Wait, why would you dash? I helped rescue a young girl from a villain who was abusing her to use her quirk. It's dangerous. Really dangerous, Izuku said with utmost gravity. Only Aizawa-sensei and I are capable of helping her if it goes out of control, although, thinking about it, Yanaja-san or Tokoemi-kun have quirks that could also potentially help. Anyway, I think that copying her quirk could help give us insight into how to train her, or to prepare us for any unforeseen circumstances. Izuku made sure not to mutter, and his tone was as serious as he could muster. Monoma, for his part, was stunned. Yeah, I'll help, Monoma said, shocked. He then seemed to realize what he said, cleared his throat, and said, that is, if you've managed to open your eyes to the superiority of 1B, then I can handle such a trifling request. There it is, Hitoshi responded. Excellent. Izuku stated. Oh, and Monoma-kun. Izuku gripped the blonde boy's lunch tray and smiled sweetly. She's been through hell. If you hurt her in any way, shape or form, I recommend having a will drafted. Despite the cheerful tone, everyone could feel that there was hellfire beneath his words. Shivering, Monoma could only nod. Izuku let go of his tray and let him scurry away. So awesome, Akira said, practically driven to tears. Like a papa wolf. Come on, man, Hitoshi said to his larger friend with the flamboyant hair. He's too young to be a father. Well, Ichan does call him papa. Tokage's grinning head hovered over them. I stand corrected, Hitoshi smirked as Izuku looked utterly defeated. So you are willing to be a stepfather, Xiaoto said, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Gah! Where did you come from, Xiaoto-kun? Izuku said in surprise. I've been sitting right here this whole time. And, yes, it appeared that the boy was seated nearby, they just hadn't realized it. Hitoshi said to Akira. Never thought on joining the hero course that would be some of the more well-adjusted members. Maybe we can join in, help cheer her up, keep Monoma in line. Akira asked. Izuku smiled, sure thing. Well, that was underwhelming, Hitoshi stated, staring at Monoma, whose only indication that his quirk worked on rewind was that he now possessed his own singular horn. Unfortunately, quirks that rely on accumulation of a resource can't be copied, Monoma said. His distaste at revealing a weakness in front of his rival class was mitigated by the presence of Nezu, Eraserhead, and the girl in question. Well, it can be copied, I just can't use it because I don't have any of that resource on hand to use. Well, that's more than we knew an hour ago. Izuku said cheerfully. Eri-chan needs to gather her strength before she can properly use rewind. It also means that if she does use it unconsciously, then once she does, it'll be some time before she can do it again. Eri looked down to the ground as Izuku said that. Eri-chan, Izuku knelt down and patted her on the head. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. But knowing more about your quirk and how to control it can't do anything but help you. Okay, Eri said, a little reluctantly. The mood dropped significantly, until Hitoshi decided to break the tension. Akira, he stated. Yeah, buddy. Akira said, before he slumped over, brainwashing taking effect. Run around the gym screaming like a crazy person, Hitoshi ordered. Akira complied, running and babbling like an idiot. Luckily, it accomplished the goal of getting Eri to laugh. Any chance for a last-minute ding? Toru asked. It was the night before the practical exams. The days prior were used for the written exams, and now the various students were relaxing in hopes of helping their chances. To that end, Izuku and his girlfriends were all relaxing in his dorm room. On the one hand, it feels wrong to diminish our relationships that way, Izuku said. I'm in this because I genuinely feel affection for all of you, not to try and maximize our combined power. That having been said, Izuku looked sheepish. I have been trying to make that happen, and I don't know if it's going to happen. I feel so used, Melissa cheerfully joked. Even with the tone and the bond enforcing that she wasn't serious, those words still made Izuku wince internally. Ribbit, Some more physical enhancement wouldn't hurt, 𝐬 commented. And I'm sure Aizu-chan could benefit from a new quirk or two, ribbit. Not exactly, Izuku stated. At this point I wouldn't have time to practice with either FA Jin or Laserdisc, and using them in an exam setting would be more of a liability than anything. I mean, I could always use them in some way, like when I first used Black Whip in the sports festival, but it could easily go very poorly. Oh! Nejiya interrupted the mutter storm. What if we all took turns swapping one for all and then gave it back to Aizu-kun? Then we'd all be connected several times over and we'd have access to that stockpile, at least for a bit. Both she and Yui had been read into the situation with one for all, not wanting them to get a stage 2 bond and become blindsided when they least expected it. That sounds like a good way to have a fatal accident, Izuku said. The margin of error for one for all is razor thin, and it grows whenever it's transferred. It's a good way to make the power completely unusable. Momo considered. Not to mention the fact that we'd have to completely relearn our own supercharged quirks and how to use all the additional ones as well. Besides, the bonds'll probably let us use one for all at some point, Mai said casually. Everyone stopped to turn to her. Oh, this is one of those things that I think everyone already figured out, but I'm the only one, isn't it? Mai asked. Yui nodded. You think the bonds will let us share quirks? Okiko said with disbelief. I mean, wouldn't it? Mai asked. We don't know what a stage 3 bond is capable of doing. We don't know if a stage 3 bond is even possible. Okiko rebutted. Doesn't mean we shouldn't prepare for it, Mai stated. That's not a bad idea in any case, Momo posited. So, we train like we're going to get one for all. Any other garbage dump beaches for us to clean? Toru joked. The group giggled, tension broken, at least for a little while. Class 1A approached the field for their final exam, and saw a lineup of the U faculty standing at the ready. Oh, man! Mina and A-Hero said in unison as they passed money over to Denki. Tenya gasped, gambling has no place in such an august institution as UA. Hey, when Mido explained the nightmare scenario in the tutoring sessions, I figured it was the safest bet, Denki said. Indeed, said Nezu, poking out of Eraserhead's scarf. The growth your class has demonstrated is such that we feel that our traditional end-of-term examination would be insufficient to accurately test your abilities. As such, you will be placed in teams of 2, pitted against a teacher. The exam parameters were further explained. Each team would be placed in a predetermined arena to fight against one of the teachers, who would act as a villain for the exam. Each fight would take place simultaneously. Each team had 30 minutes to either capture the foe villain in HNDCFFS or to have at least one teammate escape. The teachers would be wearing handicapping weights that would inhibit their movements, though against some of them, like Nezu, this wasn't much of a comfort. Before we announce your opponents, are there any questions? Nezu asked. Izuku raised his hand, and asked, will we be given time to prepare before setting off on the buses? We'll grant you 5 minutes after the announcement, Nezu stated. Is there any restriction on support equipment that we can use for this exam? Izuku asked again. Power Loader shook his head, there isn't. Izuku nodded, that's all I have to ask. Telepathically, he said, Momo, we'll need 20 earpieces that we can each connect to. I suppose one who lives by the logical ruse must die by the logical ruse, Momo stated as she complied. With that settled, here are your teams, Eraserhead said. Komori and Yanagi, you'll be up against me, his unsettling smile peered out as the 2 girls shivered. I'll be fighting Kirishima and Tetsu, Cementos stated. The 2 boys bumped their fists in anticipation. I'll be fighting Ida-kun and Tokoma-kun, Midnight purred. What a mad banquet of darkness, Fumikage muttered as Tenya seemed to have a slight meltdown. Koda and Gyro. Present MIC yelled. Be prepared for the gnarliest mosh pit you've ever faced. I shall be pit against both Ashido and Kaminari, Nezu said calmly, with a glint in his eye. Hagakure, Yozu, I'm calling you out, Snipe said. Be prepared for a showdown. I will be facing Tokage-san and Kendo-san, 13 stated. Asui. Shiozaki. You're with me, Ectoplasm stated. I'll be facing down Kodai and 𝐿𝐿, 𝐿𝐿 said. As each teacher revealed their opponents, everyone became worried. But all of that was eclipsed when the final opponent landed in front of all of them, forming a crater in the ground. I am here to test the mettle of young Midoriya and young Uraraka. All Might declared proudly. We're fed, both Izuku and Okiko stated in their minds. Recovery Girl turned to her guests in the observation room clinic. It's a pleasure to have you here, Midoriya-san. Inko looked a little nervous. Thank you, Shuzen-san. I'm just glad I get to see this. She looked down at Eri, who was coloring wearing her Nawalanasi, and smiled weakly. I mean, I saw the sports festival and heard Toshisan's stories, but I think this might be more of what to expect from Izuku's hero career. She said those last words with caution, but pride. Recovery Girl patted the woman's hand. It must have been hard, dearie. Yes, Inko didn't want to go into details in front of Eri, but she was determined to believe in her son now. Even if the thought of him getting hurt made her feel ill. Well, best get prepared. He and Uraraka will be facing All Might for their exam, so that's going to be a doozy, Recovery Girl said with a grimace. Indeed. Wait, what? Inko said, blood draining from her face. As Izuku and Okiko began their spiral into anxious doom, a voice resonated within their heads. Hey, you two! Nana shouted. This is tough, but there's no need to panic. Okiko, you're not going to let something like this stop you, are you? And Izuku, you of all people know that Tosh is still human, not some utterly untouchable god. And how do you think the others are going to react to you panicking, here? That snapped them out of it, the two of them shaking themselves off, looking at each other, and nodding. They turned to the rest of the class. Okay, everyone, not much time, huddle up. Izuku called out, as 1A gathered around. Momo handed out the earpieces. 𝐿𝐿 said there's no restriction on support gear for us, and that should include last-minute additions we create. This feels like, Tenya began, then shook his head, never mind, continue. Everyone looked shocked as Tenya stopped himself from lecturing them, taking an earpiece for himself, but time was short. Well, keep in mind that this is meant to be an examination. This will be tough, extremely tough, but not impossible. And I think all these selections are meant to force us into scenarios where we're at our weakest. If that's the case, we should be aware of our weaknesses and look to overcome them. Easier said than done, Ribbit, Zoo stated. Wouldn't these earpieces just distract us? Kyoka asked. Our tests will need our undivided attention, we can't just carry each other. There was a bit of telepathic wrangling as Izuku made a show of checking his earpiece. Mine, can you hear me? Oh, hey, Izuku. How'd you get onto my frequency? Mai asked, coming in for everyone. We're facing the teachers for our exams, and 𝐿𝐿 didn't nix any support gear. I'm counting on that brain of yours. Oh, I get to be the girl in the chair. Sweet. I'll get Melissa-senpai in on this too. Mai started to make movements. How quickly can you hack the camera drones? Izuku asked. Already done, Mai stated. All right, everyone. We've faced actual villains prior to this and came out on top, Izuku said with a smile. Like All Might had told him that fateful day they'd met, this smile may have been made to reassure them, but it had plenty of fear behind it. I'll see you all at the training camp. The class cheered as they dispersed. The teachers led each of the students to a bus, taking them to their testing grounds. As they walked to their buses, Izuku and Okiko held each other's hands, squeezing them in hopes of gaining some support. You don't need to overly worry about this, Daigoro chimed in. I'm only able to use 20% of one for all. Even if Dad's at half strength, that's still more than double. Izuku stated. Yes, but you have tools in your arsenal that he doesn't have, Yoichi stated. And you have Okiko as well. Hell yeah, you do. Okiko cried out. We've got this. Izuku gave a wobbly smile. If he was going to comment, it was stopped by his earpiece coming in. So, Midori, now that we're on the buses, any insights as to what we're being tested on and how we might overcome it? 'Cause we could really use a plan here. Mina asked. And with that question, Izuku went from anxiety mode to analysis mode. Holding a finger to his chin, he began to speak. Here's what I think. Komori-san, Yanagi-san, the two of you have extremely powerful emitter quirks that you tend to be reliant on. You ranked low in our initial physical assessments for cases where your quirks weren't helpful. Aizawa-sensei is going to test you on how well you can do without them, Izuku stated over the earpieces. Kinoko gulped. I've been training since I got last in the quirk assessment test, but I'm not sure it's enough if we're going up against Sensei. Leiko smiled at her classmate. He is a formidable opponent, but I believe we can persevere. There are many paths to victory, and we will find one. Kinoko's eyes hardened under her bangs. Well, if we're going to be facing the Belites, we should do whatever it takes, even if it goes against our morels. Leiko giggled. Got 2 puns in one go. Nice. Kinoko blushed. If I want to stay on brand, I need to practice. Kirishima-kun, Tetsu-kun, you're the most straightforward of our class. You guys are strong, but this is a scenario where your strength isn't going to help that much. Ishiyama-sensei's quirk can control the terrain and keep you from getting in close to capture him. Not to mention there's no way he'll tire out before you do. You two will need to find a strategy that isn't a straightforward confrontation, so you're saying we can't just go for the capture. Tetsu sounded disappointed. No way, Midori bro. A hero shouted, offended. I'm not the guy who cowers at a tough opponent anymore. If I confront a threat, I'm going to face it head on. No regrets. Tetsu looked at a hero. Dude, are you okay? From their earpieces, Izuku said, I must have touched a nerve. I'm sorry. But sometimes, the best option is to run. Izuku considered his options, then said, okay, imagine this is the scenario. You two have to get a donor heart to a hospital. There's someone important who's going to die if they don't get it. The ambulance it was in crashed, and no one else can get the heart there in time. Ishiyama-sensei is blocking you from getting the heart to the hospital. Either you'll stop him or at least one of you escapes, but if one of you doesn't get out within the time limit, someone is going to die. A hero's anger slowly faded as Izuku ran down his hypothetical situation, and finally, he gulped. All right, yeah, thinking like that helps. Sorry I snapped at you, Midori bro, I know you didn't mean it. We all have our buttons, Izuku acquiesced. Tetsu put his hand on a hero's shoulder. Dude, this means a lot to you. I don't know what this is all about, but how about this? If it comes down to the wire and one of us has to occupy him so the other can escape, I be the one who bolts. That way you can prove your manliness without worrying about failing the test. Tears began to flow from a hero's eyes. Bro, Tetsu agreed. Cutting you off before we get too far into this, Izuku said. Ashido-san, Kaminari-kun, your test will be similar to Kirishima and Tetsu's. Nezu fights with his brain, and the two of you were ranked lowest academically. He'll be certain to avoid direct confrontation, and you'll need to think outside the box to beat him. So, we just have to try and think around one of the smartest creatures on the planet, Denki murmured. No pressure, Mina chimed in. Yuichin, Pony-san, your first battle trial revealed errors in communication. You've both improved, but this will be your way to showcase that. Majima-sensei is a combination of intelligence and physical prowess. You'll need to be sharp. Pony gave Yui a thumbs up, and said we've got this, partner, in excellent Japanese. We do. Yui said, loudly and clearly. Ida-kun, Tokoemi-kun, I believe your match against Kiyomi-sensei has 2 facets to it. Firstly, her quirk is more effective on men than on women. Secondly, while any of us would be thrown for a loop by a provocative villain with a persona like Midnight's, I believe that the two of you would have the most trouble in that scenario. Well, second and third most trouble. Who's the first? Momo asked. Me, Izuku stated. Several of their classmates snickered. I can agree that I struggle in scenarios that I find inappropriate, Tenya said. However, my internship with Gran Torino has greatly aided me in that regard. I wish that I had such an epiphany, Fumikage said. Interning with Hawks was helpful, but not to such a degree. Through the earpieces, Leiko said, was I correct in my hypothesis for why he chose you for an apprenticeship? Blushing through his feathers, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, "No, but Kaminari-kun was, ha." Denki stated, "Birdman's solidarity." 𝐶𝐭𝐴𝐚𝐲 grumbled. "Kendo-san, Tokuji-san, 13 Sensei's power is devastating, and neither of your quirks are particularly suited to combating it. This is another case where you'll need to think outside the box." Itsuka sighed, "Well, I have a few ideas, but I can't exactly implement them here while 13 is listening in." Setsuna laughed. "Oh, really? Well, I'm personally really glad Kodakuin's in our class. We've been working on our JSL. Itsuka blinked, then facepalmed. "I'm a moron," she signed. "So, remind me, how far can you spread out your pieces? And how much of you needs to be there to regenerate? Kodakuin, Gyro-san, you're up against a quirk that can drown out both of yours. Gyro-san, your quirk would make Yamada-sensei's quirk more effective against you. Most of Koda's animal friends have sensitive hearing and will be susceptible to it as well. They'll probably get spooked. Insects might not be, though. Kodakuin, does your quirk work on bugs?" Koji turned white and shivered, but he nodded. "Green, that's a yes, but Kodakuin doesn't look too thrilled," Kyoka said. Koji looked down at that. He sat up, took a deep breath, and whispered, just enough to be heard over the earpieces, "I'll do it. P+ Ultra." He blushed over the cheers that rang over the earpieces. When Izuku said, "I'm proud of you, Kodakuin," he had to cover his eyes with his hands. "Toru-chan, Momo-chan, I think that you were paired with Snipe because of your stealth skills and use of artillery respectively. Snipe is careful and methodical with his quirk. If he gets a sense of where you are, Toru-chan, he can hit you even without seeing you directly. And he's good at dealing with enemy fire. You'll need to be careful." Invisible for the moment, Toru asked, "Momo, you've got a plan to get us through this?" Momo wanted to protest, but the sheer confidence her partner had in her was pouring out, like Toru was a sun lamp. "I have a few possible options, Zu-chan, Shiozaki-san. If I had to guess, I'd say that their goal with Ectoplasm Sensei is to see how you respond to overwhelming force." There was a pause, before Zu responded with, "That's really weak, Aizu-chan, ribbit. If I had a better idea, I'd say so, but the two of you are really strong and neither of you have any glaring weaknesses. You're two of the strongest, most capable people I've ever met." Zu looked at Ibara, who had refused to look at the other girl and was silent. "Yeah, ribbit, I think this might have to do with personality more than anything. I think Shiozaki-chan doesn't approve of me, ribbit." "What?" Izuku growled protectively. "If I had to guess, it's probably about our relationship, ribbit," Zu replied. "Ah, yeah, that makes sense," Izuku said, uncertain. "Well, out of all of us, you're least likely to fight her over it." "During the test, at least, ribbit," Zu said with a hint of ferocity. "Indeed," Izuku responded. Over the earpieces, he said, "Well, you should be able to handle this test. Ectoplasm Sensei is a powerful close-quarters combat expert. He has a limit to his clones, though I'm not sure what it is. I believe the most ever seen in one place was 27. Just keep that in mind and be careful, and, of course, there's me and Oken." Izuku trailed off. "I'm probably going to stay quiet at this point. We'll need everything we have to figure out how we're going to actually win this," Izuku said, lowering the volume of his earpiece. He turned to Okako. "So, why are we paired together?" Okako asked telepathically. "If they were trying to put us on the back foot, shouldn't we be paired with others?" "I have two theories," Izuku replied. "First possibility was that they assigned us together as a way to be nice to us, given that our opponent is All Might." Ryuji and Izumu began to laugh derisively at that statement. "Yeah, I knew it was a long shot," Izuku responded to the second and third host's outburst. "And to think I ever wondered why the others didn't like you guys." "Look, sorry, kid, you can't say stuff like that and expect us not to laugh at it," Ryuji stated, tone unapologetic. "Noted. Anyway, the other possibility was that Nezu's hoping to stress test our bond in a dangerous combat scenario," Izuku said. "Probably true," Izumu acquiesced. "Definitely not the only thing at play here." Sighing at his two immediate successors, Yoichi chimed in, "Okako-chan, remind me of your big play in the sports festival and how it ended up for you." 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻 answered, well, I used my quirk to uproot 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 glacier and drop it on the arena, but I collapsed from quirk exhaustion after. Izuku's eyes widened in recognition, a big play that was ultimately self-sacrificing and didn't work. As opposed to you, with your big, self-sacrificing plays that have miraculously managed to work, Nana teased. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 snorted in response as Izuku blushed. Yeah, the phrase go big or go home still applies here. But, just for once in both of your lives, you should probably go home, Daigoro stated. Your advice is noted, Izuku stated as they approached their testing site. But, I don't know how well that will work, so, the smart idea would be to try and go for the exits, but that's the obvious idea, so he's going to try and confront us. So, should we try and capture him outright? No, that's a losing battle. We have to try and… Izuku began to try and plan as they made their way to the field. Izuku-an, breathe, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 replied. Izuku snapped out of it, and took a deep, calming breath. Thanks. So, let's think of the primary goal as escaping, knowing we're going to have to fight to get him off our backs. If an opportunity arises, we try for a capture. And we know his biggest weakness, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said, gesturing to her own left side. Izuku nodded, though he couldn't help but blush as she gestured to her own body. It was then that the buzzer went off, signaling the beginning of the exams. Danger sense erupted as he grabbed 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and ran. All Might swooped in and punched the ground near where they were standing. The force was like a bomb going off. Best thing about acting as a villain, All Might chuckled darkly. No need to worry about collateral damage. So, little heroes, let's dance. 𝐒𝐿 was torn between being utterly fearful and absolutely livid. Literally one thing prevented her from either bawling her eyes out or screaming until she was hoarse. Or both. And that was the little girl in the room, who looked shocked, Grandma 𝐒𝐿. Why's Grandpa Might trying to hurt Papa Izuku and Mama 𝐒𝐻𝐻? Steeling herself, 𝐒𝐿 tried to keep her tears in place as she placed a hand on Sweetie, your papa and your mamas and their classmates need to learn how to stop really bad people. So Grandpa Might has to pretend to be a bad guy to see how well they'll do. But they know how to do that already. Eri said. Papa Izuku and Papa Mirio stopped overhaul, and Mama 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and Mama 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐻 were there too. So Grandpa Might doesn't need to do this. Silently agreeing with her, 𝐿𝐿 smiled as she found the right words. She screwed up the one time her child desperately asked her for reassurance, she wasn't going to let that happen again. Echan. Even if you do something really well the first time, you need to practice to make sure you're good at it. And your papa and mamas need to be sure they're good at it so they can protect you. So, they have to keep trying, and it's better to do it here, at you, where it's safer. She winced as the screen showed All Might throw 𝐒𝐻𝐻 into the air. Izuku grabbed her with Black Whip, but All Might leapt up to him in a second. Despite Izuku dodging at the last second, the force of the blow still knocked the boy back several meters. Hey, sweetie, let's go get a snack, 𝐿𝐿 said. And no. I want to see this, Eri said firmly. 𝐿𝐿 looked at Recovery Girl, who shrugged. Eri may have been a little girl, but she spent her entire life prior as an insane villain's laboratory experiment. She wasn't sure of what the girl's limits were. 𝐿𝐿 suppressed a wince as 𝐒𝐻𝐻 used her cables to touch two broken-down buildings, removed their gravity, and threw them at All Might like meteor hammers. All Might reduced them to rubble with a punch. With her knees, 𝐿𝐿 said, that's very brave, but if you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to watch. It became evident that she wouldn't. Eri would see this exam through. Because these were the people who kept her safe. They had to succeed. She wouldn't feel safe otherwise. And so, bolstered by the girl's courage, 𝐿𝐿 watched as well. And as she did, she was definitely going to give All Might a piece of her mind. It wasn't going well. All Might was shrugging off each of their blows. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had hurled debris at him, but it glanced off. Izuku threw black whips at him, but All Might managed to grab them and pull Izuku in. Flight wasn't quick enough, whether through float or zero gravity. Izuku attempted to use smokescreen, but a wave of All Might's massive hand dissipated it. It seemed the nadir was about to happen as All Might grabbed Izuku's foot and began to use him as a bludgeon against 𝐒𝐻𝐻. And then, for the second time in 𝐒𝐻𝐻's life, time slowed to a crawl. And, it seemed, it simultaneously was happening for the first time in Izuku's life, as he was reacting to her actions in time with her. As one, they moved, Izuku using Black Whip to pry open All Might's fist, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 righting him as he fell. They moved out of the way of All Might's movement, and with each of them clenching a fist, they drove their knuckles into All Might's injured side. VWAP. As that sound echoed in their brains, time returned to its normal pace. All Might flew back, and when he did, he blinked in surprise. Izuku, as expected, was glowing with red veins and green lightning. 𝐒𝐭𝐴, however, was covered in red veins and rose-colored lightning. Oh my goodness! All Might couldn't help but say through the pain. At that moment, there weren't even words spoken between them. Izuku and 𝐒𝐴's thoughts were one. 𝐒𝐴 knew that this was one for all. Was using Izuku's memories to activate full 𝐬𝐽. Knew that this was only a single %, not willing to risk any more. As All Might returned to them, they took off. Blinking, All Might realized that 𝐒𝐴 hadn't tapped herself with her fingers. She wasn't using zero gravity, she was using float. His heart swelled with pride at his students' accomplishments, that both his stepson and the girl he'd first opened up to were both using his 𝐻𝐻 quirk. But, sadly, that would have to wait. This was still an exam. And they were still not fast enough for him. 𝐒𝐴 was slower. She couldn't safely use enough of the power to fly at Izuku's speeds. And so, with a mighty leap, All Might closed the distance. Which, apparently, was planned, because Izuku wrapped All Might's arms with Black Whip, restraining him long enough for 𝐒𝐴 to deliver an open palm smack to All Might's chest. All Might was planning for that, ready to use his power to counteract his gravity being removed and rendering him weightless. Which is why he was shocked when Izuku let him go and he began to plummet towards the ground at high speeds. In addition to the weights he was carrying, All Might felt as though his body were made of lead, no, something heavier. Osmium, that was the densest element known. Wait, wasn't uranium heavier, though? He'd have to ask David. His thoughts were interrupted by the realization that his newfound weight would prevent him from safely landing. As he prepared for impact, suddenly, his momentum slowed, until he was floating harmlessly a centimeter off the ground. Once it was clear he wasn't going to crash land, however, the weight returned, and he found himself unable to move. How are you doing, 𝐒𝐴? Izuku asked. Very well, 𝐒𝐴 stated. Better than usual. Much less nausea, I could do this all day. So that's how One for All interacts with zero gravity, Izuku mused as he placed a handcuff on one of All Might's wrists. Lowers the weaknesses and grants you the ability to increase gravity as well. And floats going through fine. It is, 𝐒𝐴 smiled, then she managed to make All Might's arms weightless while keeping his body weighted down. Once she did, she grimaced. Okay, this is difficult, but doable. And I tried to see if I could use Black Whip, but it's not working. Probably has to do with the nature of bonding, Izuku stated as he secured the cuffs. He frowned and said, we should make sure you're safe. I don't want what happened to Hyuga-san to happen to you. Release, 𝐒𝐴 said, returning All Might's gravity as the loudspeakers announced that they were the first team to pass. Well done, both of you. All Might said happily while cuffed. I suppose that this is the result of a stage 3 bond. Yep, they said simultaneously. Hey, Izuku-an, let's see if it works both ways, 𝐒𝐴 offered. Izuku nodded, getting a feel for it, and touched All Might's shoulder. When he did, All Might rose up. Heh, Izuku said, shocked. It feels... 𝐒𝐴, is this what zero gravity feels like? 𝐒𝐴 concentrated, and frowned. No, it feels more like float did. I thought so, Izuku replied. As he thought, All Might began to fly around in mid, so now I can touch someone or something and make it fly the way I can. That's extremely useful. Indeed it is, young Midoriya. All Might stated. Now, could you please release me? Izuku was about to, but 𝐒𝐴 smirked and said, you know, Izuku-an, the bus is self-driving. Once we board, it'll return us to Recovery Girl on its own. And you need to practice with this new aspect of float. You're absolutely right, 𝐒𝐴, Izuku returned her smile. That's a brilliant idea. Oh no, All Might whispered as he felt his protégé float him through the air. So, I don't know for certain, but I don't think you have to worry about the aging thing, Nana said when they were driving back. Izuku and Okiko looked at each other in relief. But, cautiously, Izuku asked, "Why do you think that, Nana-san?" "The bond is a lot more defined now that it's a stage 3, Nana said, and all of a sudden, she appeared on the bus. "Nana-san!" Okiko called out in surprise. "You manifested!" All Might, still handcuffed and floating in midair, turned. His face was hopeful, but when he turned to them, he frowned. "It appears that whatever my MSTR has done is only perceivable by the two of you. That makes sense," Nana said, equally heartbroken. "Guess we'll have to ask Hitoshi-kun to put you in the driver's seat to make up for it," Izuku suggested. Nana patted Izuku on the head, "Thanks for the offer." She then perked up, used to hiding her emotional state for the benefit of others. "So, the bond. I can feel an open channel between the two of you," she gestured to demonstrate. "And I can feel your quirk factors mingling through it. You're transferring them between each other, so you can produce them in your own bodies." Izuku was frantically taking notes. "So, it's not that we have additional quirks in our own bodies, but that our quirks are using the bond to view each other's bodies as an extension of our own." Okiko leaned back, overwhelmed. "This is such a mess." "You're lucky I love you, Izuku-kun." "I'm well aware of how lucky I am that you love me, Okan," Izuku beamed. Okiko shoved him playfully as Nana cooed happily and vanished from their sight. "So, I'm thinking we do this as a series," Daigoro suggested. "Get 8 to fight Izuku with each of his girlfriends until we all level up." "I'm not saying no," 𝐒𝐽𝐽 pondered. "But I do believe that trying to force a bond to grow has the potential to backfire." "This feels very unfair to Melissa-chan," Ian grumbled. "No quirk to power up." Yoichi sighed. "Given how unexpected everything has been since Izuku got one for all, do you think that this won't cause something odd to happen to her?" Then hummed in recognition, "True. It really does help to keep full cowl up," Okiko mused after Recovery Girl used her quirk. "It's what kept me from passing out when we first met," Izuku reminisced. "Go on in, you two," Recovery Girl shooed them away. "Eri-chan's worried, and you should see how your classmates are doing." Izuku's eyes widened. "That is an emergency," and the two of them rushed out to reassure the young girl. Recovery Girl stared at All Might, who was on a bed. Izuku wasn't floating him anymore, but no one had chosen to remove the HNDCFFS yet. Recovery Girl sighed, "You big oaf. I suppose I'm in for the lecture of a lifetime. Not to mention that cane of yours." All Might winced. "No, Yagi-kun," Recovery Girl said, her tone long-suffering. "I won't be lecturing you at all today. Nor will I be hitting you." All Might let out a sigh of relief and smiled. A smile that was short-lived as the door opened to reveal 𝐭. Her eyes were closed and she had a bright smile, all of which belied an aura of hellfire surrounding her. "Toshinori-san," 𝐭 said, with a cheerfully ominous tone. All Might gulped. "Why you saw?" "I saw everything," 𝐭 said menacingly. His face dropped and he turned to Recovery Girl. "Shuzenji-sensei, please, I'm sorry, don't," he trailed off, desperately. "Did I hear something?" Recovery Girl asked. "Hearing must be going at my age," and, with that, she left the room. All Might could only whimper. Following her underclassman's summons, Melissa entered the workshop. "What's happening, Mai-chan?" "Senpai." Mai called her over, one as facing the faculty for their finals, and they left a loophole in the rules. Izuku had Momo make some earpieces to communicate, and they need someone to act as mission control. "Wait, really?" Melissa's pulse started to quicken. "Who exactly are they facing?" "They've each been paired with a pro. Think you can guess who our boyfriend and Charco are facing?" Mai said. "Uncle Might." Melissa shook her head as she approached the monitor setup where Mai was stationed. "Yep," Mai said as she focused on the camera angles. "They've actually gone silent for now, but the others are going to need help." Melissa was pumped. This was what she wanted for so long. She would guide her new friends to victory. She would be the hero to these hero students. "Melissa Shield here," she reported to the students. "En route to their exams. Ready to aid however I can." "So, I have an idea, Denki said as he and Mina approached the testing center. Let's hear it, Mina said. So, we probably won't be in a position to outfight him, and we definitely can't outsmart him. But maybe, just maybe, we can out-stupid him, Denki said. There was a brief pause, before, over the intercom, Melissa said, "What?" Think about it. Nezu's one of the smartest creatures there is, he knows the right way to do things, the best ways to act. But a stupid person doesn't know what not to do, and they can potentially surprise you. Denki said. Mina looked excited, that might actually work. No, it wouldn't, Melissa replied, a little exasperated. In addition to being very difficult to deliberately weaponize, you two aren't that stupid. You're at the bottom of the class at the top hero school in the Eastern Hemisphere, that still puts you ahead of so many people. Denki's face sank. Oh, so we're not stupid enough to capitalize on that. Danjit, maybe we'll leave that as a backup plan. Like plan B. Actually, that's too good. Let's make it plan Q, Melissa said. What's the actual plan B, then? Find Nezu's hideout and electrocute him until I get brain dead. Denki asked. Try to avoid that, single attacks that render you inoperable would probably fail, Melissa said. Besides, you should be shorting out less with my new upgrades to your costume, Mai added. Wait, what? Denki asked. Yeah, I added circuit breakers to your jacket and changed up the soles of your shoes so you'll be properly grounded, Mai said offhandedly. When? Why? Denki said, flabbergasted. Oh, I borrowed Izuku's notebook, Mai said cheerfully. He had ideas for tons of babies. You know what, I'm fine with this. Mido knows quirks better than anyone here and you're an awesome inventor. I could do a lot worse, Denki said. And it's not like you could have stopped her from doing it, Mina added. Also, yes, Denki agreed. So, Power Loader's quirk's all about digging, Pony said, her Japanese far better than it had been at the start of the year. We should try and get airborne. Not that we should underestimate him, but I can use my horns to make us fly. I have an idea, you said. You can only use a number of horns, and you need more than one to support a person, right? Yeah, I need 2 to hold a person up, and I can control up to 4 at a time, Pony said. Could you detach one of them? Yui asked. Pony nodded, and 2 of them began to hover in midair in front of them. Yui responded by touching the floating horn, causing it to grow. Thought so. Doesn't work on living things, but once it's detached, it doesn't count. Yui was talking more than she normally would, but she was determined. And she was practicing. When the horn was about the size of a motorcycle, Yui halted its growth. Pony stared, wide-eyed and smiling. Kodai-chen, you're my new best friend. Yui smiled, giving a thumbs up. When the test began, several buildings began to collapse as Power Loader's tunnels caused them to shift. The excavation hero surfaced to find that his 2 opponents were flying on an enlarged horn, looking like witches riding a broomstick. Smart play, Power Loader said, pulling a bazooka from his tunnel. Too bad I've got contingencies, Power Loader fired, sending forth a compressed weighted net towards the duo. As it approached, though, the 2 coordinated, Pony sending another horn to intercept it, Yui enlarging it so that the projectile was blocked as they continued to rocket towards the exit. Pony detached another horn and it began to fly around them protectively. Excellent quirk synergy, Power Loader grinned, impressed. Of course, after Midoriya's stunt in the sports festival, we've taken precautions for anyone who has even slight aerial abilities. He followed that up by pressing a remote, activating the chaff cannons. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐭𝐚𝐲 ran through the streets, keeping their quirks up. Mushrooms grew around 𝐭𝐚𝐲 as she ran. 𝐒𝐿𝐭𝐚, meanwhile, was carrying several of 𝐭𝐚𝐲's spray bottles as she ran, using them to moisturize the air and aid in mushroom growth. As the bottles fell to the ground and the mushrooms ceased their growth, the 2 girls spread out, clinging to opposite walls as they attempted to locate their teacher. When Eraserhead leapt into their field of view, it took no time at all for him to fling his capture scarf at 𝐭𝐚𝐲, entangling her. As he did so, 𝐒𝐿𝐭𝐚 dove behind his field of view and used her quirk to throw some darts at him. Eraserhead quickly turned and cancelled her quirk, but doing so freed 𝐭𝐚𝐲 from his gaze. She quickly grew several enormous puffball fungi along the scarf, creating space between the capture tape and her body and allowing her to squeeze out of it. Kinoko then ran towards her teacher. She had a secret weapon, an odd type of support item related to her quirk. She could easily grow multiple types of mushroom, but if she needed a specific one, then she needed to be sure to have conditions to grow it. The spray bottles provided the necessary humidity, but she couldn't necessarily guarantee that there was an appropriate substrate for the fungus she required. To combat this, she carried a few samples of various soil types within the containers of her dress. And so, when Eraserhead turned back to use his quirk on Kinoko, she had a weapon at the ready. Pocket sand. Kinoko cried as she hurled a handful of sand into her homeroom teacher's open eyes. Following their visit with Recovery Girl, and hugging and reassuring Izuku and Okako looked at the screens, and Izuku turned on his earpiece. Midoriya here. Okan and I passed, and we've got visuals now. What's the verdict? He reported as he watched the screens with interest. Okako was still embracing comforting the girl as she watched intently. Grats, Izuku. Mai called out telepathically. Momo and Toru basically have snipe in the bag. He looked to one of the screens and saw a barrage of missiles heading directly for Snipe, as a flash of light caused him to flinch before he could intercept them with his gun. They're just wonderful, aren't they? Izuku replied with awe. Gyro and Kuda have MIC on the ropes, Melissa relayed. And Yui and Pony are doing well. They've evaded the chaff cannons and we told Pony where to aim her horns to disable them. Izuku saw numerous enormous horns sticking out of the landscape where those two were testing. And then he saw a building collapse on another monitor. Ashido. Kaminari. Status. Still kicking, but we've been better. Denki said. Oh no, that's Nezu's good wrecking ball, Izuku muttered as he saw the principal laugh like a maniac as he poured tea into his maw. He gulped and responded, okay, you've got a few possible options left, let's try and work through them. Zu kicked another ectoplasm clone into the wall, watching it dissolve. She looked to her partner, who had been tearing through the clones like tissue paper with her vines. Ibara seemed to be moving slower, so Zu leapt in and destroyed a clone that was giving her trouble. You doing okay, Ribbit? I'll be fine, Ibara said, in a clipped tone. Over the last few weeks, Ibara had been at war with herself. Everything she was taught was anathema to everything her conscience said was true. The church's teachings about concepts like polyamory were clear. She knew that there were ancient instances of biblical figures having many wives, but those were in the distant past. And besides, many of those figures were quite sinful. Could it not be said that Izuku's quirk was interfering with his partner's agency, not far removed from the horrid way that David coerced Bathsheba into marriage? Could they trust that the quirk would be satiated with 8 partners? And the way their relationship had progressed upon entering the dormitories had shades of living outside the bounds of marriage. But these were her friends. She had spent enough time with them to know that they were good people. She had fought alongside Izuku and Zu at the USJ, had seen how Zu had reacted when Izuku saved her and nearly got killed for it. Honestly, who wouldn't fall in love under those circumstances? And the relationship certainly seemed to be healthy. They enjoyed each other's company and, while close, their interactions seemed to be chaste. Eri even referred to them as her parents. And yet, when she considered the situation, there was still an uncertain feeling in her, one not necessarily related to her creed. If their relationship was wrong, why did it seem to be so good for them? And if it was fine, why did it make her feel uneasy? Ibara had been placing these thoughts aside to work with Zu against ectoplasm, but it was like telling someone not to think about a pink elephant. Trying not to think of it only brought it to the forefront. Their mission control led them to the point of egress, where ectoplasm was waiting, producing an enormous clone to fight them. Thankfully, their quirks allowed them excellent mobility, combined with their athleticism. Ibara, like every 1A student, had been building up her body to counteract weaknesses in her quirk. The two of them were able to leap and tether themselves to unleash attack after attack on their titanic foe. With great effort, they dispatched the clone and confronted the actual ectoplasm, guarding the exit. While blocking Ibara's attempts to escape, Zu managed to misdirect ectoplasm, having swallowed the cuffs earlier, regurgitating them easily and slipping them on their math teacher. Excellent work, Shiozaki-chan, Ribbit, 𝐒 said to her classmate as they left. Thank you, Asusan, Ibara replied. I may have been distant earlier, and I'm sorry. I've had some thoughts that distracted me, and I hope that I was not a hindrance. If so, I beg your forgiveness. Exhaling in relief she wasn't even aware she was feeling, 𝐒 smiled, ripped, it's fine. We all have our off days. Ibara paused, before finally, she asked in a whisper, Does your relationship ever distract you like that? Not at all, Ribbit. It makes me stronger. I feel like they're right beside me, helping. It's like I have Aizu-chan, Okan, and everyone else in my head if I ever need help, and I know it's the same for them, 𝐒 said, stating literal truth in a way that could easily make sense metaphorically. Suddenly, it hit Ibara, I believe I understand my own unease with the situation. Thank you, Tsuyu-san. No problem, Ribbit, 𝐒 said. I'm open if you wish to talk about it. No, thank you. This is something personal, Ibara said. Because now she identified the feeling she had whenever she saw her classmates interacting. She was wishing she had something like that. She would have to bring this up at confession. Envy was a deadly sin, after all. Man, if Midoribro hadn't given us that scenario, we'd be toast, a hero thought as he burst through the wall 𝐶𝐿mentos threw up. That let Tetsu go through so he could burst through the next one. Melissa, and when he returned from his test, Izuku, had helped them figure out a plan. 𝐶𝐿mentos would win any battle of attrition against both of them together, and while the two of them were physically fit enough, they probably couldn't park hour through 𝐶𝐿mentos's terrain in the allotted time. They had to break through the walls with their strength, but by alternating, they could conserve their individual stamina to ensure they wouldn't tire themselves out. As he tried to focus on the idea of the two of them getting out of there in time to save someone, a hero realized, Ashido-san didn't fight that big guy back in middle school. She tricked him into going away so our classmates would be safe. If I'd gone straight to him and tried to throw down the way I wanted to take on Sensei, I'd have just put those girls in danger as well as myself. I'll still train to be the best wall I can, the wall that keeps people safe, but that can't be my only option. And it was great to have Tetsu here with him. He could always count on the Iron Man to have his back, to make sure they could succeed. Of course, 𝐶𝐿mentos decided to interrupt his train of thought by riding a wave of concrete like a surfer riding a wave, headed straight for them. No words needed to be spoken, only a shared thumbs up as a hero charged at his literature teacher, distracting him so that his teammate could escape. He fought tooth and nail, trying to keep his strength up. He had to make sure not to let his bro down. When the buzzer went off, indicating that Tetsu had escaped, a hero collapsed in relief. 𝐶𝐿mentos managed to move him to the bus easily. Man, it was great having a bro like Tetsu. Someone who understood him, someone who would be by his side. Honestly, if Mina didn't like him the way he liked her, he could certainly see him staying with his best buddy forever. Though, now that he thought about it, did he really have to choose? No regrets, a hero thought. Hey, Tetsu bro, he asked out loud. Sup, Kiri bro? Tetsu asked. I'm gonna ask Mina out once we're done, a hero began. Tetsu grinned, awesome, my man. But, if it doesn't work out, or heck, even if it does, would you? A hero struggled with the words. I mean, Kamibro only asked us about which girls we'd want to date. Wait, really? Tetsu asked, his tone hopeful. You too? I mean, yeah, why wouldn't I want to be with my best bud? A hero said, elated that they were on the same page. And with Midoribro around and showing us it's doable, it feels like, why not try more than one? You know, I was gonna just ask out Setsuna, but I think I like this more. Tetsu says. We'll give this a shot, and if it doesn't work, at least we tried, a hero said. The two embraced. 𝐶𝐿mentos, who the boys apparently forgot was still in there, merely shook his head in amusement. Tenya thought he was prepared for his examination. He was so very, very wrong. He knew of their art history teacher's heroic persona. He'd managed to divorce it from the woman he'd known for so long, one of his brother's closest friends. He admired Nemuri-san very much, and was thrilled to be one of her students. Now, however, Tenya-kun midnight purred. You've grown wonderfully. Perhaps we should check to measure your rankings in other areas. She liked her lips and suggestively stroked her WHP. The cognitive dissonance left him screaming in his own head. Both not trusting his voice and not wanting to breathe in her gas, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 was silent as he sped forwards with a reciprocal burst. She dodged his kick, but he managed to get a glancing blow to her side, knocking her down. Her WHP nearly snared one of his legs, but he was able to dodge and escape the cloud of her gas before he ran out of breath. Once out, he gasped as his engines cooled. Dark Shadow shot forwards from 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺, engaging Midnight in combat as she whipped the sentient quirk, sending her back. "Aren't you long and thick?" Midnight teased. "Still, I know you're a grower, and find it difficult to reach your proper girth once you're exposed." "Ooh," Dark Shadow responded, sticking a shadowy tongue out of her beak. "Can't take it, big boy," Midnight said, grinning as she tried to flood the shadow. There was a chance the shadow could succumb to the gas. "Fumi's the boy. I'm a big girl," Dark Shadow corrected as she lunged through the shroud. Taking it in stride, Midnight simply said, "So you go two different ways." "Don't worry, so do I," and she managed to send a WHP through to Dark Shadow, sending it back. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 hissed. While resistant to injury, Dark Shadow wasn't immune. And the pain did transfer. Suddenly, he had an idea. "𝐒𝐿, have you enough power for one last burst?" 𝐻𝐻𝐻 blinked. "I should, why?" "I believe I have a plan, but in the harsh light of day, Dark Shadow lacks the strength to commence." "I will need your own strength," 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 then relayed his plan. At one point in the fight, Dark Shadow dodged a WHP, then dug her claws into the ground. Looking at the boys standing outside her cloud of gas, Midnight saw 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 on 𝐻𝐻𝐻's shoulders. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 leapt into the air and yelled, "Recipro burst," as he rocketed upwards. Using the engines to boost their momentum, Dark Shadow used her connection with 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 to catapult them in the air. As Dark Shadow retracted towards 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺, she grew her arms as far out as possible to form wings, 𝐻𝐻𝐻's engines providing the momentum for the two of them to achieve true flight. It was because of that, rather than Midnight's efforts, that their hearts were pounding with an adrenaline rush as they achieved victory. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 gripped the railing with her enlarged hand for dear life, knowing that this was probably the only way this was going to work. Close combat against 13 was suicide, and attempts to launch projectiles at her proved ineffective. While still primarily a rescue hero, and despite her performance at the USJ, she had enough experience to handle her students. Various pieces of Setsuna had been swallowed by this black hole. She had kept an eye, ear, and hand next to her partner to ensure they could communicate, and now, her left arm, part of her shoulders and neck, and the left side of her face were gripping that same railing. As her single eye met 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺's glance, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 activated her earpiece. "𝐭𝐾𝐲-san, are you sure you can handle it?" she shouted. "I've still got the juice for it. Looks like we just need to finish the job." Setsuna cried out as she let go. Her body flung into the black hole like a wedding ring into a garbage disposal. 13, who had struggled to ensure that harming anyone with her quirk, particularly a student, immediately cancelled her quirk, crying out, "𝐭𝐾𝐺-san. Oh no, 𝐭𝐾𝐺-san. Is she dash?" Before she could question it further, the buzzer went off indicating that the students had passed. Confused, 13 could only stare in 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺's direction. If one of 𝐭𝐾𝐺-san's split-off pieces is destroyed in any manner, it can regenerate. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 explained their plan, relieved that it worked as well as it did. It takes a lot of energy to do so, so she prefers to reassemble her pieces rather than let them get destroyed. But she prepared for a big day today, making sure she had a big enough meal and enough energy left so she could handle a lot of regenerating. Once a minuscule part of her made it to the exit, she began to reassemble whatever she could and send whatever was too far away to destruction. "We tried, but we couldn't cuff you without pieces of her getting vacuumed up by your quirk." Since, apparently, it didn't register as a win until her entire body was past the exit, she just sacrificed her last pieces so they'd regenerate as well. 13 fell to her knees in relief. "Oh, thank every and all gods. Is 𝐭𝐾𝐺-san all right?" "If, tell-sen some good," came the tired, mumbling voice of Setsuna over the earpiece. "Need a nap, though, she's at her limits, but she's all right," 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 reassured the space heroine. "Sorry to worry you, 13 sensei, she bowed in apology. I suppose you did your best and didn't take any unnecessary risks, 13 replied. These two had won the bout fairly, using clever tactics that capitalized on her weaknesses. It wasn't their fault that they'd made her live through one of her oldest recurring nightmares. Luckily, Hound Dog was on staff. And Nezu was quite generous at giving out both leave and bonuses for staff exposing themselves to psychological trauma. Are you too sure this will work? Mina cried out as she and Denki ran. Reasonably sure. Mai called out. Always room for error, she added cheerfully. You're doing amazing, Izuku reassured. Stick with it. Nezu had been deliberate in his destruction. He had turned the entire testing ground into a three-dimensional maze with several paths to escape. Paths that the Chimera had been swiftly eliminating with each swing of his wrecking ball. He and Mai had come up with a plan to give them the much-needed time to finish. Mina was gliding on a trail of acid, one that they had carefully instructed her to make. Denki was keeping a low-level current through his body to stimulate his muscles as he moved. Get ready. Spark up, but don't discharge, Izuku said, as Mina stopped dripping acid and ran clear. Denki's body began to spark as he waited for the signal. Now! Mai shouted, as Denki fully charged up and placed his hand on the acid trail. The pH Mina was using was only slightly less than neutral. Denki wouldn't be hurt by touching it. But the composition conducted electricity very well. The entire trail was engulfed in lightning. Right as the metal wrecking ball blasted the building that Mina had slathered in the acid as she parked across it. The machine shorted. On the screen showing the cockpit interior, Nezu continued to maniacally laugh, only now it was out of pride rather than SDSM, as he prepared his backup plan. But that would take time. Go! Izuku and Mai shouted in unison. The two students being tested booked it at top speed. Left, they cried. Up. Right. They kept calling out directions in unison, leading them to the exit. VWAP. The heck was that? Mai asked as the buzzer went off for the last time that day, indicating Denki and Mina passed. Wait, 2 bonds went to stage 3 in a single day. Daigoro called out. I think it has to do with synchronicity, Yoichi mused. Both Okiko and Mai were in perfect sync when the bonds grew. Guess the idea that it was based on SEC is incorrect, Nana joked. But not mutually exclusive, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 chimed in, utterly serious, causing Izuku and Okiko to blush. Denki and Mina both caught their breath. Mina was the first to comment, thanks, Prez, you and the support team saved us. Yeah, thanks Hatsume-san, Shield-san, Denki added, you're our heroes. Izuku couldn't help but tear up at that, and shortly thereafter, ding. What? Melissa's tearful voice was added to the telepathic fray. Oh, senpai, welcome to the brain chat. Mai said nonchalantly. Are you okay, Melissa-chan? Izuku added. I've wanted to hear that from someone for so long, Melissa said. It just, well, put everything in perspective. There was a pause, and then, suddenly, a familiar voice asked in their minds, wait, I'm sorry, can you hear me? Uncle Might. Melissa asked, shocked. Toshi. Nana cried. MSTR. All Might happily cried out, though he sounded in pain. Oh my goodness. Wait, you're in our headspace, but you're not dead. Izuku asked, shocked. Apparently, I am here in your heads, All Might said. Called it, Yoichi said smugly. And I wouldn't necessarily say I'm not dead, All Might wearily stated. Apparently, when she is enraged, Inko-san unconsciously uses her quirk. And several bones in the human body count as small objects that she is able to move. Everyone currently speaking to each other winced in sympathy. Well done, everyone. Nezu said cheerfully to the assembled students, who had moved to the 1A dorm's common room. The class had a 100% pass rate. A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. 1A were gathered around the infirmary, all in some state of physical or mental exhaustion following the practical exams. They ranged from Setsuna, who looked like she was struggling to remain awake and lucid, to Toru, who was still working out nervous energy from the encounter. You even took advantage of the loophole of allowing you to communicate with each other, and you coordinated with the support students you befriended, Eraserhead seemed to be grinning beneath his scarf. Denki and Mina nearly collapsed in relief. 𝐒𝐻ero and Tetsu swelled with pride. You are all attempting to be pro-heroes after all, Eraserhead explained. In the field, you will need to use every possible advantage. To do any less because of pride puts lives at risk. I'm simply relieved that all of us will be attending the training camp together, Tenya stated. Oh, you all would have attended regardless, Eraserhead said. It would be irrational to let any of you fall behind the others. Anyone who failed would merely have had to take remedial classes at night. Bullet still dodged. Denki cheered wearily. Don't be so sure, your written exams still need to be graded, Eraserhead said, causing the electric boy to pale. Regardless, you will have some time to relax, Nezu said. The Expo will take place in 5 days, and the entirety of your class has either been given tickets directly, been invited as a +1, or accepted the opportunity to work at the festival. Flights will depart the day before. 2 days after you return, you will depart for the summer camp. I would suggest you prepare immediately. Dismissed for now. Once they drag themselves and in certain cases, their classmates, into their chosen dorm room. Setsuna was dead asleep the moment Nezu dismissed them, and Izuku decided to test his new application of float on her. Izuku was currently lying down in his bedroom. It had been quite the eventful day. He sensed someone was coming, and the trap door connecting his bedroom to the dorm room below opened to show Okiko, who flew up through the open space. You're really enjoying that quirk, Okin? Izuku said, smiling. Who wouldn't? Okiko asked. It's great, and now I can fly without wanting to puke. It's so awesome. Yup. Glad I can share it with you, he said. Okiko took a seat on his bed, which was interrupted by sounds beneath them. Soon, my burst up as well, sparking with hot pink lightning. Izuku, she cried out. This is awesome. I can use a little bit of one for all. I couldn't go past 1%, though, but it's a huge change. Izuku sat up, couldn't as in any more would hurt you, or couldn't as in no more could be accessed. The second one, Mai said. Tried, didn't go through. Oh. But now zoom's a lot better. I've got more range, and I can go microscopic as well as telescopic. And I was able to stop one of my babies before it exploded. So that's how one for all enhances zoom, Izuku muttered, writing in his notebook. And you've got danger sense, too. And I think danger sense has expanded its range and it's not as hyper-focused. Like, if I concentrate I can sense how dangerous you could be if you wanted to, not just predict if you're a threat. Perhaps that will aid you when dealing with that toga girl, 𝐒𝐽𝐫 mused, appearing among them. Oh, hey Uncle Hermit, Mai said casually. Okiko blinked and waved, also able to see him. Any reason you kids came up in particular? Nana materialized, smirking. Well, Okiko began to blush. I know that this should be fine, we've been together for a bit, and you wanted cuddles, too. Mai asked bluntly. Okiko let out a little eep at the bluntness, but she nodded, face luminescent. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 nodded, disappearing. Nana shook her head, too sweet. Well, we've got to teach Toshi and Melissa how to compartmentalize, so we'll all give you some privacy. And with that, she also disappeared. Awesome, Mai stated, as she dove onto the bed, lying next to Izuku. Okiko, still embarrassed but not wanting to be outdone, took to Izuku's other side. Also blushing, Izuku wondered if his anxiety would handle snuggling 2 of his girlfriends. He would have been surprised to learn that, within 5 minutes, he would be in the deepest sleep he'd ever experienced. Izuku woke up after one of the best nights of sleep he'd ever had. He felt the soft warmth and the breathing form surrounding him and he almost panicked as he remembered the situation that was there when he fell asleep. Sure enough, Okiko was still curled up next to him, her head nestled onto his chest. And, to his embarrassment, Mai had an arm around him, deliberately nestling his head into her chest. He'd have nearly died from the internal facial hemorrhaging caused by his blush, but he soon realized that there were more people in his bed now than there were when he went to sleep. Eri had found a space between him and Mai and was clutching his shirt like a lifeline. Zu had her head nestled in the space where Okiko's body met his own. Momo was between Okiko and the wall, her arm draped over her. Melissa was next to Mai, who had embraced her senpai with her other arm. Nejiya was on the other edge of the bed, nestling Melissa between herself and Mai. Another source of warmth and breathing could be detected above his head, as he could feel Toru sleeping above their heads. The lack of any visual indicators that she was there had Izuku blushing at the implications. And, lastly, Yui had mercifully brought her pillow with her, which while better than not having it didn't help much since her head was resting on his thighs. How is this possible? Izuku thought. I didn't hear any of them come in. I didn't wake up. I didn't think my bed was big enough for this. Did it grow as more of them arrived? Is that technology possible? He realized the technology was highly possible, and given the madness his life had become, he wouldn't put it past Yui to add it. He heard a clicking sound, and turned his head carefully, so as not to disturb anyone to see his mother with her phone out, having photographed them. She had a big smile, but was covering her mouth to prevent from crying out and waking the assembled group. Tears were streaming down her face like waterfalls. Izuku, for his part, merely tried to get back to sleep. Moving wasn't in the cards right now. Hey, Toshi! All Might's heart skipped a beat. He'd fallen asleep, and was now in an inky black space, staring at the form of his mentor's Vestige. It hurt him to see how young Nana looked. In his memories, she was always tall and towering over him, ready for anything that came her way, even during her defiant last stand against All for One. He never anticipated that he'd ever have to look down to meet Nana's gaze. Nana, All Might said, tears forming. He realized that his body was wispy, appearing to be made of flame. He didn't even care. He rushed over to the woman who first believed in him, the closest thing he ever had to a mother. He embraced her, and was thrilled to find out that, yes, he could touch her here in this world within One for All. It's okay, Toshi. I'm here, Nana said as they hugged. I'm so proud of you, Toshi. All Might began to cry like a baby once she said that, and he would happily admit it. It took about half an hour of sobbing reassurances from each of them before they regained their composure. When they did, the shadows retreated, revealing a room resembling a blasted-out vault floating in the void. 8 chairs were arranged in a semicircle, 2 of which were unoccupied. "Ah, Toshinori-kun," came the wispy voice of the young-looking white-haired man in the center. "It's good to officially meet you, particularly since we all expected to meet you under much worse circumstances." "Yoichi-san, I presume," All Might said, bowing. Yoichi nodded as All Might looked around. He could easily match the Vestiges to Izuku's sketches. "No need to bow, man," Daigoro waved him off. "Out of all of us, you did the best in our little crusade. Still, I must give all of you my utmost gratitude. Thank you all for aiding Izuku when my own attempts at mentorship were wanting," All Might said, bowing even deeper. "That's enough," In said uncomfortably. "I dunno, I could stand to see a little more," Ryuji said with a grin. Seeing that Nana had taken a seat, All Might did so as well. "So, what is this place?" he asked. "This is the true birthplace of One for All," Yoichi stated. "My brother had expected that I would fall in line upon being granted a superpower. When that proved ineffective at pacifying me, he threw me in this vault for my own protection." He scowled as he said that. Not entirely untrue, but whenever he deigned to visit me, he would always focus on how he would raise me up to greatness if I would just follow him. I kept refusing. Finally, my heroes came and rescued me. He gestured to Ryuji and Izumu. They planned on killing me to strike a blow against my brother, but when they blew the vault door open, Ryuji instead offered his hand to me. "Second best decision I ever made," Ryuji smirked. All Might blinked. "What was the first?" "Marrying this shithead," Ryuji gestured to Izumu. "Chief, come on," Izumu actually blushed. "Wait, what?" Daigoro yelled out. "You two were married." "Not officially, it wasn't legal back then." "Not that we gave a SHT what was legal or not," Ryuji shrugged. "And you kept this from us all this time." Daigoro was flabbergasted. "Wasn't your business," Izumu stated. "Yoichi, you didn't tell us either," Nana said disbelievingly. "They never told me, and I never noticed," Yoichi said, also stunned. Ryuji snorted. This cinnamon roll was too pure to figure it out, and we didn't reach the point where Vestiges could perceive the outside world until we got to 𝐭𝐼𝐻. I think we need to focus, Yoichi stated sheepishly. Toshinori, we're going to need to teach you the techniques we use to separate ourselves from each other. This will prevent you from overhearing your students' thoughts and from broadcasting yours. Ryuji, Izumu, and I developed this technique, and we refined it with Shinomori when he joined us. He looked at the two vigilantes, horror slowly creeping onto his face. Around now he realizes why we developed it, Izumu said. Ryuji laughed out loud. It's everything I could have wanted. Totally worth the 150-year setup. I thought you were just Jayarchus, Ien said simply. Oh, we absolutely are, Izumu shrugged. That's just not the only reason. All Might coughed, mostly to hide his need to laugh. Sorry to interrupt, but I should try and learn this technique. Preferably before Melissa falls asleep, and also requires a lesson. Of course, Yoichi said, clinging to that like a drowning man on a life preserver. The first thing you need to do, halfway around the world, in a seaside resort in California, a man wondered whether his anger or his anxiety would win out. He was a Japanese man with messy red hair and freckles. He was keeping his breathing even as he wandered through the banquet hall. He didn't feel he belonged there. Honestly, there were few places he truly felt he belonged, but this was far from any of them. He would have given anything to not be at this executive retreat. Hell, he certainly wasn't an executive. He'd actually investigated a number of these executives for irregularities in their finances, and most were probably trying to manifest a quirk awakening to kill him with their brains. He would have declined if he weren't specially requested, and told it was mandatory. Had to keep his breathing even, had to remain calm. Someone offered him alcohol. He refused. It reacted poorly to his fire breath. Ah, Hisoshi Midoriya. So nice to finally meet you. Hisoshi turned to see the source of that voice. Only a lifetime of training not to show his emotions kept him from turning tail and running. Standing before him was his ultimate boss, Inosuke Yorozu, head of the Yorozu group that employed him. Standing beside him was his wife, Ko Yorozu. Anxiety apparently won out against his anger. Yorozu-sama, Hisoshi bowed. It's an honor to meet you. None of that now, please. Inosuke stated. This is meant to be a time for my best people to relax and unwind. And you're definitely one of my best men. Hisoshi couldn't help but look surprised as he returned from his bow. You are, Ko stated. The best forensic accountant in our employ. You've single-handedly saved our holdings from losing millions to fraud and corruption. Hisoshi kept himself even from the praise. I'm merely doing my duty, Yorozu-sama. Inosuke chuckled at that, and thanks to that, I've learned about how many of my employees aren't doing their duty. That's one of the two reasons I asked for you to come here, so that I can finally meet you. Hisoshi kept breathing slowly as he grinned. Thank you, sir, that's quite the high praise. Of course, there is another reason, Inosuke said, his smile fading. It happened after my daughter brought home the most delightful young man. What? What did their daughter have to do with this? What did Hisoshi know about her? Intelligent, attractive, currently a first-year hero student at OSHT. It was finally happening. Everything was going to fall apart. Smart as a WHP and so very earnest, Inosuke continued. At first, he was just one of many students who we invited over after a training exercise went wrong, but then our darling Momo invited him to one of our galas. It was right after the US Sports Festival. Have you seen the sports festival? Hisoshi nodded, not trusting his voice just yet. Well, after the initial round of the tournament, when our little girl faced a poor matchup, she was devastated, Ko said. Luckily, this kind young man swooped in and cheered her up, reassured her that her loss wasn't as bad as she feared, that her performance in the cavalry battle more than made up for it. And then he went on to win the festival entirely. I must say that we were concerned about Momo-chan dating, but honestly, she could have picked a much worse person to start dating, Inosuke stated. Hisoshi was beyond surprised. He knew his son had won the US Sports Festival, but had no clue that the boy was dating his boss's daughter. He excused himself and grabbed a bottle of water. He needed to keep his throat from getting dry. He couldn't afford to activate his quirk by accident. Well, we were a little concerned when we learned that Izuku-kun had no idea his father was employed by us. Our concern grew when we learned that he couldn't remember ever even meeting the man, Inosuke said. Hisoshi finally felt brave enough to speak. Sir, ma'am, I am willing to answer any and all questions you have as long as you agree to one single term and we put it in writing. Inosuke blinked. What term are you proposing? If you terminate my employment as a result of what we discuss, then my yearly salary will still be paid to my ex-wife until my son is 20 years old, Hisoshi said. Both Yorozas blinked, then looked at each other in surprise. That sounds more than reasonable, Inosuke said. I can do one better, Ko said, concentrating as 3 sheets of paper appeared out of her arm. Her quirk, printer, allowed her to compose and print written documents using her body's lipids. Hisoshi read over the contract she printed out. This was beyond generous. It actually stated that if Hisoshi was terminated for any reason before his son reached adulthood according to Japanese law, his ex-wife would receive his full salary. He signed each copy, as did his boss, then Hisoshi photographed it on his phone before pocketing his own copy. Since this is obviously going to get personal, I'll take us somewhere private, Inosuke stated, leading his wife and Hisoshi to one of the resort's conference rooms. Hisoshi made sure to grab some more water bottles before they left. He sat down across from the billionaire family. He began to talk, but a bit of smoke came out, causing him to take another drink before he could start. I apologize. I try to maintain control of my quirk, but there are times when it gets volatile. Don't worry, Midoriya-san, Ko said kindly. I can't imagine it happening often, Inosuke stated. You seem to have such excellent quirk control. Yoroza-sama, you are looking at decades of training to keep my emotions in check to prevent accidents, Hisoshi stated. Especially in my youth, I was far less capable of doing so. I still suffer from anger issues to this day. Inosuke recoiled in shock. That is not the impression I got from your managers and co-workers. I'm told you're near impossible to anger. Again, the result of years of training to make sure I can keep control of myself, Hisoshi stated. When I feel anger, I have methods to cope with it. If those methods fail, things get destructive, and if left with no other option, I have to extricate myself from the situation. And that, essentially, is why I estranged myself from my son. You were angry with your son when he was that young. Ko said, outraged at the concept. Wincing, Hisoshi said, I phrased that poorly. I wasn't specifically angry with him. Still, I knew that if I was in my son's life, I was inevitably going to fail him, and it would be a disaster. Not to mention that Inko-san and I had been drifting apart for years prior. And none of this had to do with his misdiagnosis of quirklessness. Ko asked. We divorced when Izuku was 2, Hisoshi said, taken aback at the accusation. It wasn't ever a factor. And you still chose never to explain that fact? Inosuke asked. This is getting into subjects that make me uncomfortable, Hisoshi stated. Izuku-kun may end up as my son-in-law, Inosuke stated. I'm a little invested in this. Hisoshi sighed, and his tone became that he adopted for his job, stating facts clinically. I never had a stable home life growing up. My father abandoned my mother put me up with her relatives, and when they grew tired of me I was bumped around to several foster homes. As such, I took my wife's surname when we married and I have failed to revert it after the divorce, simply because I have no other family with a surname I feel comfortable taking. I don't know how to be a competent parent, all I know is what I disliked the least. I preferred my father's complete abandonment to my mother's occasional half-hearted attempts to connect to me. And, of course, their neglect was preferable to the instances of outright abuse. Hisoshi barely registered the shocked faces of the Yorozas as he continued, thanks to your generous benefits and the fact that I have no hobbies outside of work, I typically send at least 75% of my salary to my ex-wife. I may not be capable of being a decent father, but at the very least I can ensure that my son is being taken care of financially. There was an awkward silence, as the Yorozas looked at each other, then at Hisoshi, who looked like he was simply awaiting his judgment. Finally, Inosuke said, have you considered telling Izuku-kun any of this? When he was a toddler. He wouldn't have understood. And then he was diagnosed as quirkless. That might not be the reason why I'm distant, but he'd never believe that, Hisoshi stated. And now that his quirk manifested and he's gaining acclaim, I know how that looks. He'd think I'd be trying to ride on his coattails. KO looked torn. Inosuke sighed and said, well, you can relax a little bit, at least. Nothing you've said constitutes a fireable offense, and you are an invaluable asset. Hisoshi exhaled slightly in relief, glad to hear it, Yorozu-sama. Is there anything I can do for you on this retreat? Inosuke asked. I believe that this resort included a quirk firing range in its amenities, correct? Hisoshi asked. At his boss's nod, he continued, is a reservation required? Don't believe so, but I'll make sure you have a spot open. When would you like to visit? Inosuke asked. As soon as possible, Hisoshi stated. He slid his chair back, but before he rose from it, he paused. How's Izuku-kun doing? He's well. If you want to know details, you really should contact him, KO said. Hisoshi nodded, accepting the rebuke. As Hisoshi left, though, KO did decide to throw in a parting shot. Momochan tells us that All Might was the one who trained him to unlock his quirk. And apparently, he's unofficially adopted Izuku. Hisoshi turned, surprised at first. Then, for the first time, he smiled, wide, sincere, and resembling the one the Yorozas saw on his son when they first met him. I'm happy he's traded up. They're planning something, Izuku thought to himself as he wandered Kiyashi Mall for supplies. Of course they are, Degoro laughed. I think they're scouting out possible date locations. Particularly with each other. Zu and Momo are actively looking for places for Okiko, I know that much. The thought of his girlfriends going on dates with each other gave Izuku a warm feeling of happiness. It was fantastic, he practically wanted to bottle it. They scheduled the trip to this mall to ensure everyone had everything necessary for both the Expo and the summer camp. Their written exams came back, and everyone passed. Denki and Mina were still at the bottom of their class, but they'd improved significantly from the midterms. Izuku bought a soft pretzel and sat down on a bench to eat as the Vestiges began to converse with him. So, gossip time, who do you think's gonna be dating besides our boy here? Degoro asked the Vestiges, with Izuku listening in for maximum embarrassment. Well, Kirishima already asked out Ashido, which we're all well aware of thanks to her screams of joy, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 said. I think she might be trying to branch out to include Tetsu and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲. Wasn't 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 against the idea? Ien asked. She seemed more confused when it was revealed than displeased, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 seemed to shrug. This is punishment for us not revealing our marriage, isn't it? Ryuji asked. What? Izuku asked. Yeah, Ryuji and I are husbands. Have been before we rescued number one. They learned yesterday. Get with the times, kid, Izumu said. It's just punishment for me in general, Yoichi grumbled. So Tokoyami and Yanagi are still doing their more goth than thou mating ritual, no change there. Shiozaki approached Ida today. And Kuda and Komori broke off to see the pet shop, so that might be an indicator. Degoro hoped to change the subject. Jiro's real blushy around Kaminari, too, but I've noticed she's also that way with Kendo and Tsunotori, Nana chimed in. Not sure if she's trying to choose or wants all of the above. They each have two hands, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 stated. And Kendo can grow hers larger and Jiro has those jacks to wrap around people. I think you're reading too much into this, Izuku grumbled. Come on, we need gossip now that we've got all the bonds filled out. Nana said with a huff. Izuku would have replied if danger sense didn't pick that moment to go off like a bomb in his head. He immediately pressed his panic button as he kept track of his surroundings. None of his classmates were there, but he could see the source taking a seat next to him. A man with light blue hair, red eyes, and chapped skin. They locked eyes before the leader of the League of Villains could reach over to him. Tenko Shimura, Izuku hissed unthinkingly. He'd been thinking about the connection between his enemy and his predecessor so much that he associated him with that name rather than his pseudonym. Who? Tomura tilted his head in confusion. He started to scratch his neck as he snarled, Did you forget my name? Doesn't respond to it, Izuku thought. I might be wrong, but it's also possible he forgot. Trauma can do that to a person. Well, it's not like you were wearing a name tag or anything, 𝐒𝐿 responded as he tensed up. Growling, the young man scowled at 𝐒𝐿. My name is Tomura Shigaraki, player 2. Don't forget it. What are you even doing here? 𝐒𝐿 said. I saw an opportunity to get some answers from you, Tomura stated. I wouldn't refuse if I were you. There's plenty of hostages, he doesn't know I pressed my panic button. Gotta stall him, 𝐒𝐿 thought to the approval of the people in his telepathic network. All right, Tomura-kun, what sort of questions do you have? Tomura sneered, but 𝐒𝐿 couldn't call him by the name he associated with Yoichi. For one thing, I want to know why the F no one's talking about us. 𝐒𝐿 looked at him questioningly, and he clarified, we attacked the heart of you and got away with only a few trash mobs lost. We attacked Hosu and got away scot-free, and the only thing people cared about was that the hero killer got caught. And even that went away quickly. Hell, here I am in a public place, and no one's batting an eye. Why aren't we getting any attention? 𝐒𝐿 racked his brain. Well, I can't claim to fully understand the media, but if I had to guess, they preferred to focus on the hero killer because he was a known quantity and he was doing something we all found hateful. Most people don't know much about you. And most of that feels deliberate. I doubt All for One wanted to advertise his existence. So you know about Sensei, Tomura spat. I was right, you're the one I'm playing against. Rolling with that, 𝐒𝐿 said. Besides, without those severed hands, you don't exactly stand out. I mean, you are in dire need of some skin care, that has to be painful, but other than that, nothing about your appearance screams that you're a villain. Just a black long-sleeve t-shirt, black jeans, and custom red quirkless sneakers. 𝐒𝐿 realized the implications of what he said only after he said it. Oh God! Nana cried out as she realized what this meant. Okay, what? Sensei gave me these shoes, why the F do shoes have to do with the quirkless? Tomura looked confused and angry as he scratched his neck. People who are born quirkless have an extra joint in their pinky toe, 𝐒𝐿 said. Normal shoes you'd find in a store pinch their feet, and quirkless shoes feel uncomfortable for everyone else. Only one company makes a good shoe for a quirkless foot, they have to be specially ordered, and they all come in the same shade of red. Tomura's anger was losing to his confusion. But, you have a quirk and you're wearing the same red shoes. All for One isn't the only one who can give people quirks. 𝐒𝐿 hissed out in a whisper. And getting a quirk doesn't necessarily change your skeletal structure. Tomura looked lost as he reached the same conclusion. Then, Sensei, your real name is Tenko Shimura, 𝐒𝐿 declared sadly. Your grandmother is named Nana Shimura, the pro-hero Nimbus. She was All Might's mentor. All for One killed her. He must have given you that quirk hoping you would kill your family, so that he could use you as a pawn. So that he could hurt All Might. Tomura began to scratch his neck harder, moving up to his cheek. Look, Tomura-kun, it's not too late, 𝐒𝐿 said kindly. We can help you. All for One is a monster, he's done things like this over and over throughout the centuries. We can get you the help you need. Tomura stopped scratching, his face red from his nails on his face. Then, he began to let out a hoarse, condescending laugh. No one thing helped me before. Everyone ignored me when I was just an NPC. But now that I've leveled up, now that I'm a threat, you're willing to try the diplomacy route. I always preferred pacifist runs when I could do it, 𝐒𝐿 said, hoping to connect with the older boy. F you, and F everything you stand for, Tomura said. If that's what you want, I'll force a combat scene on you. No save scumming. Danger sense erupted as Tomura broke out into a sprint to rush the first possible target. 𝐒𝐿 dashed after him. He noticed the target, a lady late into her 𝐵𝐻𝐺. Before he could overtake Tomura, 𝐒𝐿's heart soared as he saw someone move the 𝐵𝐻𝐺 woman out of Tomura's way. It then sank as he realized that person was Yui, and now she was in Tomura's path. Summoning full cowl, invisible mode, he dashed forward to intercept the villain. Tomura grabbed 𝐒�l's face with his right hand. 𝐒𝐿 expected to be killed. It didn't matter. He'd happily die if Yui was safe. Ding! 𝐒�l heard the wondrous sound in his head as both he and Tomura stared at each other, both of them wondering why 𝐒�l wasn't disintegrating. The moment was interrupted as a blast of golden energy blasted Tomura in the side, knocking him away as 𝐒𝐲𝐻 leapt in to help. Her face was hard with fury he'd never seen on her before. God, he loved her. Ding. Before Tomura could get up, or 𝐒𝐲𝐻 could send out another beam, 𝐒𝐻𝐽's warp gate appeared beneath him and removed him from the premises. Once he was gone, Izuku fell to his knees, the wind out of his sails. Yui embraced him. Oh God, you can't keep doing this. Don't scare me like that again. We just began this relationship, you can't do this to me so soon. I want so much more time with you. I swear if you do that again, I'll find someone with a quirk to resurrect you so I can kill you again, then I'll resurrect you again and break up with you. 𝐒𝐲𝐻, meanwhile, had her own running commentary. I swear if that pile of eczema gets near any single one of my lovers again, I'll blast him straight up in the air with wave motion, and once he starts falling back to earth I'll blast him even higher and keep doing it until he's reduced to a pile of pulp. He and every one of those jerk faces better sleep with one eye open because I'm going to blast them into the dang sun. Okay, a little G-rated on the language, but I feel better about her being bonded through me, Izumu interjected. Oh, I dinged. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 seemed happy, pulling a 180 from the rage she was projecting. Are you the third one? What does --Senmei? I'm sorry, but we need a break. Izuku's a little flustered. Not that anyone could blame him. Yui responded. Getting you caught up on telepathic privacy is now priority number 1, Daigoro said. Izuku weakly laughed at that. It happened so quickly that none of them expected it. Eri didn't want to go out with Papa Izuku and her mamas that day. She didn't feel well. Grandma 𝐿𝐭, Grandpa Toshinori, and Uncle Aizawa were there though. She knew that Grandpa Toshinori and Grandpa Might were the same person, but she was told she had to call him by those names depending on whether he was big or small. Grandma 𝐿𝐭 was reading Eri a story while she sat in her lap. Grandpa Toshinori and Uncle Aizawa were talking to each other in the kitchen. Uncle Aizawa excused himself to use the bathroom. Grandpa Toshinori laughed. Apparently it was because he drank a lot of coffee. In the middle of the story, Eri had to wince as several phones went off in alarms. 𝐿𝐭 took hers out of her pocket, and tears poured out unbidden as she cried out, Izuku. Grandpa Toshinori shifted into the form of Grandpa Might as Eri went pale. Papa Izuku was out, and Papa Izuku was in danger. Principal Nezu said that Overhaul had died, but the Shy Hasaikai would still want Papa Izuku dead for taking her. And if she was feeling all right, Uncle Aizawa would be there to help Papa Izuku through it. So, this had to be her fault. The guilty feeling made Eri's head grow hot, and she could feel her horn glow. Grandpa Might looked startled as Eri glowed, her quirk acting on Grandma 𝐿𝐭, who let out a yelp of surprise and alarm. Quickly, Grandpa Might rushed over and grabbed Eri out of Grandma 𝐿𝐭's lap and started to grunt as her quirk affected him. It didn't take long for Uncle Aizawa to run out of the bathroom, see what was going on, and use his quirk. Eri breathed as her quirk was turned off. She wasn't as tired as she usually was after her quirk went crazy, but she was still exhausted. She looked at her grandparents, worried about what happened. Grandma 𝐿𝐭 looked about as young as Aunt Nemuri now. Her face didn't have as many lines, she looked a little taller. And less soft. She was still soft, just less so. Grandpa Might didn't look terribly different, but he was breathing weird. And then he released his body, turning back into Grandpa Toshinori. But Grandpa Toshinori didn't look the same. He wasn't as tall and muscly as he was when he was Grandpa Might, but he didn't look like a skeleton the way he usually did. Grandpa Toshinori lifted his shirt in amazement. Eri remembered hugging Grandpa Toshinori and she felt something hard there. Grandpa Toshinori told her that he got a big wound fighting someone really bad. Someone worse than Overhaul. That wound left a big, nasty scar. And now, as Grandpa Toshinori lifted his shirt, that scar was gone. Oh my goodness, I'm healed. Grandpa Toshinori said. Grandma 𝐿𝐭, still crying, could only sit there in shock. Grandpa Toshinori. Grandpa Might. Which are you now? Eri asked, dazed. I'm both now. I suppose I won't have much of a disguise anymore, he said. I'm sorry, Grandpa Might, Eri said, as sleepiness took over. When Eri woke up, there was a lot of commotion going on. Worried, she got up and opened the door, hoping to find out what was going on. A floating outfit looked at her, 𝐼𝐼. She wiggled happily as she said, 𝐼𝐻𝐻 awake. She scooped the young girl up and gave her a kiss on her forehead as they went to the living room. Grandma 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 was hugging Papa 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿 tightly, and he shared it. Mema Yui was on the other side and Mema Nejaya was on the same couch. The other couch held Mema Okako and Mema Mai. Mema Zu, Mema Melissa, and Mema Momo were in the kitchen, but came out when they heard 𝐻𝐻𝐻 come in. "I'm sorry, Papa. I'm sorry I got you in trouble," 𝐻𝐻𝐻 whispered. "No, 𝐻𝐻𝐻, it wasn't your fault. Nothing Overhaul and his men could ever do is your fault. Besides, it was someone else who tried to hurt me." Papa Izuku took her into a hug. He enhanced it with a string of black whip, which made her much calmer. "I'm also sorry I used my quirk on Grandma 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐻 and Grandpa Might," 𝐻𝐻𝐻 apologized. Papa Izuku smiled broadly. All Might tried to hide it, but his wound made him really sick. He didn't have a stomach anymore, and he couldn't eat much. One of his lungs was gone, and it made it so he couldn't breathe right. He'd cough up blood at times, and even though he was used to it, that's really bad for you. He hid it because he didn't want anyone to get scared, but it could have killed him before long. But now, All Might just ate a real meal for the first time in years. "We're checking it out, but you rewound him and Mom about 10 years each. You got rid of All Might's injury entirely. You didn't just help him. You saved Grandpa Might's life." Papa Izuku said that so happily. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 blinked, before she grinned as well. Papa Izuku said that Grandpa Might was his hero, who saved him the way he saved 𝐻𝐻𝐻. And now, she saved Grandpa Might. And as his papa and grandma hugged her, she finally felt that they were right and Overhaul was wrong. Her quirk wasn't a curse. "So, I think it's obvious by now that, barring the Expo and the summer camp, we're not letting you off campus without a hero within 5 meters of you until you have your provisional license," Nezu stated. "I figured as much," Izuku said. "And both those events will be supervised by pro heroes, so that's not exactly out of the ordinary." "Indeed," Nezu stated. "If I hadn't done the tests myself, I would question whether you or One for All possess a quirk that attracts danger." "At this point, I wouldn't be surprised," Izuku grumbled. "I'm glad that you and Kodai-san are both safe. While I wish you hadn't thrown yourselves into danger, I must admit that, given the situation, there were no good options," Nezu said, frowning. "Mom and All Might are currently planning on making Snipe some chili to thank him for damaging Tomura like that," Izuku replied. "I'm a little surprised, because I thought that homing wasn't that accurate, so being able to shoot off Tomura's finger as opposed to his palm or simply his center of mass is impressive. I wonder how much of it was guided by his quirk and how much was pure skill. I suppose that my mentioning that it was a quirk with a 5-point touch-based activation when Tomura broke in with the press prioritized crippling him in such a manner. He had it reattached, but evidently that led to his quirk failing him. Though, given his surprise, I think we can assume that decay still works with that hand, just with a chance of failure, rather than being utterly unusable in that hand, not to mention that if he had used his left hand instead, this conversation would be very different, if we could have it at all." Nezu interrupted Izuku's mutterstorm. "I still can't believe how the police seemed angrier at us for possible unlicensed quirk usage than they were at the fact that a villain tried to kill someone," Izuku said. "They almost carted off Nejichan even when she pulled out her provisional license. I would suggest that they were frustrated by the situation in general and were hoping to catch any possible wrongdoers," Nezu stated. "The quirk usage and vigilantism laws are in dire need of upgrading, but to do so would inevitably cause the Hero Public Safety Commission to relinquish some of their authority in the matter." Izuku considered that, so, basically, when hell freezes over. "Or All for One declares war on Japan," Nezu replied. "Perhaps not even then. Any chance they'll be overthrown by a sentient Coatimundi before then?" Izuku asked. "Really, Midoriya? You returned to the Order Carnivora? After all this time?" Nezu asked with some disdain. "I'm disappointed in you. Though I suppose I can give you some credit, as I've only had one person suggest a member of the Procyanide family, and they guessed the Kinkajou. I wanted to confirm that there wasn't a double bluff involved," Izuku shrugged. Nezu looked mollified by that. "I recommend seeing Hound Dog before the Expo. Not immediately, but once the shock wears off. I will if I can get any of my friends or girlfriends to let me out of their grasp, Izuku said. They allowed you in here, did they not? Nezu asked. Izuku gave Nezu an incredulous look. I was planning on acknowledging Hagekyo-san's presence as you were leaving, out of courtesy, Nezu explained. There was a huff from the empty space behind Izuku's chair. You should have let me know sooner. Toru shouted. I wanted to impress upon you that you will not always be aware when someone is able to detect you, Nezu stated. You will need to identify their tells. Yes, sir, Toru said, audibly slumping. Now, beyond that, I believe you should have 2 new quirks available with your report that the bonds are now all at stage 2 at minimum. Nezu asked with a gleam in his eyes. Yes, but I'm waiting until we can get to observe them properly, Izuku explained. I want to make sure we can do this safely. Particularly with laser disc. That quirk's been marinating in one for all for a while now, and I don't know how reliable Ryuji-san's estimations of its power are. I'd rather not hurt anyone with it by accident. True enough, kid, but still hurtful, Ryuji grumbled. Who snubbed me for months? Izuku asked. Tuche, Ryuji admitted. Admirable, Nezu said, taking a sip of tea. Meet us at Gym Lambda at 0900, if you would. We'll have 2 guests there as well. Given that Detective Tsukochi scrayed us home and saw that All Might was rewound, I'm guessing that'd be Night Eye and Gran Torino. Izuku asked. Indeed, Nezu nodded. The last 2 people aware of All Might's true form who need to know of the change. If you have no other questions, I'll let you return to your loved ones. I do have one question, Izuku stated, walking up and taking 3 black cloth bags out of his pocket. Which of these smells more like home to you? Nezu's eyes widened. He inhaled the scent of each bag in turn. Before he could answer, Izuku stated, your ear twitched on the second one. You do that when you first have a drink of tea, or whenever I struggle with one of your scenarios. Ah, I've given myself away, Nezu said sadly. I suppose I might have to work on that. Luckily, Momo-chan was able to import these with samples. I wasn't expecting the Japanese cherry to work, but that was my control. Eliminating the Brazilian saber was what I wanted. Looks like you're not a yapok, Izuku said. The water opossum, Nezu said proudly. A splendid guess. Which means, due to your response to the eucalyptus, you're a carnivorous Australian marsupial instead of one of the few American species, Izuku grinned. I swear, if Yagi hadn't picked you as his successor, Nezu shook his head, grinning widely. You say that as though you're not actively trying to poach me, Izuku said. Nezu laughed. Oh, young man. Don't you see? I already have. Okay, the bed absolutely grows to fit the number of people on it, Izuku stated the next morning in the telepathic group chat as he walked to the gym. You-senpai told me technology like that is worth billions of yen, Yui stated. How can Nezu afford that? Okiko asked. I asked my parents once how Nezu deals with that. They'd apparently once tasked their best forensic accountant to figure out his finances, and his report merely consisted of the sentence, "You don't want to know," Momo contributed. Ribbit, why is he spending it on Aizu-chan, then? Zu asked. Pretty sure it's because he's the teacher's pet, Toru teased. Come on Toru-chan, don't. Shizuku began to groan, before he stopped himself. Wait, no, that actually makes sense. It's not metaphorical. Nezu literally sees me as his pet. Does this mean he's not trying to groom you as his right-hand man when he inevitably plans world domination? Then again, not mutually exclusive, Nejaya added. Thankfully, the bond was encouraging her to slow her thoughts down when communicating with them. For the most part. At one point the group stumbled into a stream of consciousness conversation between Mai and Nejaya. The result was like a mental attack. So, how did you like the one-for-all dream space? Izuku asked Nejaya and Yui, changing the subject. It scared. I had so many questions and I couldn't ask them. Nejaya seemed to pout. Didn't stop you from asking them when you woke up, Izumu chimed in, irritated. Meh, it wasn't so bad, you seemed to shrug. Not ideal, but not terrible once you're filled in. Told YA. Mai said smugly. Yeah, it's unpleasant, but it's easy to handle if you know what you're getting into, 𝐬 added. True, it's not bad if someone gives you advanced warning, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 said pointedly at 𝐒𝐿𝐵. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 sighed, I'm never going to live this down, and I deserve it. You absolutely do, it's terrifying, Momo said with a shiver. Seriously, how bad was being quirkless that you could shrug off the feeling of total body paralysis to get one? Toru cried out. Apparently worse here in Japan, because I would have thought twice about it, Melissa interjected. I mean, I still would have taken it, but I wouldn't do it immediately. To be fair to young Izuku, I had no idea this was a possibility either, All Might added. Though I had a much better experience, given that I merely possessed the incomplete vestige that was already present within One for All. Speaking of, are any of you going to be joining us for today's training? Izuku asked. Sadly, I will need to appear in court, Momo stated. Today is the trial of that fiend Mineta and his family. Their lawyers did what they could, but we need to crush them. Most of one as girls are coming along for moral support. Also because Kendo-san and Tokuji-san have to get a cake for 13, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 added. As an apology for traumatizing her during the final exams. That seems like an odd occasion for cake, Izuku joked. At the rate we're going, I may need to hire a patissier that caters specifically for that purpose, Momo said. I've never been so annoyed, Izumu grumbled. SCK it up, Buttercup, Ryuji retorted. 5 minutes. He figured out my quirk in 5 minutes, and only overshot once, Izumu continued to gripe. Do you know how many walls I ran into when I first got it? Sorry, Izumu-ji-san, Izuku apologized. I think that training with One for All gave me more experience. With how to use a quirk like 𝐹𝐴-JIN. The activation and requirements aren't the same, but the effect is similar enough. Plus, you know, I'm not 4 years old. Izumu just fumed, but Izuku could sense that the frustration didn't really have any heat behind it. Ryuji, meanwhile, laughed. All right kid, moment of truth now. Let's figure out how Laserdisc improved for you. Remind me again, what were the effects upon impact? Izuku asked. I could choose between the disc slicing through a target or exploding into a blast of concussive force, Ryuji said. Default was somewhere in between. Out loud, Izuku said, I'm going to begin trying out Laserdisc. Let's start with the bare minimum. To Nezu, Recovery Girl, and Eraserhead. His mother and Ai were off to the side, and All Might, Night Eye, and Gran Torino were currently observing in a nearby room. Still cessed at that jackass, Ryuji said as Izuku thought about Sir Night Eye. Me too, to be honest, Izuku replied. Still, it's not a bad idea to have him in the loop. He approached the line. The paper target was 25 meters away. He summoned a yen-sized coin between his index and middle fingers. He aimed it at the center of mass. He blasted through it with ease. He gulped at the implications, that looks a lot like a gunshot. Indeed, Nezu stated. We'll need to get the ballistic gel dummies out to test the effects. For now, let's focus on learning more about the technique before we get to the safety concerns. Of course you care more about the use than the dangers, Recovery Girl grumbled. So with the basic Laserdisc, we're looking at an effective range of 50 meters, Izuku stated as he rested an hour after the tests began. Up to 75 meters, it's still usable but the accuracy is reduced. Beyond that, there's little chance of accurate shots without additional training or support gear. It's essentially the same range and power as a handgun. I should ask Snipe for lessons. I can increase the range by adding power via a finger flick or applying Black Whip, but that requires a lot of precision at the moment. I'll need to train with it before I can do it while in combat. I can only produce the discs from my hands, but when producing them, I can instantly create them any size I wish, from the size of a yen coin to 30 centimeters in diameter, and I can increase them to a maximum of 1 meter in diameter, which takes about 30 seconds of charging. Luckily, if I use 𝐹𝐴-JIN to maintain a charge of kinetic energy, I can use that to grow them more quickly. I should try and see if 𝐹𝐴-JIN can apply to other quirks, too. The size doesn't affect the range of the shot, but it does affect the damage done. He punctuated this by forming a disc and growing it to a shield size. While the discs can easily cut through or otherwise break the testing robots, the ballistic gel dummies tended to receive wounds comparable to RBB bullets, beanbag rounds, or flashbangs. Probably a subconscious effort on my part not to do irreparable harm to actual people. The size changes the area of effect more than anything else. The effect, whether cutting or exploding, was independent of the size. Now, if I were to dash, danger sense interrupted his mumbling and he turned to intercept a small old man flying towards him, feet first, at high speeds. The disc flew between Izuku and his assailant, serving as a shield. It blasted the old man backwards as it shattered upon impact. The old man managed to right himself, landing on his feet. "Ha, nice one, 𝐬," the aged gremlin laughed. "Sarahiko!" Nana cried out. "So you're Gran Torino?" Izuku said. He bowed. "It's an honor to meet you." Danger sense pinged once more and he barely dodged another foot. "Good work," Gran Torino scoffed. "Better than your classmate, at least." "So this is why Ida-kun was shaky when he returned from the internships," Izuku said. "Woulda sent you an internship request myself, but you seem to have a handle on one for all, number 9, Gran Torino said. Yelping, Izuku looked around, and calmed down when he saw Eraserhead wasn't there. "I might have gone anyway," Izuku replied. "Nana wanted to thank you for taking care of Toshinori-chusen." The old man's eyes went misty. "Well, what else was I gonna do? She was gone and someone had to smack some sense into her boy's dense skull. And you're calling him your dad. I can't believe it's happening again. Does one for all convince its holders to adopt kids?" It was at that point Eri walked up to him. "Papa, are you okay?" Gran Torino looked at Eri, shocked, and then deadpanned, "Apparently, yes." Laughing nervously at that, Izuku crouched down. "I'm fine, Eri-chan. This is Gran Torino. He's one of the 2 heroes who trained All Might." Eri's eyes lit up. "So you're like what Grandpa Might is to Papa." "What was that again, a great-grandpa?" Izuku stammered a bit at that. "Well, yes, a grandpa's father is a great-grandpa, but I'm not sure if Torino-san here feels the same way." "So she's the one who fixed up Toshinori," Gran Torino said, looking at the little girl. "From what Night Eye told him, she'd had it rough. Denying her would make him feel like SHT. Besides, it was another way to screw around with his former student. And if you want it, sure, I can be your great-Gran Torino," he said, smiling warmly. Eri looked at him happily. She ran to Inko and All Might to tell them the news. Gran Torino chuckled. "She's got a way about her, doesn't she?" "Yup. She's the one who chose to call me Papa," Izuku said. "I wasn't exactly willing to refuse her." "Heh. Well, it's a good explanation for Toshinori telling us out of the blue that his granddaughter undid his injury," Gran Torino grinned. "At least now he can take a few more blows." Izuku looked around. "Is Sir Night Eye still here?" "He's gone catatonic ever since Toshinori revealed his classic look to us," Gran Torino laughed. "It'll be some time before he recovers." Izuku nodded. Such a thing probably broke the man's worldview in half. "So, since Toshinori told me Nana's in there with why, I got something to say to her." Gran Torino frowned, looking conflicted as he said, not looking directly at Izuku, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't pull you out of there, too. I tried to teach Toshinori as much as I could, but I always felt like it wasn't enough, especially after he fought the big Vestiges himself. And I wish I hadn't listened to you, that I'd gone after Kotaro myself and kept him safe." Izuku felt his eyes well up with tears at that, and started to blush as he said, I'm quoting her here, just so you know. "Oh, Sora-kun, I never realized you were such a big softie. You did exactly what I asked you to, and given how the day of the marshmallows went, I'd have been surprised if you didn't. You did good by Toshikun, though maybe you could have done better with traumatizing him. And Kotaro," Izuku held back a sob, "Kotaro was my mistake. You don't need to beat yourself up over it." Gran Torino did a double take when Izuku mentioned the day of the marshmallows, and by the end of it, he took a deep, calming breath. "Well, I can be sure that was her and not some bullshit cold reading. So, thanks for that, ZYGT." He managed to compose himself and turned to Izuku with a feral grin. "So, you've got some new quirks under your belt, and you've got the hang of how they work. Now, I think you need to test them out in combat." All Might jerked back in fear as he overheard that. Gulping, he said, I think you and Grandma 𝐿𝐿 should go to the cafeteria for some lunch. Okay, how much pain should I be expecting here? Izuku asked. All of it, every single vestige, including All Might, replied. How did you survive a week with that man, 𝐿𝐿? Izuku asked Tenya as they ate lunch in the cafeteria. While he had no lingering pain thanks to Recovery Girl, the memory and the exhaustion were palpable. Tenya shivered. Sometimes, I wonder if I did. If I learn that everything that has taken place since then has been a dream I've been having as a result of Gran Torino-sensei putting me in a coma, I would believe it. Izuku chuckled. Well, existential arguments aside, now I can see why All Might quivers in fear whenever the man is brought up. That is an appropriate learned response, Tenya stated. Sometimes I still feel as though there's a footprint on my face. Their conversation was interrupted as another friend of theirs approached. Hey there, 𝐿𝐿, Izuku-ni. 𝐿𝐿 Todoroki took a seat at their table. Ah, Todoroki-kun. Tenya stated, chopping his hand. How have you been doing? I'm excellent, 𝐿𝐿 replied, with no apparent emotion in his tone or expression. Particularly once the dormitories were established. Part of me was worried that Endeavor would protest my taking a room here, but I was pleasantly surprised. Izuku winced slightly. Nezu hasn't mentioned the investigation at all during our sessions. I expect he's trying to make sure his case is ironclad before he goes forward with it, 𝐿𝐿 stated. Oh, and I never mentioned this, but you were wrong, Izuku. About what? Izuku asked. When you said that villains wouldn't listen to my motivations. I mentioned them to 𝐿𝐿 when we fought Stain, and that shocked the hero killer so much that it allowed me to freeze him solid until Endeavor could get the cuffs on him, 𝐿𝐿 replied. He almost sounded smug. Izuku's jaw fell as Tenya chopped the air. You shouldn't casually admit to what was borderline vigilantism, Todoroki-kun. You know, between bonding by fighting a serial killer together and the fact that I don't like the association with my father, I would prefer if you referred to me by my given name, 𝐿𝐿, 𝐿𝐿 replied. I would be honored, 𝐿𝐿-kun. You did aid me in saving Native's life, and I owe you a great deal for that, so I would be happy if you did the same as well, Tenya said earnestly. He then returned to shouting, but that is besides the point. 𝐿𝐿-kun, Izuku interrupted. When I said that, I was just trying to convince you to use your fire. It wasn't a challenge. It was still an effective tactic, 𝐿𝐿 insisted. There'll be diminishing returns, though, as the rumors spread. Izuku shook his head. Let's change the subject. How did you do on the final exams? Surprisingly well, considering that All Might was my opponent, 𝐿𝐿 replied. I was paired with a 𝐒𝐿𝐴 for that. Apparently, I had insulted him earlier in the year and there was some tension at the beginning. We managed to work it out before the fight, though. He's the guy with the welding quirk, yes? Izuku asked, a notebook manifesting in his hand. Correct. Between the two of us, we were able to trap All Might long enough to reach the exit. A 𝐒𝐴 is rather skilled at creating useful creations and traps on the fly, 𝐿𝐿 said. He began to describe precisely what a 𝐒𝐴 created, involving rebar, a pane glass window, and a mannequin from one of the downed buildings. That's incredible. Izuku responded. How did the rest of your class do? Most of us passed, 𝐿𝐿 replied. But a few did not. Soto and Aomar lost against Cementos. While Tsuburaba managed to secure a win against Midnight, �0 failed. A similar fate befell Monoma, who failed against Eraserhead while Fukidashi succeeded. More of us may have failed if not for Fuki-kun. He gave us all a huge boost before the exams. Monoma-kun returned the favor, but it seems that doubling up on his pep talks produced diminishing returns for the rest of us. Still, it helped immensely. Izuku smiled, but then he realized, Monoma's probably not happy that everyone from 1A passed, I assume. 𝐿𝐿 shook his head. He's been doing somewhat poorly anyway, ever since his internship. Apparently, Best Jeanist was more concerned with fixing his attitude than anything else. Izuku winced. Yeah, I can empathize with disappointing internships. 𝐿𝐿 and Tenya were both taken aback. I was under the impression that you did well under Sir Night Eye. Tenya said, shocked. What with your takedown of that Yakuza boss and rescuing Eri-chan? It turned out well enough in the end, but, well, Izuku scratched the back of his head. Night Eye offered me an internship with the intent of trying to one-up All Might over an argument they had previously. He was convinced to do the right thing in the end, and he helped me a great deal, but that kind of soured the whole affair. Tenya looked shocked. Xiaotou looked thoughtful. Perhaps you should have taken Endeavor's offer after all. He was rather subdued and pensive during my time with him. I was expecting him to be furious with my performance, but if he was good at hiding it. Better than he ever had been. And my older sister tells me that the trend has continued since then. I'm honestly baffled. That may have been a better option, Izuku nodded. Still, being there let me get Eri out of the absolute hell she was experiencing, so all in all, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Speaking of, why do you let her call you dad when you shot me down when I tried? Xiaotou asked. Despite the ridiculous question, nothing in his tone could indicate that he was joking. Mostly because she's about 6 years old, Izuku settled on saying. Ah. Yes, I suppose that would make it a bit more acceptable, Xiaotou nodded. Okay, is he actually this socially unaware, or is he playing a big joke on us? Daigoro asked. It's pretty dim and funny either way, Yen stated. The remaining days until the Expo were uneventful. The only truly interesting event was the celebration party when the girls returned to the dorm after the court hearing. The verdict against the Mineta family had been swift and comprehensive. In addition to the former US student's actions, his various family members had been convicted of various crimes, from obstruction of justice to embezzlement to, in one bizarre incident, wildlife trafficking. The days preparing for the expo went quickly, but Izuku got this odd feeling of distance from his girlfriends, which was summed up in one question when he landed on Island. Papa, why did my mamas take a different plane than us? Eri asked. Izuku smiled. Sometimes, it's good for people to have some time to themselves. I've been around your mamas a lot ever since we moved into the Heights Alliance, and they wanted to have some time to themselves, and I wanted to spend some time with you, my mom, and All Might. So, we took All Might's plane while your mamas took Mama Momo's family plane. At least, I hope that's all there is to it, Izuku worried internally. You're fine, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 stated. Probably. I don't have much experience here, but I do know how anxiety manifests, and this seems more like that than any sort of red flags. I've got a little more experience than most of these knuckleheads, Izuku, and you're doing all right, Nana reassured. Do any of you know if they're planning something? Izuku asked. Buddy, we're as out of the loop as you are, Ryuji stated. If any of us does know, we're respecting their privacy, and while some of us have guesses as to their plans, we're not saying SHT. Izuku couldn't fault that. If it was a problem, the Bond would probably make it known, and if it wasn't, they wouldn't want him to intrude on their plans. Though, was he relying on the Bond too much? He didn't know if it could fail on him in some way, and he didn't want to. You're spiraling, Yen interjected. This isn't something to worry about. Thanks, Izuku replied, keeping his composure. Luckily, 𝐒𝐭 took over and managed to distract him further by saying, Izuku, why don't you tell Eri-chan about Island? Izuku did. Luckily, both his mom and All Might only had to nudge him out of mumbling twice, allowing Eri to follow along with him. Combined with the advanced tech used to scan them in, they were finished going through customs just as he finished telling the one-horned girl about the history of the man-made island. And, to their delight, a familiar face was waiting for them, as Eri cried out excitedly, Mama Melissa, and dashed forward to the blonde girl, who swept the child up in a big hug, then repeated the same to Izuku. Izuku's face became completely red, but at least the affection stopped some of his worries in their tracks. We got here about half an hour ago, Melissa stated. The others are at the hotel, but I wanted to bring you to see my dad first. Come on. She held Eri in one arm while using her free hand to take Izuku's and bring him along. 𝐒𝐭 struggled not to cry as her son was being dragged off. It's so nice to see them like this. I know, All Might said proudly. They've had to deal with so much as of late. It's wonderful to see them relaxed and acting their age. And to think I was worried about his lady friends seeming distant lately, 𝐒𝐭 blinked. You don't know. Didn't Izuku tell you? Tell me what? All Might asked, genuinely confused. Izuku's birthday is tomorrow, 𝐒𝐭 said. She frowned. I suppose he's used to not telling people. Our celebrations became subdued as years went by. All Might was taken aback. Yes. Young Izuku failed to inform me. If I had to guess, I suppose he felt that my training was enough of a gift to last a lifetime. He said, his smile somewhat forced. I made absolutely sure to tell them, though, 𝐒𝐭 said conspiratorially. All Might chuckled. That explained everything. A surprise was coming their way. And, unlike the rest of this school year, this was sure to be a pleasant one.